were very close between Labour and Conservative, and the difference was the Brexit vote. And the big question is whether or not the Brexit vote came from the Labour Party that could have gone to the Conservative Party or not. And there have been a couple which, I was still thinking, well, for God's sake, guys, I mean, frustrating. But there have been some very good wins. Workington has gone to Conservatives.
Now, hold on a sec. That is a massive swing. 1918, Labour have had that since.
Yeah, and also Wrexham. That's just been announced. And, again, that's another indicator.
So how big a deal is Wrexham? Because I don't know that one.
Well, Wrexham, I mean, what I love is when they announce the results, you get it in parallel translation, because you get the chap who speaks in English, and then you get the bird who speaks in Welsh, promulgation of the Welsh language. But Wrexham is another indicator. I mean, Workington is just an astonishing result. But combined with Wrexham, if this is
Wrexham's
the portent,
Wrexham's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the portenter of things to come, I wouldn't mind betting.
That one's been Labour since, 1930 something?
35, I think. And it's become increasingly conservative, but it's been a real Labour stronghold. And I think they were down by 10.5, 11 points. And if this
really?
Yeah. And funny enough, the Lib Dems came out quite strongly in that place. What's funny is that you can guarantee in every single constituency, the Green Party score about 1,000 votes. I mean, I can tell you within 20%. I wish I'd taken a spread bet on Green votes per constituency, because it's been so consistent. But yeah, I wouldn't mind betting that the predicted 366 to 368 seats on the exit polls could actually increase towards 400 if the pattern holds out.
I think we're going to get a few Conservative seats go Labour as well, though. I think this one is going to be, I always said it would be close. I think we're going to get some crazy results both ways.
Putney has just gone.
A few Conservative seats that were deemed safe go Labour.
Putney is, for me, was a bit of a surprise, because I thought that was sort of an up and coming area, and it was presumed to be a relatively safe. I think relatively safe Conservative seat, and that's just gone Labour, but not by a huge margin, by the way.
Thank God there isn't proportional representation then.
Oh, bugger! I mean, yes, exactly.
I might be regretting saying that.
You know what? I was thinking the same thing earlier. This peculiarly, as much as I believe in PR and actually direct democracy. As an extension of that, this is one election where we may be better served, we are better served with first past the post.
Well, do you know what? If we'd had, instead of a Brexit referendum, if we'd held it on the same terms as a general election, it would have been the biggest landslide.
62.8%. 408 out of 650 constituencies voted for Brexit. And that shows how unrepresentative the last parliament was.
Yeah, well, the thing is, even with the result of the referendum, 75% of politicians decided to turn their back on the voters because they knew better. And my view is that with Boris coming in, I mean, there's been a lot of critique about him. Is he trustworthy? Blah, blah, blah. I happen to believe he is. He's a classicist. He wants his name in the history books, and I actually seem to think he's quite a good guy. Some of his ex-lovers might not feel that way, but frankly, so what? There it is. But with a decent majority, I'm rather hoping. Funny enough, one of the commentators, I can't remember. It's Ed Balls, who's on ITV.
Yeah, he really is a ball as well. He's a right gonad.
Absolutely. Well, it's
Yvette Cooper's old man. There are a couple of gonads.
Yeah, and basically the suggestion was that now that with a decent majority.
Do you reckon that he hangs to the right and she hangs to the left? Because he's more of a Blairite, isn't he? Well, no, she's a Blairite too. Oh, sorry, carry on.
Yeah,
both of them should hang.
They both dropped.
You know what,
She's dropped tonight. Oh no, she hasn't.
Well,
no, she's not dropped yet.
There are a number of Brexiteers who've suggested to me that we can't trust Boris and he wants a soft Brexit. And that was suggested this evening, and it's a constant theme on the television now. The natural fact, Boris will use it as an excuse to be close to Europe and not have the sort of Brexit that we envisage. I take an alternative view, and Olly, let's have a bet for a quid or a Greg's sausage roll, whichever you choose.
Yeah.
In actual fact, he will take it the other way, and that with a decent majority, he can afford to push a harder deal with Europe, because this is his defining moment.
Europe hates him.
Churchill beckons. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah,
it is exciting though, isn't it?
Boris. I mean, Boris was the worst person to put, to Europe to get a deal from them. I mean, Boris was the one that was saying we're going to knock them. They absolutely hate Boris. And what happens when you do a deal with someone you hate? You just don't get the best deal. You don't get the negotiation.
That means I'm going to leave.
Well,
yeah,
hang on a sec. The beauty is that if he's got a decent majority, it then becomes he has the opportunity to have no deal Brexit, which he did not have before. A confidence and supply agreement with the DUP and with all these bloody backstabbing Ramonas, and it took a brave Boris to get rid of Ken Clark. To get rid of
Boris to get rid of Ken Clark. He done a load of damage there.
Yeah.
The chocolate.
Well, and who's the other moron? Heseltine.
Bloody hell!
I mean, absolutely right.
Tarzan.
What an old git.
Well,
the guy that got Maggie kicked out so that we had Maastricht Man instead. John Bloody Major.
All right, Rodders.
Ahoy there, sir. How are you?
Not too bad, sir. Nice to see you. I see you're windswept there.
Mark,
Come on, I'll tell you what. Can we just do like a quick whip round of who's here? I've just started streaming on YouTube as well, and I'm on wakeupuk.net/VIP chat room. If you want to come over there, then you can probably get a better picture of all of us rather than just me, yeah? Because I haven't worked out how to do that yet, although I'll try to in a minute. But that's probably the best place to come to is wakeupuk.net/VIP chat room, and we can all join in there. But if you want to stay at YouTube, no worries, and I'll check out your comments at some stage and what have you. But this is Wake Up's show. It's not mine, yeah? If you're tuning into YouTube and you're wondering what's going on, this is a special, and it's Wake Up's. God bless it. So these are the hosts. This lot of reprobates here are the hosts of Wake Up UK, or some of them, and I'm very chuffed to be co-hosting with these guys. And tonight is fun. I mean, God damn it, how exciting! So we've got. Let's go through this. Charles, Mr. Ernest Spencer, sir. What's your? You've got a show on Wake Up, yeah?
No, I share with Jimmy the Hat.
Oh, well, I've seen Jimmy the Hat because I know the Hat.
Did you miss the Tories that took a Welsh seat off Labour just now?
Oh,
look who's on.
Clyde South or something, however you pronounce it.
Well, do you know, it's quite funny you should say that. The prediction is that whilst the SNP are mopping up from Labour,
BBC One, Alistair Campbell's on.
Is he?
Oh, I'm on.
Okay,
right.
I'll leave you to it. You carry on, guys. I'll check out what he says and then come back and report back.
Well, the predictions that the SNP are going to wipe out Labour in Scotland and many of the Conservative seats, but they'll be made up for in Wales. And as my name is St Davids, and I can't really do the Welsh lilt, but I'll be extremely proud of my fellow countrymen if they do the right thing. Mark, sorry, can't hear you.
So I'm listening to Alistair Campbell.
Oh, right.
What's Alistair Campbell, the vampire, got to say then?
Yeah.
He hasn't got onto anything yet.
Labour's held Hartlepool, Richard Tice came third.
I've got to say, this is a fascinating programme. 5 blokes watching each other, watching TV.
Box. I've not got a telly.
He's right there, actually. He's saying that Labour should rethink about what they're doing. And Corbyn's pretty much a twat, the way he's directed the party. He should get back to grassroots, really. I suppose what he means is that, you know, he's completely missed the loop by disregarding Brexit and not taking that on as his mantra.
Do you know what? I love Jeremy Corbyn, and I really do. I could be hopefully forgiven for thinking that he's Thatcher's love child, because he's done more to damage the Labour Party and reduce their chances of success than any person since Michael Foot in 1983.
You're getting him mixed up with Tony Blair. Tony Blair was actually named by Thatcher as her greatest achievement.
Oh no.
Love child.
Well, so was William Bloody Hague.
Oh, don't talk to me about William Hague and the
Well, I didn't like William Hague at all.
The children's home in Wales, wasn't it?
Yeah, and also the allegedly, according to the Sun, who insinuated very heavily that there was an American Express bill that was put on Hague's card for a male prostitute brothel in Thailand.
I remember that, yeah. Yeah, can't trust the Sun, but I do remember the story. So whether
I'm hiding behind the Sun in case I get sued.
I went to it.
Well, I've not got a penny. They can't do anything.
But I gents, I tell you what. I was chatting to Olly slightly earlier, and this is has been a historic campaign for a variety of reasons, but not least. When was the last time you had an ex-prime minister who advised the public to vote for the opposition? John Major, and then you had the Heseltine doing exactly the same. I mean, I thought it was absolutely bloody astonishing.
Well, it just goes to show. I mean, there's so now that parties are, they're all centrist, really. You know, I mean, like this is the most left-leaning Labour's been for as long as I can remember in politics. You know?
Ever.
You had Blair come in with a very centrist view, and you couldn't tell the difference really between a Tory and a Labour government, really, because they were they was going for the centre vote.
Actually, Chris, I disagree with you. What Tony Blair did was just so narcissistic in terms of modernising, for example, the creation of the Supreme Court. You know, what was the point of creating a Supreme Court when we had the law lords? That was always
because he wanted a protection so that he wouldn't have his neck stretched, and so he basically got all of his mates to set up a court, a dodgy political court that, for example, overturned the proroguing of Parliament, which John Major was involved in that, wasn't he? And he prorogued Parliament because he wanted to get Maastricht through. And his mates, they were all on the take, back-pocketing it at their expense claims and all that dodgy stuff that was going on. And he prorogued Parliament to protect them so that when they came back with a small majority as that government, they managed to pass Maastricht with 13 votes. 13 votes. having overthrown Maggie Thatcher, who would never have done Maastricht. Traitors, these people. Traitors.
Well,
and anyway,
it's
sorry.
not
And then
that.
John Major and Tony bloody Blair, Maastricht Man and the war criminal, they team up last week to tell everybody that they should not be voting for Boris.
Well,
John Major,
do you know
a former Tory PM.
Do you know what? I mean, I find it absolutely. I mean, shocking is not the
You
word.
can't make it up.
Disgusting. I mean, you can't make it up. But you know what? There are certain other rights that have been taken from us by Tony Blair's modernisation of Britain. One of which I was prosecuted under, and I got a 12-week sentence. And that was the Communications Act. And basically, what the Communications Act does is it stifles freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Because any communication which is sent over a public communications network can be counted either as offensive, carries the has the character of menace, or there's a third one. But the point is that you don't get a jury trial, but they all carry custodial sentences.
Right.
Now,
Is that not an evil way offence, though?
is that not? No, it's not.
Is that
No.
an evil
Well,
way?
No. Either way is that you get the right to choose.
The option.
I would never have got 12 weeks in Nick, if it was either way. I mean, there's no way a jury was going to convict me. But it's a way that if you get some friendly magistrates, and if you look at the politicisation of the CPS, in actual fact, judges should carry their own discretion and not follow the guidelines that were laid down by, for example, Alison Saunders.
Return to the
And
rule of law.
if we look at Sir Keir Starmer, and that's the last time I'm going to call him Sir Keir. You know, frankly, he's a
IKEA.
well, I was gonna
Regularly to be found in IKEA in the bed section.
I was going to come over all Tourette. But what's interesting
More
is
substance is found in IKEA.
Really?
yes, lasts longer too. Better design.
I ain't got an idea. IKEA.
Well, I tell you what, gents, I'll lay it down here now. There's been some discussion on the TV who will replace Jeremy Corbyn and who will throw their hats in the ring. And the odds on Keir Starmer are the shortest at 3-1.
I heard of Diane Abbott is.
Let's get Diane Abbott in.
Do you know what? She's an even better contender. She really is.
She's winning by -4 votes.
Did you like her shoes? Did you like her shoes?
Yeah,
Flip on.
Photoshop.
She had odd shoes on today. She came out to cast her vote and she was wearing an odd pair of shoes.
That was photoshopped. Come on.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I'm no Diane Abbott fan, and she is a massive vote loser. But that was a Photoshop photo.
It wasn't.
Gents,
She was
The
quoted
next thing
as
you've been
saying
telling me that
she
Boris
left the
Johnson
house
was in a
with three
fridge.
shoes that all match.
oh yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
the Tories have took Blackpool South from the Labour.
Yeah.
I was going to say
Blimey.
something deeply.
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear what Ali Campbell said?
Go on.
You know what he said. He's so pissed off. He is so pissed off. It's wonderful. It is so wonderful. I was on Twitter with him earlier, telling him he's a war criminal because he was like, oh, on Twitter is, you know, oh, it's all because of momentum and da-da-da-da-da-da. And even the Labour chair earlier was on the BBC saying it's because Labour has betrayed the people that voted for Brexit. 80% of the people that turned out to vote in the 17 election, where May won, the May bot, they voted for Brexit. Parties that said they would honour the decision to leave the... And so the chairman said that. He was honest enough tonight to say that and made that point very convincingly as well. Great. Excellent. Definitely going to be grabbing that bite and playing it quite a lot. Ali Campbell is saying, oh no, it's all because of momentum. And it is as well because of rabid Marxism and all that stuff. It's all that as well. Yeah, sure it is. But basically he's seething.
Ollie, Jeremy Corbyn's on telly.
It's snowing. It's snowing all over Libtardia. I'm going to go and check out Jeremy Corbyn, and I'll come back and report back.
BBC Now Live, Islington, Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh, okay. Good. I'll go and check that out. Oh, blimey. Corbyn, he always speaks very slowly, doesn't he?
Oh, so, no, sorry, he's at the job centre.
The other day, I was watching YouTube, and I watched this poor seal get hit by a great white shark, and it was just waiting in the water, for the great white to come back. I think I know how that fucking thing felt now.
Well, coming back to Keir Starmer, actually, I'll wait for Ollie to sort of stop watching the TV. But Keir Starmer is one to watch.
Why hasn't he got TV there?
Sorry?
Why hasn't he got a TV there?
Because it doesn't work in the room where he's got his sort of tech set up. It's next door, so he's
This is no good, Roderick.
I love it. Could you imagine Noel Edmonds doing this? It's like, hang on a sec, I'm gonna leave you all alone. Blankety blank. University challenge.
Lloyd Bank.
He's left his spliff in the ashtray, though, notice.
Guys, it's 2:30. I'm absolutely shattered. It's been emotional. I love you all. I'm going to go and hang myself.
Well, apparently, Mulder won by 1 vote.
This is your token lefty signing off and wishing you a Merry Christmas.
You can't
It's
go
40
Guys, thanks very much. It's been an honour and a pleasure to speak to you.
Have you met Rodders before, Chris?
I don't think I have, but I've got a really bad memory.
This is Chrissy. He's a good chap. He's got some adverse opinions, of course, but he is a good chap. He's fought some good fights for the common man, bailiffs and various things. He put himself forward to be a councillor, which he succeeded. He's an independent. He voted Labour today because he believes they'll kill less people than the Conservatives. And but Rodders is a good old chap as well, Chris. He's well versed in many a thing, and he's very articulate, and he's quite a funny chap as well.
Thank you, Mark.
He ain't funny looking though.
Oh,
guys,
depends what night you catch him.
Guys, it's been emotional, and we'll do this again.
Chris,
We won't have an election like this.
Who's going? What do you mean? Who's going? You're not allowed to go.
I'm absolutely shattered, man. I've got work.
Chrissy, I had questions for you, mate. I wanted to have an in-depth. Well, no, not like that. But no, it'd be nice to have a chat sometime. Good on you, mate.
Yeah, definitely. No worries, mate. No worries. I've just got to be a little bit careful what I'm saying because what I'm doing right now, they're looking to jump over me for everything, mate. So I had to wait until I got on air for Purdah, and stuff like that. So it's all interesting, though, mate. And
for Purdah? Purdah? Yeah, what, like election Purdah? No.
Yeah. So
why?
I keep on getting threatened with Purdah by everyone.
Really?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. All through the election, they put. Without saying too much, guys, I love you.
Oh, Chrissy, that there's a show right there. Right there.
Yeah, no worries. I've got a few to do. I've got a little bit more work to do on them. But what I'll do is, Ollie, go on my Facebook, mate, and have a look at the stuff that I've been doing. Some of the, it's stuff that the ordinary man can get their teeth into. Because it's not just political stuff; it's corruption stuff.
Yes.
It's,
well, actually, before you go, the point that I was making before Ollie disappeared, the pundits on TV this evening have given Keir Starmer the shortest odds on replacing Corbyn. Now, it so happens that when Keir Starmer was Director of Public Prosecutions under Tony Blair, it was under his instruction not to pursue police investigations in Rotherham, Bradford, and what was the other place? I can't remember. But these were the worst cases of Pakistani grooming gangs. And there is clear evidence held on file at the yard. And what I would love is Keir Starmer to put his hat in the ring as a potential leader and for some of my ex-army chums, actually just to produce the files because it's written evidence of suppression of investigation, and it's in written form. So this cunt is about as likely to become the next Prime Minister as Michael Foot.
Isn't it funny though? Tony Blair's got more blood in his hands than all of the people that Keir Starmer got off put together.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, there's a war criminal right there. Why we as a country give Tony Blair even radio time? I do not know, mate.
Well,
you know, you've got to ask the question: why did Keir Starmer accede to this request? Because he always wanted to be a politician, an MP, and by suppressing these investigations that would have upset members of the Asian community in the Midlands, Tony Blair thought, and Alistair Campbell. Now that we're talking about Alistair Campbell, war criminal. Like, look, don't wind them up. Just keep it quiet, which is not what the Director of Public Prosecutions is meant to do. He's meant to protect our society, protect our children, in actual fact, first and foremost. And he acted as an instrument of suppression, and lo and behold, he ended up with a safe Labour seat. That was the trade-off. And that is what I'm determined to pursue in the event that he puts his hat in the ring as a potential leader of the Labour Party, because he is bloody dangerous. People believe him, and he's got one of those faces that you just look at and you think, give him a fucking hard slap. Sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to swear. I know you don't like swearing.
This is late night. If you're watching on YouTube, you may not be used to so much swearing on my channel, but this is a late night show, so fuck it.
Chrissy, you're going to go to bed upset.
Oh no, I'm not upset. I'm actually guys.
No, you will. Duncan Smith.
If Labour got in, I'd have nothing to fucking talk about for 4 years, would I?
Ian Duncan Smith.
No, Duncan Smith got in by just over 1,000 votes.
How many? How many did he get in by?
1,000.
Just over 1,000.
Fuck.
Well,
if
the Lib Dems hadn't got voted and they went to Labour, he would have been out.
Well, I tell you,
sorry, Chris.
I tell you what, gents, the interesting one is going to be Kensington and Chelsea, which is a Labour seat. Can you believe? With a margin of 20 votes, and it was on the back of this bloody Grenfell thing. And the accusation is also that you had the student population who magically get 2 votes. They get sent a polling card at their parents' house, and they get sent one at the student halls of bloody residence, which leads me to another bloody gripe, which actually is rather appalling. And it was my wife who brought it to my attention. She said, darling, are you aware that members of the Commonwealth have a right to vote? I said, oh, come on. What are you talking about? So I went on the government website. She said, go on, look it up. Eligibility to vote. And if you Google it right now, you'll find that members of the Commonwealth that include, you've got 54 member countries, including Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, Mozambique, I mean, you name it. And the requirement is that the voter has leave to remain in the UK. Now, that is not the same as naturalisation. It's a very, very opaque term, and it means that you can vote from bloody Islamabad.
Incredible. This is incredible.
I mean, and my view is that in actual fact, we ought to put together a crowd fund to organise. But
having said that, are you sorry, are you not overblowing this? Because, Rodders, tonight the result did not illustrate that.
Well,
I mean, so far we haven't even got 50. We've probably got about 50 results in now, I suppose.
Yeah, people are not aware of that.
But the point being is that if I was Alistair Campbell, being aware of the eligibility rule to vote amongst Commonwealth members, maybe it's a trick that they've missed. But the point is, I want to know, as a British passport holder and a subject, not a citizen. I've never been a citizen of this country, and neither are any of you. You're subjects of Her Majesty. How is it that members of the Commonwealth who have no material stake in the UK, other than by the relationship via the Commonwealth, have a right to vote? And
Because
I do
we
suggest,
pillaged
gents.
their country.
Sorry.
Because we pillaged their country.
Well, that was some years ago. I don't get the benefit of that, so they can fuck off.
Well said,
Right, I
Ron.
love you all. I'm going.
See you,
Guys,
Chrissy.
it's been an honour. I'll speak to you soon. Sorry, guys, I'm fucking shattered. I'm going to fall asleep soon. It's been emotional. What's good looking and goes?
You take care.
You.
Take care.
God bless you, Chrissy. Chrissy Morris. And we've got Mark Conway here. Mark P. Conway.
Hello there, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, mate.
Good man, Mark. I see you on Facebook quite a lot. I hope you don't disapprove too much of my humour, which is somewhat eclectic.
No, I find it riveting. It's more entertaining than some of the shows I fucking read into Odd Roddy. No, not offensive at all. I do think sometimes you do drag the knuckle a little bit. You know,
No,
I'm
he
too
does.
surprised.
Nearly gets me
surprised
sued.
with what you come out
I know
with,
that.
though, Roddy. It's funny.
Got to watch out the libel law with this bloke.
I know, yeah.
That's why he went to prison for it. For libel.
Tories are just Tories just gained Wolverhampton North East.
I got to check out, see what Campbell's saying, and he's probably getting us all sued.
Ollie's got a
keep
slip in
tabs.
his ashtray there, and he's on a
Bear cow's looking sad.
Oh, Burko, eh?
Tories
You're
gained
watching
skunk
Sky,
though.
Charles. You watching Sky?
Is Barco lost?
Give us a commentary, Charles. Give us give us a description of Burko's face.
Oh, you're right. Pulling a right face. Sort of thing. Oh.
Has he got a sticker on his forehead that says
Did you
bollocks
know-
to Brexit?
How did you just say that
Conservatives
Burkhouse?
gained Scunthorpe from Labour. That's always been Labour, as far as I know.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where my shipping agents come from.
What kind of swing?
It's not saying, it's just...
When these
Just
results
three.
come in, and you can see them, any of you, because I can't, because would you believe it? On election night, the BBC decided to tell me, oh, you can't watch, I'm in Valencia in Spain, yeah? You can't watch the BBC in your area. I normally can, without any problem. And by the way, I watch the BBC without a licence and all the rest of it. If you want to sue me, that's great. It'll make a fantastic court case. Because you're propagandists! And I will show you up.
Well,
But
I
anyway,
tell you what I love is Boris saying, in actual fact, what we'll do is we'll remove the license fee, and you can make your own commercial way in the world.
Oh, yeah, he's commercialising it, yeah. And they've all got, it's got the brick box already. They've already lined it up. Brick box. Have you got that?
I don't actually. But very quickly, did someone say that Burkhouse lost his seat?
No, he's quit. He's quit. He's gone. Because he was speaker, and Boris said in that last parliament that he was, because it's kind of tradition. It doesn't have to be the case, but it is tradition. It's never been the case that anybody has run against the speaker, or at least not in hundreds of years or something like that.
No.
It's kind of
Sally's
convention, I suppose.
No.
Go on.
The reason is Sally has stopped shagging the constituencies.
And his cousin, immediate members of Burkhouse family.
So Boris said, because Burko, we know, is an anti-democratic partisan. Yeah, I mean, the whole deal of being a chair of anything is that you let everybody talk, don't you? And you try and even it out and all the rest of it. That's what the
Olly,
speaker is supposed to do. But he clearly wasn't doing that. We know that. The way that he was playing around. And let me just get this out. And Boris and all the rest of it got fed up. And so said, we're going to run somebody against you in your seat. And that's when he finally decided that he would honour his promise to retire about a year late, I think it was.
Hang on a sec.
And he did. And he quit that last parliament.
Ollie.
No, go on.
So he's not standing in his old constituency, is what you're saying?
No. He now is another contender vying with the likes of Anna Soubry and Chukaramuna and possibly Joe Swinson for the next edition of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here.
Conservatives gained red car from
I'm an
Labour.
MP, get me out of here.
Well, his wife also got shagged by Anton Deck, I think.
I think it was Andek.
Oh, now hold on a second. This is alleged, yeah?
Late SNP take another Labour seat.
That's another court case.
No. You don't understand, Mark. When I get taken to court, it's always custodial. It's not like community service and a slap on the hand and a fine. It's like, no, my lord, take him down to the cells.
Rodders, after serving 15 jail sentences, I'm kind of on that side of the fence as well.
What was your favourite nick? I mean, I was in Wandsworth and Thameside.
Now, I've been in a various amount, and I've got some really shit ones. My worst one was Limerick prison, because it was so dirty.
Yeah.
And they didn't have nothing at all for the prisoners. My best one that I enjoyed was Brockhill. I actually asked the governor, can I stay a bit longer and do a bit on bail? On Lou, like, next sentence.
Mark, you're like this. On Remembrance Sunday, I'm an honorary member of the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. And we have an annual bash at in Southwark Cathedral. And
I'm sure the priest joining as well.
Yeah, well, but I tell you what, the biggest recruiter to the prison service, or the biggest group of people who are recruited into the prison service are from Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. And I was sat right at the front with General Douglas Chalmers, who's a top bloke. He really is, ex-Irish Ranger who was brought in to sort out the regiment. And bloke walks up to me and says, hope you don't mind me saying, my lord, but do I recognise you from a different place? I looked at him, I thought, oh, hang on a sec. He said, it was Greenwich, overlooking Belmarsh. And I thought, actually, I do remember you. You were quite a nice screw to me. It's bloody funny. He then
Winston Green is I've been the most times. 23-hour lockdown always makes your jail sentence go quicker. Short sentences are longer than long sentences, believe it or not. But,
well, I tell you, I was also in Nuremberg, Nuremberg prison, which has a historical sort of significance. And I was in solitary confinement there for just over a year pre-trial. Then they had to let me go. But one of the benefits was this, is that after I was tried in number 1 court, which is where they put all the Nazis on trial. And the old part of the trial, you've got to pass through because it's an administration block. And they've kept all the cells absolutely untouched since the Second World War. And I managed to lie down on the bunk of Goering. And I was given a guided tour. And I said, do you mind if I lie down on this bunk? He said, why would you do this? I said, how many blokes in London at a dinner party can say they've laid on the bunk of Hermann Goering where he took his own life? And he said, oh, yeah, this might be funny. Yeah, well, you've answered right. Yeah, okay. And so that was pretty much...
Others might think that that's the only place you might get a stiffy.
No, I tell you what. Go on.
Tories have gained Burnley from Labour.
So, okay, what's the latest? Who's got... Okay, let's just work out who has access to results here, because seeing as the BBC have cut me off, I've got the BBC in the lounge because I've got BBC World, which is the irony of it. It's in the other room. I can't bring the telly in here because the cord's not long enough.
Sky News is live on YouTube.
I'm watching BBC One, ITV, and Channel 4. All three of them.
ITV.
Conservatives gain Ipswich from Labour.
Nick Clegg's banned me from watching Channel 4.
I want to know. I think we know pretty much how it's going. That's a Tory gain, Ipswich from Labour, you say, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Mark, if you get to see the swing, the percentage swing, please tell us.
They're not showing them. They're not showing them.
They are on the BBC. They are on the BBC. Maybe they're not on Sky.
I think
poor if they're watching. Not. The other thing, it would be interesting to know if you see it on the screen, chip in, whoever's talking, and tell us what the turnout is, because that's also quite interesting. I want to know how many dejected voters there were this election.
Conservative. Preston, Labour hold.
Lichfield Conservative hold.
Here's a mad one for you. Brexit Party have increased their percentage by 7%, although this is the first time they've had a vote.
So in other words, well, hold on, they're not getting a 7% share across the board, are they?
No, it was in Wales. They've increased their percentage by 7%.
In Wales? In Wales?
How could they have an increase of 7%?
SNP have just got
9%.
the SNP have just got
quite
South
impressive.
Perthshire. Pendle Conservative hold. Hyndburn Conservative gain, wherever Hyndburn is. Absolutely not.
Another Welsh one, Ainsmon, whatever you call it, Conservative from Labour.
There you go, Conservative game. Hinsmon.
Yeah, looks like they just won West Bromwich West, Tories from Labour.
Has
Really?
Boris kept hold of his seat?
Wow.
It's not being announced.
This is Corbyn is a goner.
Now,
He will not stand up at the next
Hang on,
PMQs.
hang on, whoa, Dominic
He will
Grieve
not take
is
that
on
kind of
ITV right
humiliation,
now.
surely. Hey,
And Dominic standing as an independent for Beaconsfield,
he's gone.
and he's looking as. Has it gone?
Well, I mean, he will. There's no way he's going to take that. He was polling at about
Ipswich Conservative gain.
4%
That's
the
come
other
up.
day. Hey, Dominic Grieve, you're a git.
Well,
You're a
you get the
git.
face. You get the face you deserve in life, and bloody hell, I mean,
That's right.
God has dished it out in Hackney South and Shoreditch. Labour hold. Surprise, surprise.
Have you got any regrets for leaving the Tory party?
Well, for stabbing your party in the back. Brentwood and Ongar Conservative hold. Well, that was kind of expected, I think.
Easy answer.
Now we need to know. Keep a close eye out for Joe Swinson's
His
seat.
analysis is that we aren't going to get Brexit done at all. Dominic Grieve.
Hey, Dominic Grieve. Oh, he's such a duplicitous little piece of work. I mean, I wouldn't believe anything that man says. He is such a turd. He is the ultimate Remainer. He is the male equivalent of Anna Soubry.
Damien Green is back, so that's a whole Gosport
Scotland's
Conservative
going to be
hold.
separated from the United Kingdom.
Tories have just won Bishop Auckland from Labour. Majority
Now, hold on a sec. Hold on.
7,900.
Bishop Auckland. Who was that?
Yeah.
Who
Conservatives gain from Labour.
What was the name of the
64.
Labour candidate there? That was a big name.
Conservative battleground Falkland.
That
I
was
don't know,
somebody
it's
like
gone off my screen.
Caroline
Mark,
Flint or
Mark, you know you were saying that you've been banned from Facebook by what's his name, that awful little Lib Dem chap.
Yeah.
That's not. I tell you what, that's not the worst thing in life. My wife has banned me from bloody Pornhub.
I know.
Mine, so is mine, because she's on it too much. You have to get to see her.
I said earlier. I put it.
Well,
I'm going to read this to you. I'm going to. If I can find
Oh,
it.
look, West Bromwich Conservative gain. West Bromwich West.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've told you that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, keep up.
Oh, this is brilliant. Redditch Conservative hold. Well, that's kind of in.
I'm
That's
waiting for my death.
But at the moment, Tories have got 81 seats, Labour 68. It's 82 now, Tory, because they've got
I
wheels in.
tell you one that's going to be rather interesting. I went to vote. I'm in Westminster, and when I turned up to vote with my wife, and I took my 8-year-old child just to educate her in the sort of democratic process.
Now hold on.
Well,
You can't say this. Don't incriminate yourself. I know what you're about to say.
No, I'm not actually, Ollie.
Okay, good.
'Cause it would make you an accessory. As I turned up, they gave my wife a voting slip, and they refused to give me one. And they said, "Well, you're a peer of the realm. You're not allowed to vote." And I said, "Hang on a sec." And they were very polite. I mean, they're a very good lot. And you got the chap who controls the polling booth. And I've known for 10 years because he's always the bloke on the sort of in control. And he had to make a telephone call to check whether I was a sitting peer. And I said, "What's all that about then?" And he said, well, the House of Lords is.
One moment, sorry, Rodders. Michael Portillo's here on about swings.
Portillo. Talking of which, Portillo moments. Many Portillo moments tonight. Go on, Mark. Carry on.
Michael Portillo's on about the swing in Bishop Auckland, but I'm not quite sure what swing he's on about.
Yeah.
Probably some
Michael
naughty
Portillo.
club in Holland.
I never forget the time I was in Wood Hill Prison in a category.
You don't want to get on a train carriage with him, I tell you. Sorry, carry on.
He was on the TV and he was being interviewed, and they said to him, so you got thrown out of the party because you never come out of the closet, but now you're allowed back in the party because you've come out of the closet. no, that was it. You got thrown out of the cabinet because you never come out of the closet. Now he's come out of the closet, he was allowed back in the cabinet. I couldn't stop laughing at that. That's when he come out and the screws come round me fucking son. What are you laughing at, Tom West? My head doesn't matter.
I'll tell you what, I have mixed feelings about Portillo because I read Scallywag, that article, and he never sued over it. I'm not going to go into the... Well, yeah, I will. I'll say it because it's in the public domain. Scallywag accused him of being a paedophile. It's in the public domain. They ran off to South America, the editors of Scallywag, when they were kind of being chased by the establishment or whatever. But Portillo never sued. And somebody else that didn't sue was that former Tory treasurer bloke who finally sued the BBC. Pardon?
Why didn't he sue?
This is it. Why do these people not sue when they're accused of being a paedophile?
Ollie,
and this article was very Dolphin Square and all that stuff.
Ollie, hang on.
Awful stuff. I'm not saying. I'm not. Let me just clarify this before I get sued. I'm not saying that Michael Portillo is a paedophile. I'm saying that he was accused of being a paedophile by Scallywag magazine, and he never sued over it. And I would like to know why.
Well,
sorry.
Hang on,
anyway,
Ollie. I can offer you a suggestion. And hang on, cities of London and Westminster. This is Chukwuemeka Una.
Yes. Oh, he's a goner. He must be gone.
He's a goner. And it's. Do you know what? My votes worked. We voted.
What? Yes. Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to go and watch Chukwuemuna's face. You must excuse me.
Yes, it's just coming on now.
It is now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's my voting spot.
17,049 for Tories.
Yeah, that's not good actually.
Second.
CPA, whatever that is. 125. Well done. Labour now.
11,000 odd.
Fantastic.
Good.
Chukwuemuna, who set up the Chuck Up Party with Anna Soubry and Gape and Leslie, who was an old Blairite in the Blair cabinet. He goes back about 20 years. And a few others. They're all gone. They're all gone.
Yes. Do you know?
Chukwuemuna. I don't know whether they have actually gone yet, but they will be. They'll all go tonight. Chukwuemuna is a big Portillo moment. He was feted to be the next Blair, to be the next Labour leader. And if you remember, he dropped out in mysterious circumstances from that leadership election. And Corbyn won off the back of that.
Increase.
He pulled out. Very curious. But he's gone. He's gone. And he's had three parties in 1 year. Three parties. Labour,
the swing for Chukwuemuna was 19.6 increase, Ollie.
Yeah.
Which is a massive increase for the
SDP, not SDP, the Lib Dems.
SNP. Lib Dem.
19.6% increase.
Yeah, which is huge.
Gone.
But he's gone.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what the funny thing is? I went to the event that was sponsored by The Spectator, that was the Brexit debate. And there was Nick Clegg, Chukwuemeka, whatever he's called, some other idiot from the Labour Party. And then you had Farage. Boris was on the stage. And who's that rather nice Labour MP lady who's not Kate Hoey.
Oh, she's lovely. I love Kate Hoey. I sent
think
her a
she-
kiss earlier on Twitter. I said, we're going
Did
to
you?
miss you, girl. She's a
I think
great
she's great.
parliamentarian.
And the other person I hope who doesn't get unseated is
Well,
Dennis
she quit.
Skinner.
Kate Ho is gone because
she did.
she resigned.
No, I know. But the other person I actually have a lot of affection for on a personal basis, even though our politics couldn't be more different, is Dennis Skinner, the beast
Yeah.
of Bolsover.
Yeah.
You know, he's bloody honest.
Yeah.
He's
And funny.
he's not a career professional.
He's got that lovely
I
northern.
They reckon he'll be losing.
Yeah, I know. I think he's going to lose a seat. But I love the way he
Who?
responded.
Who's going to lose his seat?
Dennis Skinner.
You think
Skinner.
he'll lose
They
his
reckon.
seat?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
wow.
reckon.
That really says something about Labour, eh?
Yeah, well, but it would be a shame to lose Dennis. I mean,
Yeah.
the last time he was
Mind you,
ejected
he's about
from the
80.
House by Burkow, who said, Mr. Skinner, you know what the order is. Please leave the chamber. And he said, yes, I've done this more than once before. I've been forced to leave
Davids on.
for not apologising and standing by his comments. You know, I love that man. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, but you know what he said, though, at Rodders? One of the times, he turned round and said, half of them Tories over there are corrupt. So Burkow said, you know, you're not allowed to say that. He goes,
Oh,
okay,
yes.
then. Half of them are not corrupt.
Davids on it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, all right, Mr. Speaker. It's half the opposition bench are not crooks.
Yeah.
No, I
Best
do
thing
like-
I've heard in Parliament, that.
No, do you know? He's got a fantastic sense of humour, and it'd be a
How's
shame
your
to
Davids
see-
on about exiting the EU? He's not speaking now on BBC.
Ooh,
So your Davids.
Belfast North.
He's on about now. If we finish this with what we expect, he says we will be pushing through with Brexit.
Do you know what? With a decent majority, my bet is this: is that in actual fact, Boris is going to step up to the plate, and with a sensible majority, he's going to push a much harder deal, and the EU will have no option but to accept it. If they don't, it's at their peril. For the simple reason, if you look at the German car industry, they will be in tatters. You've got 1 million jobs on the line.
Yeah.
The union is absolutely begging. And
Look at Deutsche
if
Bank
Boris,
on
sorry?
the brink. I mean, Germany's buggered. And France.
Yeah.
Look at France. Look at what's going on in
And
France
France,
right
well-
now.
Yeah.
China.
Yeah, but that's not in the EU.
No, but they own a shitload of our fucking electricity companies.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Forest of Dean, Conservative hold. Well, they're all hallucinating on their homemade cider.
Tories have just won 2 more seats, another Wolverhampton one,
Middlesbrough's gone to Conservative.
and one up near Liverpool.
Eastbourne, a Conservative
Liverpool, Labour.
game. I thought Eastbourne was full of sort of Conservative old folks. But
I haven't seen that one yet.
Rebel Conservative hold.
Conservative gain. Wakefield. Bugger me. I had a girlfriend in Wakefield. She was absolute filth. Anyway, that's Conservative
She's
gain.
absolutely what?
She was absolute filth. She was absolutely delicious.
Well, that's well, better word. Yeah, of course they are from there, from Yorkshire.
Well, Wakefield, I mean, bloody hell. Don't know if you've been there, but it's, I mean, Halifax was one of the...
Yeah. Wasn't there a massive...
Tories gain Eastbourne from Limdems.
Rodders, you weren't down there with the Wakefield massacre, was you?
Well, I've had quite a lot of fun in Wetherby, Halifax, Wakefield. I came very close to losing my virginity as a 14-year-old boy doing 3 Peaks walk up in Yorkshire when I was doing a cadet force march, and that was rather amusing.
It wasn't... You never bumped into Molly, did you?
Oh, Molly! Oh, you know
yeah.
Molly?
Yeah.
You don't know Molly like I know Molly.
Oh, yeah, but I do. She'll keep you. She'll fleece you.
Oh,
I'm on about genetically modified one.
please tell me that's not where I got the bug from. It's gone tertiary.
You got foot in mouth. Avian flu.
Tooting Labour hold. Yeah, there's a good hospital in Tooting, fun enough.
102 Tory seats at the moment.
You know, I haven't seen any of that yet. Keep telling me Labour's up and down like a rabbit's ass.
Yeah. Guildford, well, that's an obvious one. Conservative hold.
Luton, Labour hold it.
Yeah, well, it's full of bloody Asians. That's the problem. And they get 3 votes per person.
East Londonderry, DUP hold it.
Watford, Conservative hold.
So disappeared.
The Brexit is finished.
Yeah, they're showing election
Greenwich,
headlines
Conservative
now on
hold.
Sky.
Renfrewshire East, SDP, SNP gain. Eeh.
So how has Brexit Party got a percentage of all increase?
Plus 3%.
Is that
Well,
based on the referendum?
I don't know. No, it's overall.
Yeah, but how can they have
3%
an
so
overall increase if it's the first time they've had a vote?
Oh, Emily
No, they're just
Thornbury.
saying they've had 3% of the total votes carried out.
Fuck,
Oh,
Emily
right,
Thornbury.
so that's
Emily
no, it
Thornbury's
says plus
kept her seat.
3%. Right,
Tories have got 42, Labour, I think it was 36. It disappeared.
No, what about in each individual constituency? It's saying the increase in the percentage. It's saying like the Brexit parties plus 3%, plus 7%. You know, it's different ones. Like here now, it's England, City of London, 3% increase in Brexit party.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that they report it. And I completely agree with you. It's the first time they've ever run an election. So to say it's plus, they should take away the plus and just say it's 7% of the vote. But
Yeah, 7% there. Yeah, Mitcham and Morden.
well, it's clear that the person doing the presentation is not a statistician.
Well, they're clearly still trying to swing people to vote. Trying to convince people they're going to win.
Okay, now Joe Bloggs is asking, are any of these chatting reading the feed here? And we you know what? That's important, people. This is interactive. We are so lucky to have this interactive with comments and all that as well, and we should use it and get everybody, involved in all the rest of it.
Well, Ollie, I don't know how to do it. I haven't got the feed.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll stick to ITV. If somebody else picks another channel, then maybe we can give updates accordingly.
Well, look, I can look after the chat room, and I've
Mark,
got
I've got
folks
ITV.
on
For some
YouTube as
reason,
well.
I don't know how to turn it. I'm watching it on another computer. I don't know how to turn it over. That's the problem.
Well,
And my
stick
wife's
to
gone to bed.
ITV and I'll turn over because I can easily turn over.
I've got Sky.
I'm on BBC
Amanda
Two.
Thompson. Sorry. Go on, Charles.
No, I say I'm watching Sky.
Amanda Thompson wants to know: has Suebury lost her seat? Broxton. And she will,
won it
because
first
she's been
once.
polling at about 4%. No, maybe 7%. But I mean, compared to 37%, so she will lose that seat.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether she has yet, because the BBC denied me the thing.
Broxholm was about the 5th one declared. The Tory hold.
Durham Labour hold. Well, that was on the cards, I think. That's not a marginal.
Conservatives gain West Bromwich East from Labour.
Yeah. I tell you what, the trend is kind of clear when you look at Workington and Wrexham, and when they both came up, I thought, actually, tell you what, the exit polls, which they normally predict, are within an accuracy of 15 seats, either way, and it means that he's got a workable majority, unless the exit polls. I mean, funny enough, whenever I've been polled, I always say that I'm voting Labour in the
No
hope
need to be rude.
Sorry?
No need to be rude. Sorry. Go on.
No. The reason I do that is to make sure that the Conservatives work much harder, because I campaigned for the
What are they
Conservatives against UKIP down in I can't remember What was who was the Conservative MP, the gay fella who became UKIP and he maintained his seat? He was called Douglas something. Douglas
Carswell.
Carswell. Yeah, it was Douglas Carswell, and I went campaigning down there with the chairman or the chairwoman.
Did he start polling? Did he start polling you?
Right, results so far.
You said you like a good Tory polling.
Here's the results so far. Conservative
Right.
111.
Okay, we'll come back to Douglas Carswell's polling, Rodders, in just a minute. Yes,
Conservative
please, Mark.
111. Labour
Who?
88.
What?
Conservatives
Say that again.
111.
Start again.
Conservatives 112 seats. Labour 88 seats. Lib Dems 3 seats. Brexit 0. And the yellow, I don't know what the yellow represents.
SNP.
17. And the grey one, I believe, is others. There's 10. So it's 112 to 88 at the moment.
So they're beginning to come in thick and fast. We've got about another, at least 3 hours, I'd say, before. It's always Greenie Girl, isn't it? Caroline Lucas that comes in. I don't know why Brighton, they're probably all too busy or something. I don't know why they take so long counting the votes in Brighton. But anyway, so she'll be last. Then that'll come in about 7 o'clock in the morning, probably. So
Hull East. Now it's funny. I've got a friend who lives in Hull. Who's
What was that about Carswell?
Oh yeah. Well, it was quite funny. I mean, Carswell actually kept his seat as an independent, but I campaigned down there, and with two black ladies, one of whom is called Maria Walker, who is the chairman, by the way, of the Conservative Supporters Association, who's an absolute charmer. So when I was labelled as Britain's racist peer, I mean, it was patently obvious to anyone who knew me that was a load of old bollocks.
Well, you're Chilean anyway, aren't you?
Well, my mother's
you're
first
a
generation
foreigner.
immigrant.
You're a foreigner.
Now.
Half foreigner. Something like
Half
that.
foreigner. Absolutely, I'm proud of it.
We're all
But you know what?
foreigners.
My mother's never sued the government or taken the government to court over a policy decision.
Well, like Gina Miller.
Unlike our Gina Miller.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's only 3 years left on my restraining order before I can write to her and tell her what a cunt she is.
Tories just won another 3 seats from Labour.
Brilliant.
Conservatives now 117, 118. Labour 93.
Oh, this is brilliant.
I'll tell you,
It's
I'm
like
going to
a
have to go
slow
on
version.
Twitter.
It's like a
and check
slow
out-
version of the Grand National.
243 out of 605. 119.
They've got that Lib Dem leader. Oh no, she just took them off.
Let's have a look on. Let's see what Owen Jones is saying on Twitter, just for fun. Let's go and have a look.
Owen Jones.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now,
He'll be crying at his snowflakes.
121 seats.
Hey,
121 seats now to Conservative, 93 to Labour. 246 out of 650 in so far. 65% turnout. 65.6%, sorry. 121, 94 now. This is a live result turnout.
you know, Owen Jones's top tweet. This is his last tweet that he's put out. Boris Johnson described gay people as bum boys, compared equal marriage to 3 men marrying a dog, discussed beating up a journalist with a criminal, called black people pickaninnies with watermelon smiles, and was sacked twice for dishonesty. Where is the scrutiny? Well, actually, you know what, Owen? All of that has been scrutinised, and the fact is that the British people still want Benny Hill. You know what? We still want Benny. We still want satire. We still want spitting image. We don't want your boring. I mean, what is it? Who's a ridiculous bloody stand-up so-called libtard comics that you listen to? We want proper laughter. You know what I mean? I mean satire.
Exactly.
Yeah, we like to take the piss out of each other. That's what it is to be British. Even if Rodders is half Chilean.
He likes to chill out.
I'm sorry if you got a pencil shoved up your backside, mate, but you need to get. What is it Trump said about that St. Greta Builder bollocks or whatever her name is? Greta Thunder bollocks. I mean, he was right saying, chill. Just for crying out loud, you're only 16. Go and get shagged. You know?
Do you know what? I've got to say, Ollie,
go back to get an education's a start.
Ollie, I feel
these
very
people
sorry
need to
for that.
relax.
Ollie,
like taking the piss out of each other, and we like to have the piss taken out of us. It's part of our culture.
And we can have the
I
piss taken out of
apologise,
us.
neighbours.
Well, do you know what, Ollie? I don't know
Jones.
whether I told you the story about the Duke of Wellington when he was hosted in Vienna, having won the Battle of Waterloo, and it was the Archduke of whatever it was, and as Wellington walks into the Grand Hall, all the French guests turn their backs to him. He's the victor, and of course the hostess says, "Well, Your Grace, I must." He said, Your Grace, I must apologise for their behaviour. And he said, no, it's not a problem at all. It's not the first time.
Labour, 2,838. Sorry, Rodders. Here's a result now.
Go on.
Oh.
326.
Where?
What?
Where?
Esther and Walton.
Esther and Waltham.
Baron Badger, 326. Labour, 2,838.
28389.
Lib Dems, 28,389.
Smiley, 347. 3, 4,
Independents, 347. Conservatives, Dominic Raab,
Dominic Rennie,
Rob!
31,000.
Dominic Raab has made it. Dominic
Yeah.
Raab, quite relatively comfortably, is back in.
No, that's not
And
comfortable.
that's good.
That's a thin margin.
Well,
It's a
5 grand,
nearly a 3,000 majority.
3 grand.
Yeah.
The results so far: 130 Conservative, 99 Labour.
Dominic Raab, good on him. Because he
It's
is,
Richmond Park.
I think he's a bit of a careerist, but nonetheless, I mean, he has been saying the right things about Brexit more than pretty much anybody else in that bloody May cabinet.
Lib Dems smashed it. Richmond Park.
Richmond Park.
Sorry? Say again?
Richmond Park. Zach Goldsmith, Conservative, 26,793.
He's lost
Labour, 3,407.
Fuck me.
Lib Dems, 34,000.
Yeah, but that's not actually so surprising. Dominic
Yeah.
Raab would have been
Majority of
a pity.
7,700.
Dominic
So
Raab
Zach
is a
Goldsmith is
benchmark.
out.
I'm not surprised about Zach Goldsmith because his constituency is a bit libtard. It's a bit,
Yeah.
But Raab, that was one that they. If there were anybody from the cabinet that was going to go, it was probably going to be him.
Well, in all fairness, no, he's won it there comfortably, I believe, because he had decent policies and he was half behind the Brexit idea, wasn't he?
I don't know how his constituency voted in terms of Brexit, but nonetheless, he's
voted back in, so
He's
there
voted
must
back
have
in.
been behind him.
okay. Now, Paul Simon Case is asking or saying that Joe Swinson is a septic tank in high heels.
There's a fight.
It
There's a
sounds
fight in it.
very similar.
Hey?
There's a fight in one of the votes.
Well, I tell you
Police are
what.
grabbing them.
Charles, do you remember those?
Well, what's his name? Fucking Colin. Oh,
Who?
David.
Illington.
Boylan.
St Illington, whoever it. Oh, it's McDonald, isn't it?
Illington.
Yeah,
O'Donnell.
somebody were fighting.
I'm
Don't know,
confused.
he-
I'm confused. Which race is this?
There's a fight. Been a fight.
Illington.
Hillingdon.
McDonald's at the podium.
On the
they're having a
podium,
punch
between
up.
the candidates. Please tell me. Please
No,
tell me.
no,
it's the
no.
candidates.
Somebody in the audience.
Oh.
They don't look happy. I don't know.
No, they're probably not.
High
It must
Peak,
have been Labour because it wasn't a majority of them.
Where?
And on the Conservative gain,
Rodders?
High Peak, wherever that is.
Yeah, Derbyshire.
Okay. Well, well, that's a gain.
Yeah. That's a good gain.
I've got to say, I won't miss bloody Zach Goldsmith.
Islington. Jeremy Corbyn.
Here we go. Yeah.
What? Okay, I'm going to check this out. I'll be
Jeremy
back.
Corbyn here.
Hold the fort, boys. No libel.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Deakin, being the acting returning officer of the election of a Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency held on Thursday, the 12th of December 2019, do hereby
Votes so far.
the number of
Results
votes recorded
136 to Conservative, 102 to Labour.
Nicholas Charles
Results for Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn's constituency.
The official Monster Raving Loony Party, 236.
Official Monster Rooney Party, 236.
James Clark, Conservative and Unionist Party.
James Clark, Conservative. 5,483.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn.
34,000.
34,000. He's easy got it.
Yeah, but that's 3 votes per Asian voter.
Joseph David. Brexit. Hold his seat.
Joseph David, Brexit Party, 740.
700 Brexit Party got.
Yeah, that's Islington for you.
Russell, Green Party.
Green Party.
4,326.
326. Lib Dems.
Nicholas Richard Wakeling.
Nick Wakeling.
known as Nick Wakeling, Liberal Democrats, 8,000.
8,415. You got more than Conservatives.
Mm.
That must be a Remain area.
Yeah, it is.
Follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than a voter is entitled, 37. Writing or mark by which a voter to be identified, 2.
So Jeremy Corbyn there holding on to his constituency in Islington North with over 34.
Conservatives gain Barrow and Furness from Labour.
You're kidding. Barrow? Jeepers.
But while he's not under pressure here, he's clearly under pressure in the rest of the country, and it was a very disappointing night for Labour, losing many seats outside London, whether in Wales, North England, and also in
Oh, he's about to make something now. Jeremy Corbyn.
For the Labour leader, and there will be calls, including from his own colleagues.
Make a speech.
Could I start by saying a huge thank you to the returning officer and all the staff and the police that have ensured a fair and democratic election.
Thanking you, people,
today.
for the democratic
And also
vote.
to congratulate and thank my fellow candidates.
The police,
for,
thanking the IRA,
Yeah.
Hezbollah,
this election.
Hezbollah. Hamas.
Hamas,
Very heartfelt thanks to the
Mujahideen.
people of the North for electing me the best candidate in Parliament. I'm very, very proud to do so. And I've learned so much from people of Islington North.
He's learned something so much from Islington. I learned fuck all about politics.
About life, economics.
And the deep-seated grassroots of
I
Labour.
want to thank Ruth Hayes, our agent for this election,
And Diana Abbott.
wonderful.
Diana Abbott added these totals up.
This election campaign, and they put in all the time to carry a message.
But Labour still lost 8.7% of votes compared to last time in his constituency.
And Islington is an absolute fortress of Labour voters.
Media intrusion on people's lives is very high indeed. And the attacks that take place against family and loved ones of politicians continue.
The
And
attack
they're disgraceful, and frankly, they are disgusting.
upon politicians' families are disgraceful.
Thank my family,
Also,
close
thank his
friends,
family,
and those that have been
his
close
friends.
by and been very supportive during this and every other election campaign.
Oh, piss
I want
off.
to thank my three sons for the huge support.
Boris is on the way down here to say goodbye to him.
Yeah.
Boris is coming out. Where's Boris coming? West London. Boris is out on the street.
Sorry, who is?
Boris is. Boris.
Oh,
He's coming out to speak as well now. Boris has come out. Got a split screen going on.
This is obviously a very disappointing one.
He said it's a very disappointing night for the Labour Party. Boris Johnson-
Tories gain
But
vote to North East from Labour.
Oh, this is the count for
Another,
Oxford as well
getting
going on
there.
now. Boris has arrived for it.
Shut up, Corbyn.
hang on, sorry. Charles, did you say that Bolton has gone?
Those who need housing, vote for them, and those children that need a school that is properly funded and will not be forced on their own side. And a manifesto that gave hope in dealing with the environmental crisis the world faces.
Corbyn's just talking shite at the moment, nothing to report.
All of those policies were extremely popular during the election campaign and remain
Oh, piss off.
that have huge popular support.
He's on about
Couldn't listen to any more to Corbyn.
Politics is important. They weren't. The most important thing was Brexit. You forgot it. You left your grassroots, Corbyn. That's why I stopped voting for you, and I voted Conservative. Never thought I'd go Conservative in my life. I would never to, and I did today.
No, I would have put you down as a conservative.
Boris arriving for his count.
No, well,
Social justice and the issues of needs of people will not go away just because Brexit is dealt with.
shall we say, it's only been in the last 5 years I've been enlightened as much
Conservative old Harrow
as
East,
I have
Northern, Herefordshire North East, Cambridgeshire
I'm on
South.
about Rodders, I suppose.
Conservatives gave Dillon from Labour. Must be Welsh, that Dillon. I don't know.
150 to
Strange
Conservative,
names now.
107 to Labour at the moment.
And on behalf of my party. I want to also make it clear that I will not leave the party.
Tories
not gonna
150
resign.
seats to you. Labour's
Corbyn
107.
said he's not going to resign.
To ensure there is a process now.
Conservatives hold the wrecking.
And on the policy.
Labour holds Bristol North West.
And I will lead the party during that period to ensure that discussion takes place and we move on into.
He's still ratting on old Corbyn in his
He's
constituents.
not resigning.
He's only supposed to talk about his own vote, his area. But cackling
Now
on
he's
about
cutting him off now
throughout
and
the
going to
country.
Boris.
That was great policy. I offered everybody free internet, free this, free that, free that. What's the matter with people? Don't they want it free?
Edgefield.
Of course it's free. No, it's not.
David Richard, Brexit Party, 3,518.
3,518, sorry, Sedgefield, Brexit Party.
Charles, Green Party.
Green
Recount
Party.
at Coventry South. Interesting.
Coventry, you say?
Howell, Paul, the Conservative
Sedgefield.
Charles.
Who's there? Sedgefield.
Green Party,
Oh, it's Blair's
1994.
old place, isn't it?
Conservative Party,
Party. Michael,
19,609.
Oh, Labour owed Doncaster Central. Boo.
Welsh,
Conservatives owed Brigham Gould.
1,900.
Independents, 394.
Conservative owed Edinburgh. Brexit Party in Sedgefield, 3,518. The Green Party,
That's what I'm
994.
reading now, Charles.
Conservatives,
What a symbolic result. Tony Blair's old
19,609.
Conservative win that one. Sedgefield.
Conservative vote, Stafford.
They've lost it. Conservative now 154 to
Independents,
108.
394. Lib Dems, 1,955. So under 19609, and it's a Tory seat. Yes! Tories have won Sedgefield, Blair's old seat. That's a good scout.
Go on. Blair's old seat. Excellent.
Sedgefield.
The war criminal seat. So Corbyn is standing down.
No, he
There you
he
go.
just says he's going to carry on.
No. He said he is standing down, but he will remain as leader of the Labour Party for a transitionary period. For a transitionary period, whilst he ensures that the party is positioned. I suspect he didn't say this, but I suspect because he doesn't want it to return to its, if you like, centrist politics, Blairite, ending of Clause 4 type phase. He wants it to retain what he considers his brand of socialism. He gave a magnanimous speech. He criticised the media. Go on.
Labour's lost 33 seats so far.
Shit.
Carry on, Ollie.
33.
33, yeah.
Labour's lost 33 seats at the moment, 30 to the Conservatives and 3 to the SNP.
The latest poll, the prediction I saw...
Tories old Louth, the old Bexley and Sidcup, Sittingbourne and Sheppey.
Whilst I was listening to Corbyn on the screen, it showed the tally, and I think at the moment the Tories are projected to have a 44-seat majority. 44 seats more.
Conservatives
than
old Castle Point, Labour old Oldham West.
So 44 seats majority. Pretty
comfortable. So coming in blue.
Pretty comfortable. So, yeah, he's going. Corbyn's going. But he will remain for a transitionary period because he presumably, I think it's a fair assumption. It is an assumption, but I think it's a fair assumption. He didn't actually use these words.
Tories old Somerset North East.
He wants to ensure that Labour continues along his Owen Jonesy type thing.
Ollie, you really must shut up when we're giving you
SNP owned.
Sorry, Charles. I apologise. But that was kind of a headline. But go on, please.
160 now to Conservative to 110 to Labour.
Corbyn says he's not going to stand as leader of the Labour Party for another general election. I think his own party will be telling him that.
Well,
the Tories will want him to stay.
Yeah.
Stay. We want Corbyn.
Absolutely. I love Corbyn. I think he's tremendous.
They don't want, I suppose, Starmer or Ben. But then the British public don't want Starmer or Ben, do they? I mean, if this was, as Corbyn just said, this was about Brexit, this election, then the British people are not going to want these people that are Europhiles.
No, Ollie. The two most dangerous people are Starmer, but of course we've got the gen on him, which I mentioned earlier, about his suppression of the investigations into the Rotherham grooming scandals. That
Conservatives old Clacton, Labour old East Ham. What happened to West Ham?
Oh, it was Clacton. That's where I went campaigning. That was what's his name? Douglas Carswell.
Yes,
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. That was his seat.
Here's a question for you.
If Labour old Weaver Vale, where they get these names from? Used to be good in the 60s, 70s, named after cities, this and another. And now they have all these weird names. Weaver Vale. Where the hell is that?
If Conservative maintain...
Here's one. Conservatives old Great Yarmouth. Yes, we know that.
If the Conservative
Dems
Party,
up gained 5-0 from the SNP. That's
if the Conservative
Strange
Party
one.
maintained their position regarding Europe, and Labour decided to back Brexit,
Birmingham, Labour,
who would have you backed?
Birmingham, Erdington. I
Conservative
used to
or
live
Labour?
there.
I don't. Sorry, Mark. I didn't understand the question.
Tories old Hertfordshire South.
All right,
You
Charles.
know, folks, everywhere, if the English had their own parliament, you'll always be Tory. Always.
Yep.
We are
As
a
I
very
said-
conservative nation, which is why we voted Brexit. No?
The
problem is
I said,
that the Conservative Party
Mark,
doesn't
Mark,
have,
Mark,
or didn't
Conservatives own
have.
Kenilworth there in the Midlands.
Hang on, lads. Mark's trying to say something.
Go on,
I
Mark.
said-
Sorry,
Conservatives
go on.
own Portsmouth North.
Charlie, if you can just hold it for Mark.
As long as that's the area where both our aircraft carriers are. So I think Labour got the other Portsmouth seat.
Yeah,
If
that's right.
Conservatives
They're teamed up at the
maintain
moment,
their
aren't they?
position regarding
they're
Europe,
twinned. Just
and,
for now.
and Labour changed their position to Brexit, who would you vote for, Conservative or Labour?
Conservative.
Ollie?
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
The question was, if Conservative maintain their position regarding Europe and Labour changed theirs to Brexit, who would you vote for?
Well, I
Labour
wouldn't
or-
trust Labour if they did that.
would
But
you?
then
I
I don't
would
trust
trust
any of them
either.
anyway, really. But it's slightly different now because I do think this coming Parliament is going to be very different.
Whoa!
Go on, Charles.
Tories have gained Don Valley from Labour. Whoa, that's a big one here in Yorkshire. What a
Go
game that is.
Don Valley, that's the right weird name, that is.
Conservatives own Bexley and Battle. What another
How
name.
significant-
Never heard of these things.
Charles, how significant is that in Yorkshire?
Conservatives own Gainsborough. That one, Don Valley area.
Mhm.
That's
By 1.4%.
that quite good looking Labour MP.
Labour lose it by 17.8%.
Was there. It's got a name now.
Okay, I would. The thing is that I
That's
do
it,
not
Caroline
support.
Flint.
Oh, that's Caroline Flint. Caroline Flint's gone.
Flint, 15,979.
Huh. Caroline Flint has gone, Charles. You're saying? Charles? Charles Ernest Spencer, sir. I think he's playing with his...
Yes,
headphones.
it's a thing in that Don Valley. She lost that.
I don't think
Caroline
you can hear us.
Flint's gone.
Brexit
Caroline
Party
Flint's
got nearly
gone.
6,000
No, I didn't think that she would
votes, so
go.
they can't say it,
It was a possibility, but there
Aberdeen
was
South.
the other day she was
Party
polling about
votes.
7 points higher.
Good result that for the Tories. Don Valley.
Yes,
Oh, by
that's a good win
here.
for the Tories.
It's the next
yes.
constituency. Doncaster up north. Just one millipede we call him.
Charles,
Kingdale.
can you hear us? Charles, can you hear us?
2 Labour roads, one at Bristol
Charles
East,
can't hear us.
Bristol Central.
I don't
Gone
know
into
if
a
he can.
world of make-believe.
Charles!
Tories have got 170 seats
Charles!
now.
Charles!
Think
Labour
you turned into Anna
140.
Yeah,
Soubry.
you can't hear us, can you? Can't hear us.
Oh,
Can't hear us.
you want to see
It's like the bloke at the back of the bus who's having in a
See,
world of his own or something,
his name?
twiddling with his.
Wait a minute.
Ghost face now, even though
Charles!
He's just
Can't
having
hear you,
he's in
Jasper.
a show of his own. He's in a show of his own. We've got 2 shows going on simultaneously.
Conservatives old Maidenhead, Montgomeryshire.
Hark at him,
Here we go.
Charles. Charles Ernest
Charles.
Spencer,
Labour
come in,
old
number
Brent
6.
North.
Your time is up.
Let's get this Brexit done.
Well, he's got the right spirit. He's got the right heart.
Charles Ernest Spencer, can you hear me, please? Come in, loud and speak.
SNP gained Coatbridge from Labour.
I love this kind of stuff on the show.
I know.
Labour
This is
lost.
the best. These kind of
North East
silly
Lincolnshire. Oh, Great Grimsby. Now,
Go
this
on,
could
tell us
either
about
go
Great
to
Grimsby.
Tories or Brexit Party from Labour.
He's pulled his fucking mic out of his speakers, isn't he?
When Tories
Lib
from Labour,
Dems
Great Grimsby.
1070. No, Brexit Party 2,378. Expected more there.
Yeah.
Oh, a
Charles should be a
514.
horse racing commentator.
Conservative
I know.
now.
It reminds me, who was the bloke who did all the
18,150. Could be a Tory gain here. Labour now coming up.
10,891.
Just entertain yourselves. Just, you know.
Yes! Tories have won Great Grimsby.
Yeah,
you
18,001.
That's the
told us that.
fishing fleet coming back.
Twice. The fishing fleet. Quite
Conservatives
right,
own
sir.
Newark.
He says good things. He says good things. He just
Sorry, nah.
doesn't,
slap him
I
with a
don't know,
kipper.
got his
I mean,
volume
this
up
is
or
just-
whatever.
SNP gain another seat from
Olly,
the Tories up
Olly,
in Scotland.
where-
I think
where
that's
are
4 or
Charlie's
5
nursing
now
staff?
they've gained.
I blame you,
dear.
Robert.
Oh,
Talk about
Charlie,
fishing, 'cause you've got a
Charlie.
rod below
Conservatives
it.
own
Here we go.
Faversham and
can everybody see Charlie? Can everyone see him?
Yeah.
No,
I
then
could-
why
yeah.
is it
Labour
me?
own
Why is it
Salford
me?
and
There's a glare
on the
above
screen,
the
though?
glasses.
Why is it me on
Oh,
the
that's
screen?
lovely. Sorry.
I want Charlie on the screen.
I
How
can
do we
see
get
him. I've
Charlie
got him on screen.
I can see him.
Hold on.
Conservatives
How do you work
owned
this?
Orpington.
We need Jason. Jason Tyler, where are you, sir? This is your
Labour
show.
Harrow
This is your
West.
like Wake Up UK thing. Come and save us from Charles Ernest
Great
Spencer.
Grimsby gain, Conservative from Labour,
Sorry, related to that.
7,349 majority. That's a good seat, that's always
Yeah, we love it.
roughly
Conservatives
staunch Labour.
180 now to 121.
Labour owed Slough.
It's like the bloke in the corner of the pub.
65%.
Conservatives owed Romsley and Sutton.
Ollie, we've just got to wait for his colostomy bag to overflow and then.
Conservative owed Selby.
Rodders, you're wrong. This
Ainstey.
finishes at 6 in the morning. We don't wait
Service
for that.
own.
Should we just go? You know what? You know what? Let's have a break. Let's have a let just for fun. Let's have a
If
bit
we
of a
don't
break,
come off
a
the
tea
screen-
break. Go and get a drink
No,
or take
no,
a
but
pee,
listen.
and we'll just
Ollie.
leave Charles, and we'll see if he notices that we've gone.
No,
Should we do that just for fun?
We can hear each other, but if we
SNP
all get out of view of our
Falkirk,
cameras,
Conservatives
see that
own
we've gone, we
Cambridgeshire
can all hear
North
each other.
West.
Yes. Okay.
Ollie,
Let's do that.
Ollie,
Let's do
Ollie.
that. Let's do that.
So we can see that. Go out the screen of
Good plan.
Rodders,
Come
go out
on,
the
Rodders,
screen.
get off the screen, mate.
SNP Dundee East.
Go off the screen, Rodders, so we can still hear you.
There we go.
You still hear us, Rods?
Yeah. I've got you.
Yeah.
Now, he'll clock on to something in a second.
He will. He might do.
I doubt it.
Labour owed Barking. Must be Barking in there.
Maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he just doesn't. He knows that we're talking to him. He just doesn't give a stuff.
He's on about how many...
SNP owed Glasgow North West.
I like your Christmas decorations, Mark.
Yeah.
Nice to have a bit of the old crimbo and
Conservatives
whatnot.
gain Bassett
I'd like to
Law
put them on the
from
screen, but I don't know
Labour.
how.
Like I say, that was the old father of the house gone. Conservatives owed Berwickshire.
What, Ken Clark's? I'd like to
Labour
ask him the
West
question, because he was the father of the house. He resigned. He didn't, but that was his old...
Here's the results for Conservative Uxbridge, Boris Johnson.
Conservatives
Okay,
gained
I'm going to go and check out. I'm going to go and check out
Labour,
that,
was another
and I'll be back.
fantastic
And leave you in the capable
here in
hands of Charles
Yorkshire.
Ernest Spencer.
3,000
I'm calling
Lib Dems.
YA Yorkshire's Republican Army for nothing.
This is too funny for words.
25,000.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. I'm going to check out his spiel.
Boris now.
We know! You daft...
Aye, Boris has got it.
Apeth, you daft
By
apeth.
7,000.
We don't need to go any further then.
Lib Dems 3,026. The other 4 candidates, very little. Now it's Boris.
The gap at Boris Johnson there to get him out of huge attempt to mobilise some tactical votes there. But you see the Liberal Democrats for 3,000 of them, they're still stayed with Brian Allen.
25,351.
Love on in there, 25,350.
Do you know the Radio 4 when it does the ship forecasting.
Green's just over 1,000 now. Labour.
Northern Easterly 4.
18,000. So Boris is safe. Tories owed Whittam, Surrey South, Tamworth. Whoever wins Tamworth actually wins the general election. We know, obviously, it was announced that Tories going to win, but it's actual Tamworth, the place you should always look for. Tories owed Beckham and Raddenshire. Tories owed Broxtowe. Tories owed Uxbridge and Rushlips.
On the NHS, and yes, we will recruit 50,000 more nurses and 6,000 more GPs, and we will build 40 new hospitals. And I'm proud to say that one of those across the country, and one of those hospitals will be right here in Uxbridge and South Rushlips. And I'm grateful once again to the people of Uxbridge and South Rushlips for returning me to serve you. It is an absolute privilege to do this job.
Charles.
You tell him, Boris.
Charles.
Fuck, I know. It's
Conservatives old Bexley.
I reckon we should get a sign ready.
Conservatives gain Penistone and Stockbridge from Labour. That's another Yorkshire seat. Republican from Labour. Conservatives old Epsom and Ewell. Conservative old Cardiff South.
We can see you, Ollie. Ollie, we can see you hiding around the corner.
Actually, that's a point.
Labour old Ackley North. Conservatives gain Bury South from Labour. Oh, they're all rolling in.
If we are lucky enough to be returned, as the polls and the exit polls.
Agent Corbyn, you did a good job.
Agent Corbyn.
Conservatives old Sutton and Cheam.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Could be mutton and cream, couldn't it? Sutton and Cheam, mutton and cream.
Eastern Berkshire.
I blame cuts in the NHS block.
For what exactly, Boris?
Boris saying Tories being given a powerful new mandate to get Brexit done.
I blame NHS cuts for mental health care.
I don't see.
Yeah.
I see the cap on his
Tories
head.
own wave me. Glasses ain't perfect, really.
Charles. Hello.
Ahoy there. Charlie, can you hear us?
A lady standing next to Boris. Is she safe? Oh, my God. Boris is not looking at her. He's not interested in her. Surrey old Conservatives old Surrey Heath. Oh, there's a Labour Muslim ranting on from Labour. Probably saying the Muslims will soon take over. Where are we now? Oh, Joe Swinton's on now.
Yo, baby! Swinton's
the last
gone!
one in
Swinton's gone!
List
Joe
of-
Swinton has gone! Joe Swinton, who was the reason this election actually got underway, the
Labour
Brexiteer,
Brighton
the Moron in chief,
Damn
he's gone!
masses.
Joe Swinton is gone! Yes!
Conservatives 200 seats, Labour 126. Who would have thought that? Conservatives gain Rotherham Valley from Labour. Wow, that's another marvellous one. Another Yorkshire by Rotherham, that is. Rotherham and Doncaster and that.
That
Great
is
result.
the biggest result of the night. That is the biggest result of the night. Joe Swinson has
SNP game.
gone. That is so symbolic
Yeah,
for Brexit.
Swinton's lost a
Because she
seat.
wanted to turn
in
it, to
East
reverse
Dunbartonshire.
Brexit,
And
to
there
stop
she
it
was saying she's
entirely.
going to be the
And the
next
fact
Prime
that she has
Minister.
gone
What happened?
empowers our
Conservative
camp.
gain.
This is
Durham North
fantastic
West from
news.
Labour.
Fantastic
Oh, my
news.
God, it's
She
been
lost
too
by
much.
about 300
Conservatives
votes.
own.
But she has gone.
Chesham
A
and
mainstream
Ambersham.
party leader. I don't know that this has
Labour
ever
leads
happened
this.
before. Has
It's an
been
football team.
told
Here it is.
basically to bugger off because she's a remoron.
Don't have everything in life.
47.
Leave them, Joe
66.
Swinton. Oh,
Minus
never
66.
mind, love.
Labour. Joe Swinton lost.
You had a dream and it didn't come true.
Meanwhile,
Oh, it is.
back in Planet Charlie,
Conservatives old ever-effervescent.
Joe Swinton only lost, it was 19,523, and SNP was 19,672. So it was a matter of 740.
I'm sorry to
Don't
interrupt
stop.
Charles Ernest Spencer. Yeah, I am.
149 votes,
She
Ollie.
lost by 150 votes. Give or take.
149.
About 150 votes. Joe Swinson,
149, yeah.
the leader of the Liberal
Conservative
Democrat
gain
Party,
Lincoln
that
from
was the
Labour.
big hope
Ollie,
to reverse
fantastic.
Brexit, has
Gain.
gone. This is
Ollie,
an amazing, amazing
Ollie.
result. A historic result. The most important single seat of this election. Joe Swinson has gone.
Ollie, is there any way that we can mute Charlie? Charlie, can you hear us?
Is he carrying on? Leave him alone. He's doing the weather forecast.
Fuck me.
Conservatives old Mold
Yep.
Valley, Labour old
yeah, yeah.
Exeter.
I tell you what, Mark, it's like the shipping forecast.
That's what I'm on about.
Labour old
Absolutely.
Forecast,
Birmingham
Channel 4.
and
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ollie,
But
Ollie,
it's
is there any way we
forecast
can?
from Towels.
Incredible. I'll tell you what.
Ollie, is there
I
any way
can't
we
hear
can
anything
mute Charlie?
Because I think my cans may have died. I don't know. Oh, they're
Labour
back.
old
Okay.
Bedfordshire. Bedford.
That is just.
Ollie.
Charles Ernest
Conservative
Spencer,
old
man.
Wimbledon.
Get excited. Joe Swinton has gone. She's gone. She
Conservative
has
old
gone.
Devon North.
This is an
Look.
amazing result. An
Labour
incredible,
old
incredible
South.
result.
Look,
Unbelievable.
Ollie, just
I'm
Ollie,
going to have to
Ollie,
post something
Ollie,
quickly.
Ollie,
Joe
I'm gonna have to
Swinton's
post
speaking
something.
now.
Ollie, Charlie is
Labour old
just discovered
Reading.
Planet Charlie, and he's unresponsive.
Charlie needs to be turned off. I don't know how to turn him off. He's a lovely man. I adore him, but we need to turn him off. I don't know how.
I'm glad you're not a nurse, because if you said that as a nurse, you get in trouble.
Let me just put out this post quickly. That is just these. Oh, Rodders, what are your thoughts?
Well, do you know what? When you turn your back on 70,
Swinton making a speech now. You all did
Okay,
not know what
Swinton.
you were
Speech.
voting for. You did not listen to me.
Did Charles just say no one's listening to me?
Conservative old Northwest and
Did you just hear him right there, Rodders?
Hertford.
No one's listening
tell
to
you
me.
what, mate, you can't make it up. You really can't.
Charles. Hello, Charles. Hi. Hello, Jeffrey. Charles.
Conservative old
Take the flag down for
Totnes.
fuck's sake. They're surrounded us now.
Oh, Swinton lost by 149 votes. Never mind, love.
What's this? She says that she just ordered a taxi, but it hasn't turned up. Still more when we celebrating the wave of nationalism. When we celebrating the fact you're gone, you twat.
Yeah, exactly.
Conservative old Windsor. That's the Queen. Royal family voting there did that. Don't.
Chester, I would have thought that Chester would be a Conservative seat.
It's for the footballers, isn't it?
Came Conservatives old Tunbridge Wells.
Wags.
Can be warm and generous, inclusive and open, and that by working together,
with our nearest neighbours.
Labour Road, Bristol West.
Liberal Democrats will continue to stand up for these values that guide our liberal.
She's talking a lot of old crap. And I don't give a stuff about listening to any more of that because she clearly isn't going to cry, which is what I wanted to see. No, I'm joking.
That's
I'm
what
not
I
that
wanted.
cruel.
Ollie, you're a cruel man, but so am I. I want to see her cry as well.
She was choking up. She didn't do it to Theresa May. No, this is amazing, fantastic news for Brexit, for our country. This is somebody who is anti-democratic, non-representative, who doesn't care about the plebs, who is interested in party politics, who is bought by companies that want to teach children to be trans, God knows what, with God knows how many genders and all the rest of it. These are the kind of donors that she has. She has a husband who is on the EU payroll, effectively. That's what Jo Swinson is. And the fact that she's gone is a wonderful, wonderful thing for the United Kingdom, for Britain, for the UK.
Ollie, that was a lovely rant. Let's get back to humour.
No, listen, here's that stupid Kroonenberg criticising it now.
I thought that was humour. I mean, it's bloody funny! God damn it, man! Can't you see the joke? She campaigned to take... Oh, it's wonderful. How exciting. I didn't have any sleep last night.
Oh, Conservatives
I didn't
lost
actually
8
sleep last night, yeah. I have to admit, I didn't. And Charles is still... I didn't have any sleep last night because elections always get me excited. And I knew this was going to be an exceptional election with many Portillo moments. But this one, this was the prize. And we had it. We got the prize. This, Rodders, you tell me, am I underestimating the importance of this? The potential of what this symbolises for
Albans
Brexit?
when Liberal Democrats.
Well, it actually sends a message that senior politicians do not live in fortress ivory towers. They can be toppled at any point. So in actual fact, what we need is a return to
North Hike.
Oh, Charlie, come on. We need a return to vocational
Northeasterly gale, 4 miles an hour.
And if you talk a load of bollocks, guess what? When the people get the ability to speak, your job...
Labour Road's Dulwich for the Dullards. Only Dullards live in Dulwich.
What games do they play in Dulwich? What's the game they play in Harry Potter?
That's cribbage. No,
oh, sorry, not Dulwich.
Conservative old Suffolk South.
Dulwich. I think Dulwich is probably about right.
SNP gain here from Conservatives.
Well,
Dulwich.
Yeah, well, I think that's quite a lot of the House of Commons, Dulwich.
I love the humour from House of Commons, I do. That's what first got me into politics, actually. It was the humour. The spouting of the... I don't know. It's just so funny. I always find it funny. Where they took the piss politely.
Mark, just quick question.
Conservative old Derbyshire Dales. Conservative old Mansfield. That's a good one.
Charles! Fuck off, man!
Mansfield before.
Oh, Christ alive.
We love you, Charles. I'll tell you, he's going to hate this.
Is he watching ITV plus one?
I always remember that being a Tory
This is brilliant. This is brilliant comedy. I love you, Charles. You're awesome. You can come on anytime. You're like that little bloke in Benny Hill where he slaps his head. I mean...
don't know if people
because
knew
I
that
can
soon
only
as
see his
the
head. I wish you could, but I don't know how to change the case. So you don't see me. I want you to see Charles because he looks like
ice for a couple of years.
Whatever those things with the brick wall, and you've got the bald pate, a bit like mine actually, over the top of it. That's what I see from Charles because he's got his camera in such an angle that you can only see him from the nose up.
Traitors in the Tory party, in the Labour,
add to the comedy of this
being out. All the money we sent to the EU could have been spent in our country. proving our services.
sorry, I'm excited.
This sort of
I'm
thing.
excited, Charles. I love you, mate. I am excited. I am. This is incredible. This is potentially a wonderful parliament now, because we are getting rid of all of the remoron dross. All of it. Subri, Grieve, Gork, Clark quit, Burko's gone. Now this next parliament, we actually have the opportunity, potentially, a chastened parliament, one that will see this last one and go, oh my God, we don't want that to happen to us.
No,
to deliver
we
Brexit.
Part of it.
And the next stage of our campaign is to hold their feet to the fire, but it will be a lot easier than it was with that last bunch of traitors, frankly. This next parliament will not be like that. We just ideally will have a prime minister now who is Churchillian, realizes that he can take the, as Rodders so correctly says, wonderful analysis. He has the opportunity now, does Boris, to take the ball and run with it and say, talk trade or bugger off to the EU.
Exactly.
And as Rodders said, the auto workers, the winemakers in France, whatever, they want trade. They don't give a damn about these middlemen politicians. Joe Swinson, whose husband is paid by these middlemen politicians, effectively, she did. Boris doesn't need to be like that. He doesn't need to be a Jobsworth now. And we have a parliament which is potentially pure.
Results update. 226 to Conservative, 144 to Labour.
Ollie, what I find...
Conservatives are Tunbridge and Malin. Conservatives.
I said I would show a buttock if she... I'll come on to that. Go on, brothers.
But Ollie, do you know what? Isn't it funny? Over the last...
Conservatives need 100 seats to mount.
We've been analysing and discussing exactly this day.
Got that little Scottish...
Which way is it going to go, etc.
We've been doing it for a long time.
The Billy bonus,
face.
you know, the analysis of Boris, the whole bit.
Which
the national mood was going to go. And
Conservatives told chipping.
It's been a lot of fun, Ollie. And this is election night.
How do we cut off Charles?
S&P game.
Can somebody please go round and I don't know, just finish him off?
Look, phone up the nursing home and just tell them to unplug him.
We're being so awful.
I know,
Charles is our elder and we're not being respectful.
I think what we've had so far is only one Labour win from the Tories. When you think the Tories have been in, was it last 8-9 years, whatever it is, sort of thing, you would have thought, you know what I mean, Labour would have made more progress. You know what I mean? Perhaps the result.
I'm losing the will to live.
Swung the other way.
Despite the enormous excitement of 10 minutes ago, I'm going downhill fast. Charles, Spencer.
What we have is a monotone from last of the summer fucking...
Tories old Morecambe and Lonsdale.
You know what?
Chester,
when I'm his age, I
and
would like to be in this paradise unto myself, where in actual fact I can't be disturbed.
Got on at the moment. God,
I have to tell you, I wrote something. I'm going to come to that, actually. I'm going to come to that. Tell us about Burko. Tell us about Burko. He's always game for a laugh.
He'll be desperately wanting the Tories to have lost.
Probably. Yes, Charles. That's right. You see, the thing is, you can't even hear what he's saying. He's mumbling. I mean, you can pretty much hear, but it's like, I don't know, it's like your granddad. He's gone gaga in the corner at Christmas. There's always one, your great uncle or somebody dribbling down the side of his, you know. That'll be Swinson next weekend after she's probably down, I don't know, God knows how many cans of Tennants.
What? I know a fucking word you say.
What an amazing election. This is the most awesome election. Mark P. Conway, sir, and Rodders, I'm so pleased to be sharing this experience with you. Charles Ernest Spencer, slightly less so.
PM does not have a mandate to take Scotland out.
That was an hour ago there, Charles.
What a nut she is. But
Peter
then again,
Cook.
why are the Scots
Right.
voting?
What
We
right
want to get out of England, the UK. We don't want it. We want to be ruled by ourselves and join the EU.
Yes, sir. You see, he says the right things. He's just got the level wrong. You know, like he needs to turn his bloody audio up or something. Or preferably down.
Joe, you're a wanker.
They have these problems on the BBC. You never saw David bloody Dimblebottom up your whatnot sprout, did you? So with these kind of problems, like Laura's in the corner going, sorry, right. I've just got to post this quickly, and then there we go. Right, I have a confession to make. Because I made a pledge earlier that now let's see if I can find this. Here we go. Dear God, for a Swinson swan song, I promise to show a buttock live on YouTube. Be English, sir. Vote God. Yeah, so I made that pledge to God. Dear God, for a Swinson swan song, I promise to show a buttock live on YouTube. Be English, sir. And so I'm going to do that now because I honour my manifesto pledges. And I've had a bottle of wine, but only one buttock and only half a buttock. Because I'm not going to show you my ball sack.
Conservatives own Staffordshire South. Labour owns North.
Charles going to say there's a North.
Labour
North.
This is slightly surreal, yeah. This is a slightly surreal election coverage tonight. I have to tell you, but it's a slightly fucking surreal election.
Well, actually, Ollie, I've got a bit of a confession also.
Labour
I made a promise to God that if Dominic Grieve loses his seat,
Yes.
I'm going to show my knob.
You know what? Maybe not.
But he didn't.
telling me
He
you've got
didn't
a
lose
hairy
his
knob?
seat. You're going to show your knob.
Shave it.
If
Shave
Rob-
it twice a week.
You've got a hairy knob.
Do you know, it was a real problem in prison because they thought I was going out to a nightclub or something. It's like, where do you think you're going, mate?
Shaving your knob. People shave their knob.
I'll tell you, I now wish that Rob had lost. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Right. This is it. This is all you're getting. Half a cheek. Half of one cheek.
Half
There
of
you
one
go.
cheek.
There it is. All right.
You've got shit stains on your
Right.
fucking underpants, Ollie.
If I'd have to pray to God before I showed you any more. But I made that promise earlier, and
No,
22
Ollie,
people
Ollie,
will be holding me to account, and so there you go.
That's
Joe Swinson is
shit,
gone.
Ollie.
I have honoured my pledge to
He
God.
does. Don't know if you know
You
throughout the
haven't.
country,
You
and
haven't.
that, those in
I
Yorkshire,
won't lose that
Doncaster,
photograph
Barnsley,
on Facebook.
people of Sheffield,
Mad.
we call them D-Dars.
Wonderful. What
If
a
you ever
night.
work with them, when you say to them,
TV again.
we got to do this, we got to do that, I'll D-dar this, I'll D-dar that, I'll D-dar this, I'll
Oh, you
D-dar
cannot
that.
see
They never
that.
do it.
Do,
But that means they'll do it.
Da, da, da.
Their language.
Doobie, doobie,
Da, da.
Joe
Why we got
Swanson. Gone.
D-dars. Say
Swinson.
D-dar this, I'll
Wallace
D-dar that,
and
I'll
bloody
D-dar
Gromit is
this.
gone.
Never do it.
Wallace has
That's why they're
gone.
called D-dars. Conservatives old Shrewsbury. SNP gains kill.
You could set this to music. You really could.
Labour's getting a right animally.
It'd be bloody
Burkow's very
Boris,
south
nonetheless.
face on again.
Can you imagine this to a rap beat?
He's hated sitting there. He's hating it.
Not that we're excited. Right, let's take some comments. Should we take some comments? Aye. Let's see what people have. If there's anybody, I don't know. Right, good. Okay, so Miss Patriot 74, who happens to be Charlotte, I happen to know that, says that she thinks Ollie has forgotten that we're here. Armin! God bless you, man, for being here. What a historic night! Whoa! I will show you my bum cheek every time Joe Swinson is kicked out of office. So that was it. After 12 years in, what is it, East Libtardfordshire or something. Dimshire. Dimfrushire. East Dimshire. She's a dimwit. And she's a bought. Anyway, never mind. Okay, we've done that. We've
done that.
What? Who's next? Subury, when are we going to hear Broxtowe? I might show you my other cheek for that. I've not made a pledge for this. I'll have to drink another bottle of wine first. I'm not going to do that. Actually. I'm not that too much. I only did that because I made a pledge to God.
Well, do you know what? Subury is another one. And fun enough, coming back, talking about Subury, by the way, if we talk about Robin Tilbrook.
They want your knob.
What?
They want your knob.
They want my knob?
Yeah, Charlotte wants your knob.
Oh my
Charlotte
God. We haven't
says she wants your knob.
Yet.
Rodder's knob next. And Carl Jones says it might be a small pig.
A small pig?
It won't be a big turnout.
But Charlotte says, that's okay. I'll get it enlarged.
We can Photoshop it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know. Yeah. No, coming back to Robin Tilbrook, funny enough, the thing is, the bird who's campaigning for the English Democratic Party.
Subaru's constituency, yes.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? The same bitch who gave me 12 weeks custodial, Emma Arbuthnot, who's the Chief Magistrate of England and Wales.
Okay, you don't like her. All right. Well, you shouldn't. Well, we should put you away on a lot of crap.
Her husband
Go on.
Was ex-chief whip and a crook, James Arbuthnot.
Well,
anyway,
okay, hold on a sec. This is alleged, yeah. This is alleged.
Well, hang on. No, not alleged. I'm not putting you in jeopardy. Nor would I.
have to have a very detailed analysis of what's going on.
Hang on, I'll tell you. They had to hand back £40,000 of taxpayers' money in the expenses scandal, and you consider that both of them are lawyers. James Arbuthnot.
What did they have to do with it?
Sorry?
What did they have to do with the expenses scandal? And which expenses scandal?
Major. Okay, I'll give you the background. James Arbuthnot specialised as a barrister in trusts and estates, so understands fiduciary obligation to a T. He then became an MP.
Well, they're Rodders. They just said
that
on
was
TV.
Jay. Jay, call back, Jay. Call back. Because I don't know what happened there. I went to pick it up and it just disappeared. Carry on. Yes. Okay. So they were involved in some ridiculous word that I didn't understand.
Okay. James Arbuthnot qualified as a barrister, specialised in trust and estates. Hence, his expertise is in fiduciary duties. He then became an MP. He was a junior Secretary of State for Defence Procurement, where he failed miserably. He then chummed it up with William Hague, where he was then promoted to the position of Chief Whip in opposition. He subsequently,
Pontus has just said it's a good win for Boris.
Hold on, whoa, sorry, one sec. Mark, what was that?
Pontus has just tweeted that it's a big win for Boris.
Yes, he's right. Trump's just tweeted that it's a big win for Boris. Carry on. Carry on.
Rebecca says he's lost some very good, important colleagues today. We'll have to reanalyze of how we got it wrong.
Hold on. Who said that?
It's got names gone off again now.
What was the position?
Labour, it's
Yeah, they need to think.
Manchester.
They need to think.
Yeah,
They can think for as
they've
long
got
as
to
they like,
reevaluate their
as long as we
position.
get Brexit.
Mark, you've got to get it in quickly.
No,
Because
we need
Charlie's-
opposition. We need a good opposition. It's important to have a good opposition. We just
Charlie's
don't.
jaws have gone numb, which is why he stopped talking. Now we've got
Oh.
a window of opportunity.
Can you hear us? Charles, can you hear us?
I do now. I don't know why.
Charles, we haven't been able to hear us for the last hour.
Hallelujah!
I know.
Hallelujah!
I was talking to myself.
No, you weren't talking to your fucking self. You were talking to us, you just weren't hearing us.
Charles,
Oh, could
you
you hear
went
me?
off on one. I think
Yeah.
you were on acid. How many
Oh.
acid tabs did you take tonight?
We're just slating your
I hadn't had any.
out.
I was thinking, where are them lot? They're having a long tea break. I better keep everybody amused.
Can't you see us, Charles?
This is our pundit,
Can you not see us, Charles?
the Jon Snow of the team. Our very own Charles Ernest Spencer here, who's got all the
He's with us now.
swingometers and so on. Anyway,
Yeah,
good to
yeah.
have you back in the land of the living, Charles Ernest Spencer.
I'm glad I'm
Bless you,
back.
sir.
Got sick
Uh,
of
let's
talking.
just get this story out. Rodri, okay. So
You know, you're on your
this
own there, Charles.
this
You're
woman,
not the only one, Charlie.
You know. Just go.
this
go
is
on
so
the tipping
surreal.
forecast
What a
there,
surreal
Charles.
election. So this Arbuthnot character.
Arbuthnot, James Arbuthnot. Anyway, his wife is the Chief Magistrate of England and Wales, and they were forced to return £40,000 to the Exchequer, which they extracted on expenses to have their swimming pool cleaned, which apparently is part of an expense for an MP. Anyway, this is the woman who sentenced me to 12 weeks custodial over the Gina Miller affair, and she subsequently prevented because she the woman who called, I can't remember what she's called, but she is a political candidate running as an MP for Anne Soubry's constituency. She's the one who called Anne Soubry a traitor and someone who's committed treason.
Which
Emma
is,
Arbuthnot.
I would say, arguably accurate.
Well, Emma Arbuthnot, the moron, who's a libertard par extraordinaire, I mean, on steroids, as part of the bail condition, pre-sentence, which I think takes place on December the 18th or the 19th, said that this parliamentary candidate cannot mention the name Anne Soubry in public, and she's not allowed to campaign in the constituency that she's going for. Now, sorry if I've got something wrong, or I'm being rather sort of right-wing or gothic about this, but to have a member of the judiciary come up with a judgment like that, I find absolutely astonishing. I mean, put my judgment to one side, but this is just absolute nonsense.
Leave over here and just look at that.
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about God and thanking Him.
And your buttocks.
In my mind for delivering Joe Swinson's defeat. But no. So this woman who was running as an English Democrat
Is
against
running.
Anna Soubry, who was running as a traitor, effectively in Broxtowe, was told by this judge, you're not ordered by this judge,
ordered as part of your bail condition.
that she could not mention her name, and
Yep.
yet she was her opponent, and also that she was not allowed to set foot in the constituency for which she was contesting. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And if you go to my Facebook page, and of course you're a Facebook friend, I've posted all the details of the judgment.
There are 3 seats here.
And there you've got a politicization of our judiciary, which is one of the things I have lost complete faith in this country, which in actual fact, our country used to be very, very, you know, we're meant to be the shining light, the northern star for the globe in respect of adjudication and precipe of law, jurisprudence. and this is a judgment which has not been advertised by the media. Olly, you're not doing your job.
What? Who's not doing their job?
You.
Me? Why?
Because you haven't publicised and advertised this cantankerous.
I did. I wrote a post about it. Oh, I
didn't see it. No,
yeah. Because I got an email from Robin Tilbrook, who had put this on his website and sent the email to me. We discussed that as well. You mentioned it to me as well. And I was late. He sent that to me, and I didn't put it out for a few days or what have you because I had my head in the clouds or something. But yes, no, I did, and it's an amazing story. It's an incredible story. Hold on a sec. We've got Jay popped in. Jay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Ollie.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Long time. I can't talk loud because my wife and kids are in bed, but just wanted to say that nobody can actually hear what you're saying. You sounded crackly and poppy.
Oh, really? Oh,
Everyone else is fine. Rodders is fine. And he didn't finish his bloody story about Westminster. He keeps getting cut off. Remember the story about the Westminster voting? He didn't finish it, Roddy. Or Rodders, sorry.
Hold on a sec. Let me just do something here. There we go. This should sort. Okay.
Yeah, if you disable it in a real language.
Is that less crackly?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I apologise for that. I needed to reboot the sound card. I don't know why. I built this machine thing, and I clearly buggered it up. Anyway, Jay, what are your thoughts on what you've witnessed this evening? Morning?
I think it's fantastic. We're kicking out all the Remainers, all the people who've been stopping Brexit for the last 3 years. So it's a good night. Yeah, it was especially funny to see Swinson lose her position. And for what, 149 votes. So yeah, it's interesting.
What a night, huh? What a night. Do you trust Boris now to... I mean, do you, the thing is that now...
Tories? No, I don't trust the Tories, but what choice have we got?
He could now become Chichilian, couldn't he? He's got the mandate to become Chichilian. No?
Well, yeah, exactly. He's got no one can stop him now, so we basically gave him a lot of power, and we're going to have to trust him with it. I mean, before he had to go through the ERG and everything, but now he doesn't have to do that. So it's risky, but I don't see what choice we've got if we want to get Brexit sorted.
Oh dear! People didn't like my buttock. I'm just looking at the Wake Up UK VIP chat room, and I apologise for that. The other one was more spotty, which is why I showed you the one I showed you. So, Joe Swinson...
Are you talking about your arse cheek now, yeah?
Yes, I'm talking out of both cheeks. We're talking of which, Joe Swinson, who is a regular couple of cheeks, I don't know. What's your highlight of the night?
I thought that was great. I mean, it's not often you see a leader losing the seat in her own constituency, is it?
Does anybody here know if that has ever happened before?
I don't think it has.
No, I don't.
Well, not in my lifetime anyway, but I don't think it has, and that's why it's going to look particularly bad for the Lib Dems.
It's amazing.
Because it shows that their message, bollocks to Brexit, wasn't exactly what everyone wanted to hear.
That's right. That's right. You know what? My God, the country is more united behind Brexit than I had dared imagine, as it turns out.
That's
it
great.
Seems to me.
Yeah, we made the decision in 2016. They ignored us for 3 years, and this has just enforced it now. So you can't have the MPs saying, "Oh, the public wants to remain." Majority of the public wants to remain, and then the media say the same thing because it's bollocks. It's clear we all want to leave.
Charles. Yes. Charles, wake up, sir.
Is Charles still sleeping? I've never known anyone to.
He's having a snooze in the corner.
Never known anyone sleep on politics.
I so wish I could put Charles on camera. I don't know why I can't. I don't know, this camera business on this Zoom application, whatnot, is I need to work out how to work it if Jason's not here to do the thing. Charles, what are your thoughts? Please come into this conversation with Jay and hopefully these other guys, and I'll shut up a bit. What are your thoughts of what you've seen? What's been your highlight, sir?
Is Rodders still on?
Rodders? I think he's gone and taken a pee.
Ah.
He'll be back. He's a stalwart. Mark? He's probably, I don't know, getting ticked off by the wife. Can you hear me, Charles? I can see him there. He can hear me. He can hear me. But I can't hear you now. He's sticking his tongue out. Charles, you're lovely, mate. Charles Ernest Spencer, you have been the comedy turn of the night, and you do not know it. You'll have to listen back to this broadcast. You really will, because we've been taking the piss out of you, something rotten, because you couldn't hear us, and you were giving us all the results, which was wonderful, and you did exactly what we needed. We wanted those results, but every now and then we wanted to say something or ask you a question or have a conversation or what have you, and we would just have this bloke in the corner of the pub who was, sort of mumbling and maybe dribbling a bit and just just doing and living in a world of his own.
Charles brought the chaos.
Charles Ernest Spencer, you were Mr. Chaos tonight. God bless you, sir. God bless you. And now he can't reply. I don't know why, because his microphone. I mean, what is it with people in this community? I've done about 350 daily Brexits and daily chaoses, and nobody knows how to use the bloody tech, including me, by the way, pretty much. But I mean, technophobes, the lot. We have to understand technology because we need to get the message out. I'm very happy to try and help people with this because I do know a bit about some of this stuff, and it's important. We have to get the message out. But anyway, that's another story. It's a bit boring and all the rest of it. But Charles, why can we not hear you?
Because he's not sleep politicking.
I've got sleep deprivation. I didn't sleep last night, Jay. I get really excited with elections. I wouldn't be a good pundit.
I do as well, and my wife thinks I'm weird. she's gonna say tonight, why have you been up till 5 o'clock in the morning? And I'd say, because I mean, for me, it's like a football match, and it's really, really like Rodders was saying, it's like the Grand National, but in slow motion.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. He did, and it was a beautiful analogy that because they all fall at that. What's the dodgy
the hurdle
something Dagger's Dyke or something, and they all fall.
I'm not sure what it's called. I mean, I do watch Grand Nationals, but I'm not a big horse rider.
It's not something. That's a good analogy. It is like.
I'm sure Rod's back now, isn't he?
I might have cut them off when I pulled you in. I don't know. I've got no idea. I don't know where they are.
I'm sure I just saw him on the screen then.
I should be able to find him. Hold on. Let's see if I can find him.
There he is.
Well, there we go. We've got him. We've got him. Where did you go, you two?
No, we've been on the whole bloody time.
Can't hear you now. Can't hear any of you.
Yeah, I can't hear any of them either.
Maybe nobody can hear any of us at all.
Let's see if.
Oh, dear.
Wait, you can hear him on the stream, but you can't hear him on the phone.
Okay.
Skype.
Cat 99. God bless you. I knew from the first message I saw you type out earlier that I was going to like you. And she says, we can hear him, referring, I think, to Charles. Why can't Ollie? Chaos yet again. You catch on quick. I don't know, Kat, if you ever checked out any of the stuff that I did.
Check the 6 Hour Show. That was a funny one.
But it's good to know you. I know, because people have got different names on this thing, haven't they? It's like Charlotte's got, I don't know, some weirdo name, and everybody's got weirdo names. On different platforms, people have different names. So it's so bloody confusing to keep up. You, Jay, what are you? You're under something or other. Undercarriage.
Joe Block. I was banned from Facebook, wasn't I? So
you're Joe Block.
With Joe Block.
And you're underline, no?
Underline.
On Discus.
I'm on Skype.
Yeah, but you're on all sorts of things.
All sorts of things, yeah. Well, I'm a tech guy. I do websites, so I'm on all of them. I'm on Telegram as well. That's the best one.
Maybe you should finish mine. I've been building a website for so long.
I did buy the domain, didn't I? So you know, you
are Joe Bloggs that bought my domain. He bought my domain, dailychaos.news, which is almost ready. Almost ready.
You need to update that splash you've got on it. Or I'm not sure what's on there now. Let's have a look.
It's probably don't look. It'll probably show you an Nginx page or something, or an Apache like 501. You know, this guy is a moron who doesn't know how to do anything with a web server, despite the fact that he builds them for a living, which is what I actually do. But it's like a builder with his own place. It always set up a park. Their own place. They do great jobs elsewhere, but their own places. Hey?
You need to set up a park page, and that way you can just do your work, and everyone else will see. I don't know, a daily chaos screenshot, if that's what you want to use. Called Parks page.
The thing is, I just love writing. That's what I love. And so I just, when I've got some time and, you know, I go read whatever, see what's going on and spew it out. And the coding, I enjoy coding actually, but nothing like as much as I enjoy writing. And what is going on is just what a time we are living in. It's so incredible, so exciting, and how
I love coding, but I have to be in the mood, you know.
So what kind of, are you a WordPress pro or a Drupal, or do you write pure code or what?
Pure PHP.
PHP. You're bright.
And SQL and HTML and CSS.
Well, those are relatively, you know.
And JavaScript.
PHP. Okay, he's bright. Yeah.
All those things that make a website, basically. Because the other ones are just content management systems, aren't they? WordPress is a CMS.
They are. They're good fun, though. Except they always break. And the plugins are always too heavy. And caching the bastards is a nightmare.
Exactly. It's like CMS. I don't do CMS. I build it from scratch.
Do you? He's a hero.
No, it's a hobby. You know, I learned HTML when I was in college, and I decided if I'm going to make money online, I'm going to have to learn how to build websites. So I taught myself PHP. And I think it's 9 hours to learn.
Oh, come on. It takes a bit longer than 9 hours to learn PHP.
No, 9 hours to learn, but I spent 2 years debugging scripts before I actually started building my own.
It takes a lot longer than 9 hours to learn PHP.
No, I got the basics in 9 hours.
You bastard. I've been writing PHP for about 10 to 15 years, and I still don't know what the bloody hell I'm doing with it.
That's the problem. If you stop doing it for a while, you forget about it. You forget how to do it.
That's true. But nonetheless, you're still a bastard. Okay, we've got somebody else calling in. Let me see if I can add this person to this existing call, but I don't know that I can, and it's gone anyway. Oh no, hold on. Okay, now we've got Rodri here wondering what's going on with the sound. I don't know what's going on with the sound. I've pressed something. Where's Jason? Jason Tyler, this is your bloody site show. I'm only here. We're here. All of us are here. But you're supposed to be managing the... Now we're getting all that.
Ollie, you managed to cut everyone off the sound.
I don't know how. I've no idea what I did. That's the problem. If I did know what I did, I would correct it. Jay, are you still there? We just cut Jay off. And now he's gone. The Viscount's gone. This is what happens. This is the kind of thing that happens on all of my shows. Right, I'm going to take some comments just briefly, and then I'm going to... Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take a break. It's 5:30 in the morning. I think we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to put on some music to keep everybody amused. And whilst that's going on, I'm going to try and get these guys... Via a P, I'm going to try and get these guys back, yeah? But first of all, I'm going to take some comments because I've been neglecting the comments and everybody else here has been neglecting the comments. And Jason has been neglecting all of us. And I'm going to have words with them about that. Because you know what? If you can't be excited when you've got a site called Wake Up UK and the UK is waking up right now tonight, for crying out loud, what kind of a moron are you, Jason Tyler? Aye. Okay. Right. Hold on. Let's take some comments. Joe Blogs. Well, that was him, wasn't it, Jay? The MP who drops a fork intentionally in a restaurant then looks disgusted when someone doesn't come over and pick it up for him. It's obviously, I don't know, alluding to some kind of maybe they killed a fellow MP and cut him up and buried him or something in a restaurant. Goodfellas type MPs. The kind of thing that you haven't seen in the Parliament of the UK since 1982. I don't know. Maybe something else. Dennis Skinner is another legend, says Phantom. Phantom, another person who I would be interested to know his real name.
Is that telling at you?
Hold on.
Pardon?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. I can hear you. Mark, I could just hear you. I didn't do anything. I did nothing. And we've got Jay calling in. Jay,
You put me on hold.
Put him on hold. I didn't put you on hold. Skype put you on hold. I didn't do a thing. I didn't even press anything, but the Viscount came on, and you disappeared. Now, can we still hear Charles Ernest Spencer? For once, I miss your results analysis, sir. Can I hear you?
I can't hear them because I think they're using Zoom and we're using Skype.
So, you can't use Zoom and Skype at the same time, but you called.
I called, but I can only hear me and you. I can't hear anyone else.
When did I stop being able to hear them? Was it when you called in? Yes.
When I phoned you up,
so it's
the only problem was your mic.
Your fault,
that was the only problem.
Jay.
Everyone could hear everyone else, but your
my
mic was
show.
the problem.
It's not my show, actually. It's not my show. It's Jason Tyler's show, and he's not here.
According to the chat, he's still online.
Is he? So where is he? What's he doing? Watching porn or something?
Or maybe he left his computer.
Useless. Right. Okay. Well, look, Jay, would you do me a favour? Would you please call on Zoom? Because then we can all talk together on Zoom. Have you got the link? Do you need a link?
How to do it?
Right. I'll give you a link. Just a sec. Hold on. I
I
apologise. I didn't have any sleep last night. And I haven't had any sleep tonight. And therefore, I'm a little bit hyper. Plus, Joe Swinson lost. And I had a pledge with God. And Chukaramuna's gone. And all the rest of these... Jay, who else has gone? Because I haven't... the BBC cut me off. They reckoned I couldn't watch their stuff because I'm not paying my license fee. And you're welcome to sue me. So who else has gone of these remorons?
I don't know who else has gone. See, the BBC is showing something different to ITV, so I always watch the BBC.
Right, I'm going to get you on Zoom. We all need to be talking together. We've got to sort this out. How do we sort this out? I've got to...
report that Chuka has gone on BBC.
I know what to do. Okay, I know what to do. Oh, bloody hell. I'll tell you what, life is complicated. Life is complicated. And then you die. And it probably gets easier then. But in the meantime, it's all a bit of a cock-up. And that's basically what life is, isn't it? It's organised chaos. Auto ab KO.
It's all over. Yeah.
And then it's all over. But it's all fun. And I don't know. Are you spiritual, Jason, or do you just think it's all a lot of old toss?
Half and half, I think, at the moment.
Half and half. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't know, in other words. You're not sure.
I don't know. I think all this information that I found out about this opposing argument with elites being obsessed with Satanism, I think it's just, I think it's there to scare people.
They're weird, aren't they? They're weird. Do you think that they believe that? You think that maybe they use that Aleister Crowley stuff just to scare people?
Yeah, I think like Bohemian Grove, I think they just use that just
Really?
to actually get people scared, you know, what they might be capable of.
Or they just want an orgy.
Or that as well, yeah. Or an eyes wide shut, yeah, they could do that.
Bit of that. Why not? I mean,
But when it comes to that kind of...
if that's your thing.
like Hillary Clinton, for example, the snuff video that was supposed to be sent to New York police, and they said that people were throwing up watching it. We never saw that. We never even heard anything about it.
I've never heard anything about a Bill Clinton endorsed or engaged or whatever acting in or whatever snuff video. I've never heard anything like that.
No, Hillary Clinton, apparently what she did was she took the face, wore the face of a child or something like that in a snuff video. And there's a lot of videos on YouTube saying, I've watched it and it's horrible, but they wouldn't show us it. They just said they'd watched it.
They're a weird lot. They're a weird lot. I mean, all that Pizzagate stuff, they're a weird. Look, okay, let's get everybody in this. So I have sent you a message in the VIP members chat room where you are logged in as Joe Blogs. Yeah?
Yeah, but can people hear me now?
Yes, I think so. I bloody hope so. Because otherwise I'm going to sound like such a twat. Which is
well, I can't go off on a tangent here. I'm not talking about the election. I'm talking about something else.
Can you?
We're talking about the rabbit hole.
Well, yeah. Can you see the link? Zoom.
Wait.
Have you ever used Zoom? You're bright. You'll work this out. Basically, you click on that link, and what it will do is it will offer you to download the application, which you need to install on your PC or whatever device you're using. And you're using a phone, aren't you?
Can I install it on an Android phone?
Good question. Go to the link, and it probably will give you the choice for your device, because they tend to do that, don't they? Because the software is written by people like you as opposed to people like me. And therefore, you can then go into that and download it and open it and try it now.
Yeah, I've clicked the link. It's sending me to a PC download.
Oh. And do you not have a PC? You've only got the phone?
Well, I've got a PC, but I haven't got a microphone for it. I'm calling you on a phone.
It's good audio, mate, I have to say. Good audio.
Yeah, it should be, because, well, I'll do it through Wi-Fi on my phone. I haven't got a microphone set up on my computer. It's a nightmare.
Oh.
I mean, you'd think Tiger Beach would actually be easy to set up, but it's...
Tiger Beach? What on earth is Tiger Beach? Is that like Bohemian Grove?
It's like a Sennheiser.
Sennheiser, a microphone type thing.
Yeah, and it's a pain in the ass to set up.
Right.
And also, every time you use that one, you could always say, you always said you could hear me again, even when I wasn't speaking.
You see, I want to carry on talking to you, but I also don't want to neglect Mark Connelly, Viscount St Davids, and particularly Charles Ernest Spencer.
Isn't Viscount St Davids, isn't he on Skype as well?
He probably is.
Conference call.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I don't know. He tried calling, and the idea, the very thought of trying to get Charles Ernest Spencer to use a different application fills me with horror.
You might have to cut him off for now. He'll come back if he wakes up and realises he's not on.
He's here. He's awake. He's completely... I thought, actually, he was beginning to decompose earlier. But no, he is absolutely 100% with us. I can see that. And Mark Conway as well has stopped being chastised by his wife for being too noisy and waking up the kids, and is with us too and shaking his head. And I can't show you him shaking his head because I don't know how to do that because Jason Tyler isn't here.
Yeah, you've got me in the top right picture at the moment.
I know, but I want full. You know what? I would like this to be a.
I thought you could on Skype. You used to be able to set up conferences for people who just called in.
But I'm not using my system here. This is a Wake Up UK gig. I'm absconding. I'm just. I don't know what happened really, but anyway. And in the meantime, you know what? Super is probably getting kicked out, and we're not covering it because we're talking about Hillary Clinton's peccadillos with I don't know baby's blood, which is great. But we need to get these other people in. So you need to somehow get that app. There must be. There is.
I'm looking for an application for Zoom now.
Yeah, exactly. Zoom app or Zoom VoIP app.
I've got one that says Zoom Cloud Meeting. Is that it?
Yes, that's it. Get that.
I'll install that now.
He reckons he's bright. PHP my arse. He probably writes, I don't know, Pigeon English. I don't know.
Who?
Tech is a pain in the arse. Unless you're a technician.
Right, I've installed it onto my phone.
It's a conversation point, but it gets a bit dull. You know, I'm not blaming you, Jay. I'm not blaming you. I'm just making a point. I'm just showing a little bit of frustration here.
Did you hear that Cons took Kensington from Labour?
We have Cons took where?
Kensington,
yes. Yes, I think we had that result about an hour ago or two.
Was it got a majority of 150?
Mark
so it's
Conway
close.
is sticking fingers up at me.
Brexit didn't make many get-ins on that one.
I tell you, these guys are very patient. Mark, Charles, Rodders, you are very patient people. I appreciate that. Because I would like to be talking with you, particularly with Charles. I'd like some more results.
Let me just check to see if that's on my phone.
And this J bloke, he's lovely. I've known. How long have we known each other now? About 2.5 years. 3. Never knew his name. Always different names or whatever. And he's Joe Blogs. I know somebody else who's Fred Blogs. Somebody else who's.
I'm almost there. Hold on.
Different names.
6 weeks.
It's all very confusing when people don't use their real names. I mean, Jay is your real name, isn't it?
6. Hold on.
It's far more convenient when people use their real names in social media. I just want to make that point. I understand why people want to be anonymous. I do understand that. I do, because I was anonymous for many years until about, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, and then I thought, you know what, I can't be asked to be anonymous anymore. I'm just going to come out of the closet and say, this is what I think. We're all buggered, and we better bloody well think about it and work it out. And I figured that at that stage, and I also was encouraged by the number of other people that there was a while ago with activists, when they were anonymous, and more. And more recently, people just said, you know what, there's enough of us. And so I came out. And that was talking about more conspiratorial stuff as opposed to the political stuff where basically I just insult politicians now and tell them they're war criminals. But they are. And so what are they going to do? Is Tony Blair going to take me to court? Yeah, do it, mate. It'll be fantastic. It'll be very interesting. As long as it's not a, secret court type thing. Crown Chamber or some nonsense. You know, then you're buggered if you've got a secret court, haven't you? As they did with, like, you know, some people that we know, yeah. Melanie Shaw. But yeah, it's good to get out there and right. So where's he gone? He has gone. I think he's gone, which means that I should be able to hear these other guys.
No.
Mark,
Can you hear me?
yes,
You can,
Can you
hear
hear
me.
me?
yes, I can, Charles.
Right. So each time, have you got Jay on now?
He is working it out. He
Right. Let me
dropped
tell
the
you what the
Skype
problem is,
call,
Ollie. Let me tell you what the problem is.
which is why I can hear you. Yes. What is
I'll tell you
it?
what the problem is. Right. Each time Jay phones you, right, the resources automatically go to the default setting of what he's phoning you on, and what you.
But how do I
answer on.
change that?
You can't unless you unless you have two fucking sound cards. You need two sound cards for it.
I do have a mixer, actually. I should be able to do this.
I don't think
but
will be sufficient unless it's got multiple fucking sound cards, Ollie. But we've been sitting here.
no, not
like,
necessarily.
exactly,
Yes, I understand the logic is correct, but
We can hear you, Ollie.
yes. Let me just change.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. There
What are
we
you doing
go.
now?
There we go.
Hear
The
that,
battery,
Ollie?
the battery ran out, just to confuse me even more. You know, you really can be a bastard, actually. I mean, I'm grateful about Joe Swinson, but the fact is that you're a tricky old bastard, and that's all right. But
Ollie,
yes, right.
future reference. Look at me.
I can see
If you see me putting them up finger, I can't hear you. Look,
you can't
you
hear
hear
me. You can't. Yes,
if I'm
we
putting
got,
my finger, I can't hear you.
you can't hear me.
Hello.
You can't
I can
hear me.
now. Yeah.
You can't hear me. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
But you can't hear me.
I can now. Yes.
I can hear you.
Thank you,
I
Charles.
can hear you.
Since you took the equalizer there on the screen, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Jay, you're here, aren't you?
No.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
you're still here?
Yes. Yes. Right. I'm going to get Rodri back because he's buggered off because he's so I'm going to call him back and say we've worked it out. If you'd like to join us again. So just bear with me while I do this, and I'll do this on this phone, which will work using the WhatsApp thing. And then we will finally get into the last leg of this evening, which
Ollie,
morning.
Just cheer you up, matey. Anna Soubry's lost her seat.
Soubry's lost her seat. Soubry has lost her seat.
Been a pretty good night.
And so has Dominic Grieve. God, thank you.
Yes, done.
Fuck the tech. Thank you. Rodri, would you please call back on Zoom? Get back on Zoom because we've worked out the technical problems and it was all Jay's fault.
It wasn't my fault at all. Don't blame it on me.
He must be a Remainer.
Oh, no, Remain. All right.
Well, you remain
Well, look,
here.
I'm going to leave you to do that whilst Mark and Charles explain what happened with Subri because I need to take a pee. And I have needed to throughout this entire technical misdemeanor. And so we're going to do that. So just sort yourself out and get back and we'll finish off this fucking election. All right?
Conservatives just won Devon East.
Well, it's no good you telling me. They want to know. Good. Get on bloody Zoom, you old bastard. Thank you.
Conservatives need
Good.
15 seats.
Good. Okay, excellent. That's him sorted. That's him sorted. I'll tell you what.
14
Right,
seats.
Mark, what's going on? I'm going to take a pee. Please explain to everybody. Charles, Mark, please explain what's going on, and then when I come back, you can repeat everything to bore them senseless, so that you tell me as well. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. I need a pee.
Easterly winds are blowing westward at 4 miles an hour. Strong.
Christ, the Tories hammered them in Devon East. Oh no, Independent got 25,000.
The results so far are 313 Conservatives, 193 Labour. That's 13 more seats required before Conservative win the general election. Anna Soubry's lost her seat. Joe Swinton's lost her seat. Jeremy Corbyn can't find his fucking seat, and Diane Abbott reckons she sold it.
That sums it up.
The Green Party refused to have a seat. Greta Thunberg wants to know who made the seat. European Union wants to sell us a seat. And Russia wants to blow a seat up.
Gents,
I heard Putin won the election. He got 110%.
Guys, am I on?
You are.
Yes, you're on.
Hello, Jack. We can hear you full storm now. Ollie's gone to strain the spuds.
Yeah. Well, how about that? Anne Soubry is out. So's Dominic Grieve.
We've got rid of a load of filth, haven't we? And we haven't even used no bog roll.
It's been a good night.
What a tremendous night. And apparently Trump has also congratulated, in the meantime, Boris on the win before it's actually formally announced.
Yeah, Jason's with us as well, Rods.
I can't see him.
No, not
I know
Jason.
you can't see him. Jay don't like to be on video. He's just rather be there on voice.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Joe Blogs, not Jason. Well, whatever. You know.
Oh.
Joe Blog on Facebook, but I got banned. So.
Even though his face comes up each time Ollie answers.
Yeah, Robbie, you were talking about Westminster before we, when you said you were peer of the realm and you weren't allowed to vote. What happened? Did you actually get to vote in the end?
Oh, well, the answer is yes. I mean, I was ready to flare up and spark off, and I'd taken my passport with me, and when the bloke said, "Well, actually, you've been crossed off the list," I said, "Why?" He said, "Are you a sitting peer?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Oh, well, I'd better phone HQ." And actually, he was remarkably helpful, very friendly, but
it's prim and proper like the Westminster type. So
yeah. And came straight back and said, "Many apologies, my lord. My wife was number 10 on the list, and I was number 11. And my terrible admission, now that Ollie's out of the room, is I made him an accessory to a crime that I knew I was going to commit." Oh God, Ollie's back. Shit.
You know what? You know who's having a go on the telly at the moment? Gina fucking Miller. She's on there moaning, saying, "Oh, we went all around the country and they wouldn't tactical vote because they didn't like Jeremy Corbyn, but it worked for the other side. It worked for the other side. Their tactical vote, they just all voted Tory, love. They all voted Tory. That wasn't really a tactical vote, actually. They just voted Tory. And fuck you!"
I never understood Gina Miller because she's a millionaire and she crowdfunds for a court case that was going to be thrown out.
Well, you've got to understand that Gina Miller used to be a high-class hooker, which is how she got
No, hold on. Whoa.
I'm deadly serious.
Where do you get that information? This is allegedly, yeah? This is allegedly.
Right, I'll tell you from one of her clients who's happy to testify in that if challenged.
Well, I'm not sure that I want that challenge.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about if I'm challenged. And don't forget, I've got.
We'd all get challenged, mate.
On a restraining order. Okay, let's look at her career. Her father was the Attorney General.
This may not be accurate. Yeah, I do not know.
I'll give you the public facts if you want to go online. Her father was the Attorney General of Guyana on a salary of $25,000 a year.
This show's going downhill. It's going downhill.
He was investigated.
We're all going to get banged up. We're all going to Belmarsh. That's it. We're all going down. The Viscount's taking us all down. Charles Ernest Spencer. I'm sorry, sir. We're all going down. I apologise.
I'm tuned up with you. I'm not getting tuned up with Ollie.
We're going to get banged in the same cell, and that's it.
No, let's just say allegedly. We got deniability then.
How can you verify this information that Gina Miller used to be a hooker?
Well,
this is satirical. The satirical stage of the show.
The satirical stage.
For the legalese down the road, yeah, when we get sued.
Okay. As a satirical statement, she's a woman for hire, depending on which way her ambition takes her.
That's not the same as being somebody who's selling your body necessarily, but you're.
Well, it depends on your interpretation of what a hooker is.
Well, a politician normally as a prostitute. I don't know.
Because of the politicians.
Now, hang on. Let's be very clear. She and I'll come back to the facts. She was schooled. She was schooled at Rodine, which is a public school in Britain.
Very posh. Yeah.
Which her father in no way could afford on his governmental salary, and he had no other obvious source of income. That is a matter of fact, because he was investigated on numerous occasions because he was the Attorney General in Guyana.
Right.
She then failed to take. She attempted to train as to do a degree in law at the University, I think, of East London or something, and she failed to complete. Didn't turn up to the final exams. So she never qualified as a lawyer. Okay. She then went on and did complete some kind of certificate in marketing studies. And she then claimed to have been the head of marketing for BMW. Lie. What she actually did was make sandwiches and cups of tea at a branch of BMW somewhere in West London.
I don't have any concerns legally here, but how do you know that
you
she was
you shouldn't do, because this is all verifiable. Her third husband.
Did she make a good cup of tea?
Alan Miller.
Did she make a good cup of tea?
Miller, hang on a sec.
Good bro.
It's Alan Miller, who is
good
a
at tea bagging. A bit of tea. Sorry, carry on.
Right.
Carry
well,
on.
She's done the sandwich making. She's qualified in that, so she can make a decent sarnie, I presume.
All right.
I've never had one.
Good.
And she then teams up with Alan Miller. Alan Miller is the hedge fund guy from Star Investment Management that was bought by West LB Bank. And on their website, she claimed to be a qualified lawyer. That was an absolute lie, which I pointed out to the FCA, which is the Financial Conduct Authority, and asked them to investigate.
Right. Right.
because she never qualified as a lawyer. And when you're a director of a fund management company seeking incoming investment and you lie about your qualifications, that's a very, very serious.
Yeah, sure.
It's
You're
misconduct.
dealing with a lot of money and stuff.
The FCA didn't take it up, and I intend to pursue them. Now that Boris has his majority, I intend to pursue it very much further.
Do you?
Because
really?
Yeah.
This lady has annoyed you.
It's not as though I've got a vendetta.
Service is not rendered, as it is.
Difficult. I am half Chilean.
I'd say you're biased.
Now, the point being is that she then lied in her defense, and she blamed the website portraying her as a qualified lawyer, which she was not. And there were only 2 directors at the time, herself and her husband. She blamed it on the website designer. So Olly,
Jay's useless. He is
it's
nightmare.
all your fault.
Never let him call you.
You're going to be sued by Alan Miller for having misportrayed his wife, who's clearly innocent, having claimed that she practiced law. And when she describes herself as a businesswoman, well, it depends on your definition and description of businesswoman.
Yeah.
One seat for Tories to be the winners.
Sorry?
One more seat for the Tories to be the winners.
Really?
325.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was 326.
You know what? We actually
should need one more.
We should go back to the election. Rodri, get through this quickly, and then we can laugh about Anna Soubry. Please, come on.
Okay, let's laugh about Anna
Was Anna
Soubry
Soubry a prostitute? Well, they didn't hang out and have the same flat like that Pretty Woman film or something.
Oh,
no. Forget that. I didn't say that.
Tories have won.
Yeah, well, she is in a way, isn't she? Because she works for George Soros. Allegedly. There you go.
Prostitutes, political prostitutes.
Political prostitute.
Okay. So, right.
And Dominic Grieve has lost his seat.
So you're basically saying that Gina Miller is a controlled... basically she is paid. She is a paid disruptor. She is an important piece. Not more important, if you like, than a pawn. We're the pawns, if you like. She's a relatively important piece to disrupt Brexit and stop it. And that's basically, you're suggesting, are you not, that she actually has, she's basically been recruited to do this, as opposed to it being a genuine...
She's a self-important first-generation immigrant, which is what I said in court. That's part of the court record. So I repeat it from the court record.
They gave you 12 weeks, just thinking what we can expect. How does that sound, Charles?
And in terms of her backers, you've got that ghastly man, that bloody Hungarian George Soros.
Yeah.
And you've got that grinning baboon, Richard Branson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who has poured money into the Ramon Remoron campaign.
That's right.
And you got Gina Miller, and she just likes living up to it. She's never achieved anything in her life except marrying on the 3rd time round a hedge fund manager. And if you see Alan Miller, who scurries around like a sort of syphilitic crab.
Hey, what? Yvette Cooper?
Yvette Cooper's just been on. She said she's blaming Boris Johnson that the votes have gone terribly wrong because people have got a bad opinion about Jeremy Corbyn rather than Boris Johnson. Although the Brexit is an issue, but she doesn't put it down to that. She puts it down to people have kind of been hoodwinked as to why Boris is for Boris.
She's such a nasty piece of work. She is like Gina Miller.
But
she hasn't ruled out Corbyn and they blame the Russians.
I thought you said she was gone, not on.
Yeah, I was hoping she was the answer. I can see her on BBC now, but it doesn't say that she's gone. That's a shame.
That would be nice. No, she's got too much of a... They are morons in her constituency because they voted for Brexit by quite a big chalk, I think. And
she's only put the Cooper Amendment out.
Exactly, Jay. Yes, Cooper Amendment. She was responsible for that. She is as bad as Subri, and it would have. But her constituents
to fucking roll.
Was
moron.
Stephen Dorrell a
Moron.
jumper from Tories?
Silly
Stephen
people.
Dorrell to the Lib Dems.
Can't remember actually.
The name's
No.
familiar.
I don't know.
3
I
more
don't know.
seats and they've done it.
Anyway, Tories won in Buckingham anyway, even if he were a jumper.
Hey, Rodders, you know about the parliamentary procedure. Is it legal for someone to vote when they're under house arrest and a convicted criminal?
Well, now that's an interesting one.
What about that bird with the Peckham bracelet?
Well,
Who
do
voted?
you know what? Well, in actual fact, we've had this on a previous show.
We did.
Ollie.
Burko allowed it.
There are three
Her son was a coke dealer too, in the Commons
Okay,
or something.
Ollie, you've asked the question. It was clarified for me today when I was refused my ballot paper, which after a telephone call from the chap at St Peter's Church in Eaton Square.
Yeah,
he said if you're a serving peer, because whilst Parliament is dissolved, the House of Lords never is. The House of Lords is not dissolved; it sits permanently.
Does it?
Interesting. Is that the permanent government?
And and so it was. I had it was the Riot Act read out to me. The categories of people who are not allowed to vote are convicted prisoners who are still serving sentence,
which is what she was.
She, even though you're out under license. I mean, funny enough,
detained. I think the word is Rodgers.
Yeah.
Detained,
sorry,
Charles. Detained.
I think the word is if you're detained.
Yeah. So when that extension was passed by 300,
she was out on probation.
No, hang on, Mark. You're wrong. Detained is not correct. If you are a serving prisoner, you are not allowed the vote. And as I think you know, Mark, if you're allowed out on license, you're still serving your sentence.
Yes, that's because officially you're still detained.
Yes. Well, do you know what? Yeah, and you're subject to recall at any time during your license period. So in actual fact, that vote of I can't even pronounce her.
You're avoided, yeah.
Who was on 300 to 301 passed with an extension, wasn't it? And it was illegal.
Yeah, do you know what? And no one challenged it.
Not even the media.
And she was on the Peckham Rolex, which means she's still serving her sentence.
Now imagine if it went the other way. Imagine it was 301 to not grant the extension. The media would have been all over that next day.
Of course. And the only other category of person not allowed to vote are those who are detained or sectioned under the Mental Health Act.
Well, people like
lunatics, peers, and prisoners are not allowed to vote.
People like Alistair Campbell. He could have been, couldn't he? He did that documentary with the BBC, but they never ask about psychopathy, do they? They never worry about that.
Well, not unless it's been formally diagnosed.
They should test for that. Sorry, that was an aside. But
I'm self-diagnosed with Tourette's, as you well know. But funny enough, I was having a laugh with a bloke who then handed over my ballot paper. And I said, you know what, the funny thing is, sir, I've qualified under 2 out of the 3 categories. Being a peer of the realm, at Her Majesty's pleasure at a certain point in time. Anyway, my wife didn't think it was terribly funny. You know, it was all terribly embarrassing.
Women don't, do they? They don't.
Well, no bloody sense of humour.
Oh, look, come on, let's not be getting into the woman thing now. Let's keep moving.
That's right. Keep moving. Right. Well, Anna Soubry, though.
It's 3:30 so far. 3:30's gone.
Okay, hold on a sec. Right. Who else? Which other big knobs have gone? Chaka's gone.
Well, Chuka Wuka and that was my vote. I'm not. I can mention it actually, or shouldn't I? On your show.
What you're going to mention?
It depends what you're going to mention.
Well,
no, not anything that's going to incriminate you, please, because
No, it won't. I mean, it's not.
No,
I think
it might do actually. It might do. It might do.
All right, okay.
I know what you're going to say, and it's nothing wrong, by the way. Nothing wrong with what he did.
And now that the results come in,
it was actually lovely. But it's maybe
if they wanted to cancel my vote, it's not going to make a difference to the majority.
No, it's not. It's not.
And-
But it might make a difference to your accommodation.
Yeah, from SW1 down to opposite Belmarsh.
Charles Ernest Spencer. Good evening, sir. He's fallen asleep now.
Again.
He's looking. He's looking. His eyes moved up.
Can you hear us, Charles?
No, he's given up. He's given up on us. I'm really sorry I can't get these guys on camera because they're lovely and characters, and you should be seeing their faces, not just my mug. And Charles is particularly funny, I've got to say, bless him.
Ollie, are you saying you can't see our faces?
Oh, I can see you, but nobody else can. Oh, they can see you in the corner of the screen, in the tiniest spot, which is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you know the other point.
Ollie,
the
you need to respect Specsavers.
The other giveaway for me is that throughout this campaign, not a single party has mentioned the FCO 301048.
That's right. That's right.
What's that?
Not a single party in this 6-week campaign has mentioned the FCO 301048, which states that any government is unable to legislate on transport, migration, and benefits whilst we stay in the EU. But then you've got Labour promising free broadband.
Well, hold on. Whoa. What it says, more importantly, the FCO 301048 is that it's a document that was written by the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, hence FCO, back in the early 70s.
1972, yeah, and hidden for 30 years.
And Heath locked it up before the EEC referendum because he didn't want people to know what it contained, which was advice from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office saying that we would be losing, near as damn it, all of our sovereignty by about the turn of the century, which is just gone. And so we're running late, actually, on what they were hoping to achieve, that old coal board or whatever it was, that coal union thing, that Nazi type. It was set up by Nazis, all that. And it then turned into the EC, and then all these treaties signed by all these traitors, like like
Major,
all of them, and
Maastricht and Lisbon.
Yeah, Brown did his bit, and so this document was withheld from the British public when they were faced with the choice of what to do with the future of their country, and the people, quite rightly, in my view, it seems to me, chose to enter into this sort of trade union and to, boost trade without any understanding of the ramifications of what was wanted and required and had been agreed behind closed doors.
Well, Ollie,
that's what the FCO 301048 covered up, Rodri. How serious is that? Damning, no?
Yeah. Ollie, there's a very subtle clue in when we were taken into the EEC, which stood for European Economic Community. It was very clear that it stood for European Economic Community. That then morphed into the European Union. Now, at what point were we given the right of choice, or the power of choice, rather, to actually say, well, we moved from an economic interest into a political interest?
John Major done that.
We didn't, that was Maastricht through Major.
And of course, John Major, the first premier, I think, in electoral history, who has advised voters to vote for the bloody opposition. I mean, I thought that was extraordinary, shocking, and supported by Michael Heseltine, who is the architect of the downfall of our greatest, the first female prime minister in Britain, Margaret Thatcher, saying, vote for the other side. It's like, what the fuck are you on, you utter cunts? I mean, for Christ's sakes.
Basically.
No,
Yeah.
I was appalled. I absolutely
Yeah.
appalled.
Yeah. Damn right. Damn right. We've got Aunt Sally who's popped in. Who's asked
Sorry,
me,
Aunt Sally.
have you
It's
seen the
coming
way
from Cupertino
they set up
Podcast.
Tracy Blackwell? Aunt Sally, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I've interviewed Tracy, and I met her on the 29th of March this year. Was it this year when we were supposed to leave? I think it was this year. Oh, everything seems so long away. Even a day.
Hang on, Ollie. Is this Tracy Blackwell who runs the insurance company?
No.
Tracy Blackwell.
No.
About the child who got killed.
Yes.
Children.
Okay.
Tracy Blackwell, who is campaigning for justice and for basically for common decency. Her kid and two other kids were run over and killed by some guys in a car that ran amok, according to the police. But actually, she's concerned that it was a racially motivated attack, and that the police covered that aspect of the this tragedy up because they didn't want to deal, a bit like with Rotherham and all these grooming gangs, Pakistani grooming gangs, what have you. They didn't want to cover up the fact that they didn't want to address the fact that these kids were Asian or whatever, Pakistan, I don't know, not sure, but not indigenous Brits, and they basically covered up the fact that this crime had, and it was awful, and three, beautiful teenage kids were killed, and the police, didn't want to. Who's? Sorry, it sounds like I've got the police line on a CB radio in my ear.
Who's watching TV?
Right. Okay. So that's Tracy. But no, I don't know what that refers to, Aunt Sally. I don't. But she's lovely. She's amazing. But I have so much admiration for Tracy Blackwell and for all those. Well, particularly for Tracy because of what she's been doing in London, which is more than practically any of us has done.
Amazing on TV.
Amazing woman. I don't know that she likes me, actually, as an aside. I don't know. She's very standoffish with me, I've noticed. I don't know why, but I think she's awesome. I think she's awesome. She probably has problems trusting people, and I don't blame her after what she's been through. I don't know, but she's incredible. We've got Cat 99. I will definitely try to catch it. I don't know what. Try to hook up with Olly's show on YouTube. I think his next show is Wednesday at 9. That's correct, Cat. Every Wednesday at 9. But if you follow him on Daily Brexit Faster, you'll get. Okay, so basically, yeah. I'm on Facebook. You can find me, Olly Connelly. You can, I've got a bulldog for my avatar, a bulldog. So there you go. And Phantom is an epic commenter.
About right as well.
Phantom, you're amazing, mate. You should be mining Bitcoin with every comment that you write. I don't know. Colin is the shipping forecast, he says, and there you go. And Colin is still not. He's in a world of his own again. So anyway, that is, I think, only 3 people that have survived the evening. Caroline's here, and she's kind of like, I put up some, I don't know what that thing is because I'm not very good with emojis. I don't know what that means, but basically she's probably bored senseless. But Caroline, God bless you. It's good to have you about. And over on YouTube,
have officially won.
Over on YouTube, Carl Jones is still here because he's talking about things that are relevant. So Josh, George, and Harry. That's Tracy's boy was one of those, and the other two.
Ollie, quiet for a moment.
Yeah.
Ollie,
Carl, God bless you, mate.
Conservatives have officially won.
There you go. Taurus. Hold on. I need a sound effect. Let me see if I can find a sound effect.
Power is
No,
here.
no. What we want is we want the Dam Busters. Ollie, play the Dam Busters.
The Dam Busters. No, I can't play anything that's copyright. Oh, hold on.
It's out of copyright. It was written over 50 years ago. They can't stop you. Dam Busters.
No, I'm not sure. Are you sure? I don't know.
Yes.
No.
The film came out in the 1950s. We're now 2019. It's out of copyright. I can guarantee you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I trust your judgment on that. But I will find some music. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, okay. This'll do. Just satire. Yeah, satire. We'll fast forward it a bit. Oh no. Okay, I can't be asked. That's the thing they play. That's the EU national anthem. Yeah.
Ollie,
No, bugger them.
It's not.
Bugger them.
The EU national anthem is Beethoven.
That could be more accurate.
I've got a good one for you.
Could be more. Go on.
Here it is.
How about Elgar, Land of Hope and Glory?
Oh, now that we could play, couldn't we? We could play that. Hold on. Let's have a bit. What's this?
It's
There
a
you go.
sick chicken.
Right. That's a sick chicken. Okay. Oh, no. This is. Okay. I'm going to go straight to the Momentum's office to get them on the line. Hello. Owen Jones. Can you hear me? Owen. Hello, is that the Labour Party? Sorry, is that East Lib Dumfriesshire? Joe Swinton's consider. Okay, can you please patch me through to Chuckaramuna's office? Oh, okay, right, fine. Actually, they were North Koreans who were pretending that they were very sad that their whatnot died or something like that. And in the meantime, we've got Conservative Central Office. Oh, they're happy. They're happy, and the SNP.
I kind of knew.
Oh,
Ollie, I've
is
got
that?
a good one here. Yeah.
That must be Nicola Sturgeon. No, that's that bloke. What's his name in the Commons? The leader in the Commons. That always on about Scotland. Scotland. You got no mandate for Scotland.
No, I think that's Northern Ireland, Ollie.
Well, yeah, probably. I'm sorry, I've got no problem with the DUP. I can't remember the name. What's the name of that bloke? He's such a git.
I've got a good one for you, Ollie.
Hey,
I've got a good one for you.
the problem with that bloke, the Scottish. I'll just leave him. You just when you're ready, pick up the phone. The problem with that bloke is he's always going on about the Scottish, being deprived and all the rest of it. What about the English? We don't have a parliament, do we? We pay for yours. We don't have a parliament. We ain't got our own. We've got like this Westminster bubble thing, which maybe we've gone some way, finally, to getting some kind of representation in there today. But the bottom line is that you git, always on with your xenophobic bollocks with your chip on your shoulder. I don't know why. We don't have any problem with you stupid bastard. We don't have a parliament. Okay, you had a, just as an aside, Rodri, you had a very good point about this earlier, did you not? When you and I spoke before the show, you mentioned that the the national debt in our UK.
The deficit on the public sector borrowing requirement, the PSBR.
What on earth is that?
Okay, it's the amount of money that the government has to borrow, which adds to the public. Basically, if you think your overdraft is going to be, call it 50 quid, and you end up borrowing 70, that's called a deficit. So that 20 quid is a deficit.
Right.
If you take the PSBR deficit, for the last 12 months, or up until the end of the last quarter, it was about £23.5 billion. Now, the current account deficit, i.e., the amount of money which is they've overspent by, Scotland represents 12.5 billion quid. So over 50% of the entire deficit for the whole of the UK.
And the population of Scotland is?
Call it 5 and a bit mil.
As opposed to in England, for example?
60 mil.
Yeah.
No, well, if you take Wales.
Well, 55, yeah. So
it's about 60 million.
Basically, okay. So per capita, in other words, Nicola Sturgeon, Alex Salmond, the sex offender, well, I don't know, allegedly, it's in court or something, isn't it? These people have basically crippled Scotland, and they reckon that they want to be independent of the pound.
Yeah, and do you know what? I tell you what I want to campaign for is a referendum in England to rebuild Hadrian's Wall, fill it with bear pits, crocodile pits, acid trenches, electric fences, and we want independence from bloody Scotland. They're too expensive. They're a pain in the arse. They're no good for our football teams because they always want the foreigners to win, and they can fuck off.
You know, I mean, I've got Scottish blood and Irish and English, and
so do I. Mate, you're not.
You know what, Scotland? If you want to go, just go. Bugger off and save us a few quid, because we won't have that Barnett formula and all that crap. We won't have to be bailing you out, and you can put up with Nicola Sturgeon on your Scottish BBC, and you can have the entire BBC. Just take it. Take the lot. That Laura Koonsberg, take her, please, for crying out loud. Oh,
and it's 12.5 billion pounds a year. Billion.
Nuts.
Which frankly we can spend on better things.
Lollipops
south of Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
That's right.
Fuck off.
It's mad, isn't it? It's all these self-serving politicians who don't actually give a stuff about their own people. And I'm talking about you, Nicola Sturgeon. And why are you all named after fish? Why are you all named Alex Bloody Salmon? And they don't give a stuff about the Scottish people, is the truth of it. They're trying to teach them all to be some God knows what sexual, in identifying as post boxes, God knows what. It's just ridiculous. You need to kick these people out, instead of which they've given them an extra 20 seats tonight. I feel sorry for the Scottish people, because I know they've been conditioned, just like we all have in different ways. And I've got no animosity. I love the Scots, actually. I got married in Scotland. I had my honeymoon in Scotland. And the Scottish people, I happen to know, are super beautiful people. But they don't have a real political choice, do they? I don't blame them for not liking Westminster politics, because neither do I. And I don't think many English people do. But let me just finish this. Just finish this wee bit. But it seems to me, they need an alternative to the SNP. They need an something else, maybe like NCP, National Car Parks. I don't know, whatever. They need an alternative to the SC, whatever it is, so that then they can vote for a different flavour of Scotland, as opposed to just this rabid ultra-nationalism, almost, xenophobic, nasty cow, cranky woman who looks like something out of Cracker Jack. I mean, for crying out loud, get some respect, Scotland. Oh.
Okay, Ollie, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, I had an interesting chat with I'll keep him nameless, but he's one of the clan chieftains, and his view on the way to deal with Scotland is, instead of dealing with the constitutional issues up front, is allow them to deal with their economic issues. So what you do is you say, okay, show us your budget for the forthcoming year.
Yeah.
You collect your taxes. You can spend the money as you fucking well choose. And at the end of the year, if you like Dickens, you get 10 shillings in. You spend 9 shillings, and you keep 5 in reserve. Then we can talk about constitutional issues. And in actual fact, we know that they could never conform to that. So give them a degree of economic liberalism. And then it's, well, you prove that you're like spoiled kids and you can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
So constitutional issues won't even come into it.
But you've got to feel sorry for the Scots, though. I mean, they've been ruined by the SNP, and they don't even realise it. Clearly.
Well, we
saw that tonight.
Ollie, it's very clear. You get the government you deserve. And if you want to vote for some person who counts as 6 different fucking genders in the form of Nicola Fish Sturgeon, you get what you deserve. And I don't want to pay for it.
No, I know. I agree with you. And the
Let's not
truth
be
is,
apologists. Let's not be apologists. Let them grow up.
I'm not being an apologist. I mean, I genuinely feel what I say. I mean, I really do have a place in my heart for Scotland. In fact, you know what? I believe I was brought up in England, and I have an English head, but I have Irish blood and maybe an Irish heart, but my liver is Scottish. And I do have a lot of time for Scots, and I just feel that they somehow are incredibly stupid when it comes to politics. But in fairness, having said that, let me balance that. They don't have an alternative to the SNP, which is Scottish, and they kind of need another Scottish party, it seems to me, which balances out this nationalistic vitriol from the SNP.
What? Hang on a sec. Hang on. If you're taking money from Westminster, why do you need a nationalistic party?
Well, if they want independence, they're not going to have any of that money, are they? But they don't understand fiscality or something, apparently.
Yeah. And the funny thing is this: when
I mean, the SNP want to give the fish to the EU. I mean, when Boris, I love it when Boris is talking to that Scottish idiot in the chamber, whatever his name is, the leader of the SNP
which one
in the Commons. That bloke who's always going on. Every 6th word he says in the Commons is Scotland, and he never addresses the fact the English don't have a parliament, for example. That's conveniently glossed over, and I don't know that turd. That's the best way I can describe him. He's a turd, and and Boris correctly says to him, "Well, you go there saying we don't have a mandate and all the rest of it, but you want to have independence from England or from the UK rather, and then you want to give it automatically to the EU. And by the way, what about your fish?" And Boris, in fairness to him, because he doesn't speak up enough for the fishing industry, in my opinion, but hopefully he will now. But on the other hand, I mean,
in Blackford,
bastard. I mean, yes. I just woke up, Charles Ernest Spencer just woke up, bless him.
I just wanted to say the Tories had won Dewsbury from the Labour.
Good. Where's that?
That is an hard Labour place.
Is it?
Yeah, Dewsbury. Well, it was. It's Tory now. Hey, carry on, Ollie.
I thought the Jews didn't like Labour.
Well done, Giles.
Anyway, well, no, I'm being silly. Right. Okay. So, yeah, Blackford. What a git. What a cynical bastard. Why would you want people like this representing your nation? I mean, the Scots. Anyway, I don't know. What? So, okay, fine. Fine.
Hang on a sec. Why would you want Nicola Sturgeon representing? I mean, she's the least, convincing female impersonator, since Dame Edna. I mean, give me Barry Humphries with a Scottish accent any day of the week.
Yes.
Nicola. I mean, Nicola Sturgeon. I mean, how could anyone ever, in their right mind, unless you'd lived in a distillery for half your life, vote for it?
Yeah, they do have a lot of distilleries, it has to be said.
Yes, yeah, most of them very fine product.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I have to say, yeah.
I find it incredible. I think that people have been horribly abused, cynically conditioned.
Well, I mean, very quickly, Ollie, what's your view on Hugh Grant?
Well, he's a git. He's a git. He's a just another celebrity who reckons that he's more important than anybody else. But never mind him. Why do the news people think that they can put the likes of him or Steve Coogan? What was it Steve Coogan said the other day on Channel 4 News? Something like, all Brexiteers are ignorant, whatevers. Something like that. And I mean, why is Steve Coogan or Hugh bloody Grant more important than your baker, your butcher, your candlestick maker?
Yeah, exactly. Or Bob Geldof.
Don't get me on a Geldof.
I thought I'd wind you up. Tax avoider par extraordinaire. Give us your, I can't do the accent. Give us your fucking money.
Yeah, that's right.
There he is with 150 million quid with some of the best tax schemes.
And he only ever sung one track that was worth listening to, and only 10 times, and you get bored of it. Geldof. He did set up Planet 24. I used to work actually for Planet 24. I used to work for Bob Geldof, funnily enough. But I never saw him. Oh, well, I did actually, but not at work. But I interviewed him once, and he was such a nasty piece of work. He automatically hated me. I don't know why, but he did. Probably because I said, "You're a bit of a git, aren't you?" I don't know why he hated me, but he was very unapproachable. Not a nice person, Bob Geldof, in my opinion. But that was the impression I got. And since with Brexit whole thing, considerably more so.
Well, I think that the name of his band was aptly named for all its members.
The Boomtown Twat.
Rats.
Yeah.
Rodents.
Yeah. I do wonder though, what happened with Paula Yates. And I interviewed. I used to be kind of I interviewed a lot of celebs and stuff and people and one of them was Paula Yates when she was with Michael Hutchence, and I doorstepped people. I was a very tabloid journalist, as you might have noticed, and the Paula Yates just kind of walked past me briskly, but Michael Hutchence had to pay the taxi cab, and so he kind of was a bit trapped, but he was a nice bloke, and he turned around to me and he had a little bit of a chat, and he was just a lovely, lovely bloke. But I don't feel any animosity towards Paula Yates about that at all, because if you're a celeb and you're getting doorstepped by people like me, and I was probably too aggressive, frankly, in those days. I wasn't such a nice person, in my opinion. Hopefully I've kind of matured or something a bit.
Mellow.
Yeah, maybe a bit. And believe it or not, but Paula Yates, I do wonder the truth. What really was the deal with her? Maybe she just did overdose or something. But I wonder what these kind of people knew. She was the daughter, it turned out, of Huey Green.
Green,
Opportunity
exactly.
Knocks. That show, Opportunity Knocks, when we were kids, and she didn't know that for many years apparently, and it must have all been quite difficult. And knowing what we know now about the kind of revelations that we've heard about the BBC and people like Savile, for example, but he wasn't alone. He was almost certainly the worst. Well, one would hope to think, at least from a pragmatic point of view, that it was the worst of the bunch. But you do wonder what people like Paula Yates had seen and potentially been through. And I actually have got a bit of time for her. But Geldof, he's just like a very twisted individual.
Well, he's a narcissist who gets off on preaching to people because it makes him feel better about himself. But I think he's a deeply selfish, narcissistic piece of shit.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's done very well out of it financially, being that narcissistic piece of shit as well. Although some of that money, it has to be said, was through sound investment in Planet 24 with, what was his name? Charlie whatnot and Charlie Parsons and Wahid Ali, who now sits in the Lords, Lord Ali, who was made a Lord under Tony
Ali.
Blair. I knew Lord Ali. He checked me out when I was at Planet 24. I don't know what for, but he did check me out. He wanted to sound me out.
Having seen your buttock or half a buttock, I can tell you exactly what Lord Ali was checking you out for.
Well, I do wonder. I do wonder.
Well, that's what he's known for.
Yeah, well, he is a gay man, and if he was maybe thinking about making a pass at me, then well, fair play. If he's a gay man and he wanted to do that, but I wasn't kind of into that. But I wonder if there's more to it as well. I mean, how did that guy get in the Lords? Because he was a TV producer. Planet 24 was a successful company. It produced, and I worked on The Big Breakfast, Chris
Olly,
Evans, and all that.
If you look at the Scottish bird, Lady Moan.
Who? Lady Moan.
Mona, Mone. She's the one who had the brassiere or bra company.
Right. I don't know her. Go on.
Lady Moan. Well, she was made a life pair by David Cameron, and her company's subsequently gone bust. She's attended the House of Lords over a period of
her
4
brassiere company went bust. Boom boom. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah.
Charles is asleep again. He's asleep again because he didn't.
No, I'm looking at.
You're looking at those
21
glasses.
MPs expelled.
Go on, tell us about the Mona.
Yeah, and Lady Moan, from Glasgow, came from a modest background, went through a messy first marriage, started this enterprise, and for some reason, some person in government thought it'd be a good idea to make her a life peer. It's like, well, I thought that was a rather interesting appointment, by comparison with Lord Ali. And if you also look at Lord Ahmed from Pakistan, who's now he's been charged with the rape and sexual assault of children, along with his two brothers from Pakistan, brought up and bred in Islamabad. I think, well, what's Lord Ahmed, as he's called? Why was he given a life peerage? I mean, it begs a lot of questions. I mean, Olly, as a hereditary peer, I've always stood for the values of the traditional House of Lords. When Nigel Farage said he would actually support the abolition in the House of Lords, half of me actually thought, do you know what, quite bloody right. The original purpose and utility of it.
But he didn't, did he? He effectively just changed it and then added a shed load.
No, Olly, you didn't hear what I said. I said Nigel Farage.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Blair. Yeah.
No. what Blair did is he changed it out of all bloody shape, changed it to utility, and it's
ruined it.
And but yeah, burned it. And you know, I'm a big fan of Nigel Farage, and I think he's a chap who should be in the House of Lords, to be frank.
Yes.
But when he said, well, he would support the abolition of the House of Lords, I thought, you know what? I think he's got a major point. The House of Lords has been corrupted. You know, I'm going to use a really bad analogy, but it's like filling the Special Air Service, who are the best of the best, with a bunch of Boy Scouts, because it makes the selection process easier, etc., etc. It's been perverted. It's been corrupted. You know, it's become a toy for politicians to hand out like sweeties at Christmas to people who lick your bottom. And that's not what the House of Lords, certainly in my experience, when my father was a government minister under Margaret Thatcher and John Major, and I had the great privilege of having access to the House, and I can tell you, it was a place of integrity, not political patronage, and that's what Tony Blair crucified and it turned into.
Yes, yeah, no, I completely agree with you. It's terrible what's happened with it. What was your father's name?
Well, he had several actually, which I've inherited.
Yeah.
I used to call him cunt, but
what was his name that I would recognise when he was in Maggie's? Go on.
Viscount St Davids.
Right. Okay. The same as you. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that he went by that when he was in the cabinet. Was he in the cabinet or?
No, he was a junior minister for the Ministry of Defence, Treasury at one point, Education. Wales was his big one. He dodged the bullet on Northern Ireland, and I think there was another one that.
That was pretty tough brief back in those days.
Yeah, and then he was also a Lord in Waiting to Her Majesty, which is what the whips are. And again, that gave me an education that money simply cannot buy. And I look at the House of Lords now, the constituents and how it operates, and I just weep, to be frank.
Yeah. Yeah. So what does Farage want to do? He talks. I've seen him talking about abolishing it. I mean, you've got to replace it with something, you know? We need some kind of an upper chamber as a check and balance. No?
Well, that it was. I mean, the House of Lords. I mean, it
worked. It worked.
It worked
in a most peculiar British way, but it worked.
Well, you know, for 600 years, you can say it was anachronistic. But the point being is that there was a very good piece written by Lord.
People couldn't be bought.
That's the whole point. Is that people acted on their conscience, and whether you agreed with their opinion, born of their conscience or not, the point is that you were getting a completely honest, unviable, unassailable view and vote. And on the whole, you know, when people said, oh, it was an upmarket drinking club subsidised by the taxpayer, that's absolute bollocks. None of the bars were subsidised. You can have a 6-course lunch, ask John Prescott, for £2.50 in the House of Commons. None of the restaurants or bars in the House of Lords received a subsidy. And in my father's day, the maximum allowance you got for attendance was 50 quid. And in actual fact, you'd spend more getting to, because you didn't get an additional travel subsidy. That all came with Tony Blair.
So they have just as an aside there, then they have separate bars and restaurants for the Commons and the Lords. I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah. And then in the basement they had Oliver's restaurant, which I think still survives, which was as expensive as the Gavroche, you know, a West End restaurant, or Wilton's. And in 1999 is when the legislation went through to reform it. The cost of the House of Lords to the nation was about £30 million. In 2005, the cost of the House of Lords to the nation was £2.5 billion. To give you an idea of how clever this reformation was, because of course the Lords sat on committees, overseeing legislation, and when the Labour lot got in, all of a sudden, well, we need a report produced by consultants, and the consultants charging £400-500 an hour. It doesn't take long until a simple committee meeting has racked up a bill of about £100,000. And then the attendance went up something like £300 a day, which I think is what it is today, or £250. But then you get secretarial allowances, travel allowances, and all the other expenses, which are a complete and utter fiddle. But we now have a new class of professional peer, as opposed to a peer who did service to the country and as a sense of duty.
Yeah.
That's my rant. Sorry, Ollie.
No,
too long.
I'm pleased to hear it. No, not at all. And it was about time I let you have a word in edgeways. I apologise for that. I didn't have any kip last night, people. That's why I'm a bit hyper tonight, or this morning. So I didn't have any kip tonight, but nor last night. But anyway, we've got Paul Perrin here, bless him, who's been a great supporter of Daily Brexit over the last few years, and Daily Chaos subsequently, and I'm grateful for that, Paul. And I maybe have been a bit crap at, I don't know, I'm useless on Messenger and stuff like that, but you've stuck by me, and I appreciate that. I really do. And he says, as a Brit, I feel I have a right to roam the entire British Isles unchallenged. If Scotland goes indie, then I'll need to prove myself to them. To access land I now have free access to. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, no, absolutely.
John, it's an interesting point that Paul brings up, because of course in Scotland there is no law of trespass or trespass. So you have the right to roam over anyone's land. If you start shooting deer and pheasants and stuff, that's a different thing. But the ability to traverse any land is without let or hindrance. And on the one hand, I mean, I don't know if it's me being selfish, but for me, I think on the one hand that's good, but on the other, if I do have my own land, I want to have bear traps set around the perimeter to make sure that people don't bloody come into my garden or traverse my property. So I'm slightly torn on that one. The right of privacy versus the public right of access. I mean, it's one that I thought about long and hard, ironically, and I still can't reconcile it. Again, from a selfish point of view, I don't want anyone crossing my bloody land without my permission or invitation. On the other, in actual fact, land is a public amenity, and particularly land of great beauty, etc., etc. And why should it be denied to the common man because some billionaire happens to own it, or it's part of an estate?
Yeah.
Where would you sit on that particular fence?
Well, it is a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, I completely understand why people want their privacy. I guess it depends on whether or not there's a public right of way already, and if it's pre-existing. But I don't think that
now you're talking technicality as opposed to principle. And of course, in Scotland, the point is you don't need a public right of way. You have the right to, without causing damage, traverse, pretty much all property. I think it's only the Queen who's got the exclusion at Balmoral. As long as you don't cause damage, you can go wherever you bloody want. So from a moral perspective, Ollie, and again, it's an interesting one.
You can go wherever you want in Balmoral.
No. With the exception of Balmoral,
right?
In Scotland, you can go wherever you want as long as you don't cause damage, because there is no law of trespass.
Right. Okay, I'm with you.
In England, if you walk across someone's field, you are trespassing, and that is a criminal is a criminal offence. But from a moral point of view, I like the idea that people, I don't know, children and families can enjoy natural beauty of landscape. But on the other hand, when I want my privacy, I don't want anyone in sight.
I think it works well in England, where you have bridleways and footpaths, and if they're pre-existing and people buy property which incorporates one, then it incorporates one, and you don't have to buy it. But if you have, then you should respect that. But on the other hand, I wouldn't want people just being able to walk over, my back terrace here, for example.
Then it can be abused.
It's also a security. I mean, it's a privacy thing. It's a security thing as well. And you might get someone like Nicola Sturgeon walking across, and you'd have to get your blunderbuss out and just shoot her.
Ollie, it's funny you should say that. I mean, I used to rent a property.
You didn't shoot Nicola Sturgeon with a blunderbuss.
I shot the next door neighbour's gardener. Well, I did actually.
Sorry, that's not funny. That's really not funny at all. Why did you do that?
Well, it was only an air rifle, so it's also.
It was only an air rifle.
I mean, he claimed, he was badly injured and wanted compensation, all this kind of rubbish. And basically, he took a bloody liberty on my side of the property, to start digging holes in preparation for some drainage or something at 5:30 on a Sunday morning. Now, of course, I've woken up. I've got a reenactment of bloody Zulu dawn between my ears, having enjoyed the Saturday evening before. And this cunt wakes me up with his bloody drilling sound. I thought, bloody cheek. And he was one of these...
I would think the same.
He was one of these lefty hippie types wearing a sort of Parker coat. And I shouted out of the window...
Maybe it was Jeremy Corbyn. Hey?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. I mean, he was a younger looking version of Jeremy Corbyn, with a sort of scraggly beard, sort of young cat weasel, and leant out of the window. I said, "Oi, you, fuck off! You just woken me up, and I have a busy day." And he flicked me a V sign. I thought, "Fuck that! Right, I'm going to shoot you." And I shot him twice in the back, and he went hopping away, moaned to his employer, who was my next door neighbour,
right.
Who then came round and said, "Look, he's thinking about making a police complaint, and unless he gets some compensation," and it's like, "Well, give him a fucking pheasant." I don't care.
Give him a fucking pheasant. Right. Okay.
Sorry.
Right. So, but why was he digging holes in your land for drainage? You say?
Well, basically, I mean, I'd rented this property, and they'd given a right to put some drainage underneath this newly laid driveway that they put in,
right,
so that it didn't sort of get all soggy and what have you.
Okay.
And he decided at 5:30 in the morning, being a sort of hippie wanker.
So actually, his employer was employing him to do this, and therefore he was entirely within his right to do what he was doing. He was just doing it at an antisocial time of day.
Well, if you look at building regulations, you're not allowed to do construction work on a Sunday.
Right. So you shoot them. You shoot them when they do that.
Well, I did. I was a lot younger. I mean, I wouldn't do it today,
Mate,
obviously.
You can't really justify that, can you?
Well, he was so bloody insolent. Flicking the V sign, having woken me up, my head was on fire, as I just explained.
Yeah.
And,
but that wasn't actually his fault. That it was antisocial the time of day. I'm not sure if it was justified with a 2.2 bullet or something.
Yeah, it was. It was a sharp pellet 2.2 out of a Weihrauch. Yeah. Anyway,
Well, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. Well, yes.
But it's respect.
I can
it's respect for
sympathise
your
with
neighbour.
both sides, but I have to say, in that particular
How can you
instance, I
how
probably
can you sympathise with-
sympathise slightly more with the Jeremy Corbyn lookalike.
Well, how?
Because
How?
you can't just shoot them. I mean,
Well,
yeah,
why
it's
not?
antisocial. I call the police. It's an
That's
intrusion.
That's my morning ruined. He's intruded on my sleep.
Yeah, but you don't shoot somebody for that.
Well,
On the other, well, you would do if it was your land and he was trespassing, which is
Oh,
what
he
happened
was.
with.
No, he was. It was
You
land that I
were
was
renting it, and they had some kind of a construction project that they wanted to do on their land. So
Hang on. Yeah, he was taking a bloody great liberty.
it was
And-
early in the morning. That's what it boils down to. He woke you up.
5:30 on a Sunday morning, and his attitude, and he was one of these liberal.
He flicked a V sign and he had long hair.
Yeah, and a scraggy beard.
You intolerant bastard.
Well, I've mellowed also, Ollie. I probably wouldn't do it again today.
Oh, mate, that's funny. You are a character, I have to say. Even if you are completely bonkers, I think everybody has gone now. No, we've got 5 people apparently that are watching on YouTube. One of whom is me. Therefore, it's
Charlie.
4.
Charlie's still on.
Where is Charlie? We've got Charlie here.
Yep.
He's actually looking now. He looked then. He's smiling. He's
Laughing.
Charles. Okay, let's wrap this up. In the next, I don't know, 2 hours or so.
Oh,
Charles.
God, no, I've got
No, I'm joking. 3 or 4. Charles, what is what happened tonight? What's the verdict? Did we get rabid Marxism? People that basically the Viscount wants to shoot in power, or is it, I don't know, Boris, Brino, or what? No, what happened, Charles? In your opinion, what's your summary, sir?
Well, the people have come out for Brexit, what they voted for, and standing up for democracy. So I think respecting the vote in 2016.
Do you think we should shoot them
That's it.
for that? Do you think we
Well,
should
that's
maybe...
what they've done, isn't it? The people have spoken. I'm sick and tired of the other politicians. We just got rid of the rabble sort of thing, failing to,
That's what the Labour Party chairman said. Exactly that, actually. He said, pretty much, that we should have done this Brexit thing off the back of the referendum, and we didn't. And therefore, guess what? We got trounced.
Yep, and heads will roll.
Charles, what does it mean to you, sir? I would love to be able to show your visage on camera and what have you, but Jason Tyler buggered off, and I don't know how to do it. But you're a man of a slightly senior vintage to myself and to Rodri here. What does this mean to you, this election? Because it does appear to have been potentially a very pivotal election.
Well, to me, it's the respect of the democracy. And we must have democracy in this country. I did 20 odd years in the Royal Navy on the high seas, sort of thing, protecting democracy. It's vital for the country and for the people and for the young children, sort of thing. And basically, Labour, Lib Dems and all this lot have been trying to destroy it in their own versions of democracy. That's not democracy.
Do you trust Boris?
Well, it's a bit of a thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? I agree with a lot of people say it looks like May's deal Mark II. But there again, he had his hands tied, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Sort of thing, and sort of thing. So now he's got a position now. I've been looking, he's probably going to have 70-seat majority or something. So he can now say to the EU, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So, so basically May's deal 2 might be out the window or whatever. But we'll have to wait and see. You know what I mean?
Charles, I'm delighted. How long do you serve in the Navy, sir?
Pardon?
How long did you serve in the Navy, sir?
Just under 20 years.
Jeepers. Well, as Ollie knows, I do a reasonable amount of work with veterans associations, and what I find appalling,
a lot of work,
is in actual fact we've got approximately 13,000 homeless veterans who've served in theatre of operation. 12.5% of our prison population are made up of veterans also, normally for cases of assault, etc., etc. And I find it intolerable that we have an open immigration policy with benefits and welfare, etc., whilst there is one single veteran who is on the street, not being looked after, and not receiving mental health care whilst they're in prison. I've been in prison myself. That I brought that upon myself. I don't blame anyone for it. It's not a PTSD. It was my own stupidity.
Well, actually, you were just having a laugh, and you were made an example of. Is more the truth. But anyway, setting that aside, carry on, please.
But the point being, giving other people's money to, and don't forget, governments don't have money. All they do is they spend taxpayers' money, which comes from us. And if you look at our foreign aid budget, why are we giving India money? Why did we give £7.5 million to a Chinese education group to teach children in China why they shouldn't eat too much salt? I mean, I sit there and I weep.
Good Lord.
You know, we've got a housing project just on the outskirts of Hereford, which is progressing. £7.5 million would house about 1,000 soldiers, to give you an idea. Yet we're giving it to Chinese children to stop them being fat. I don't give a shit about bloody Chinese children eating too much salt. You know, whilst I walk around London or any other city that I visit, Hull, for example, and you know, you bump into a serviceman and who's having a hard time. And these are the guys who don't ask for help. They don't put their hands up. I find that very difficult to live with. And that's probably why I made part of the joke that I did about Gina Miller.
Now, Rodri, I wonder if you two know somebody in common, actually, or of somebody at least. I know that Rodri knows Simon Bean very well. Charles, do you know Simon or of Simon?
Yes, I've been at many demos and seen him.
What do you? What is he doing, please? Can you explain briefly what he's? Well, not necessarily briefly. What is he doing this weekend in London?
My understanding is they're going to take a couple of buildings and stay in them. That's my understanding, but can't really quote me. But I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to up the stakes as such. Whether it'll happen, I don't know.
Well, do you know what? Now that the general election is out of the way, we have a couple of initiatives on Hoof, which the government and it's great that Boris has come out of the cupboard, as it were.
Doldrum. Well, yeah. Sorry, go on.
He's in support of military charities, in particular disbanding the Historical Investigations Unit, which has resulted in the investigation and prosecution of soldiers Brino and Foxtrot. And there's a third one on Hoof.
Soldiers A to Z, actually. Dan McDevitt, for example, talks about.
Yeah, well, yeah. And if you remember, you had Matt Hellier on.
Yes. Yes.
you know, and
Is he going to be there? Is he going to be there this weekend?
No.
Well, tomorrow.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the events of tomorrow, but the point is, what we're looking for is a legislative process to convert the military covenant, which is a pile of absolute donkey dung. It means nothing. That was handed out by David Cameron as some kind of PR sob.
It was set up, was it not, as part of the Good Friday peace agreement?
No. It was subsequent to that. It was David Cameron's initiative, basically to show that he was supportive of Her Majesty's Armed Forces. And
I'm sorry. No, I was talking about the beginning of the, if you like, the witch hunt into.
Oh, the witch. Yes. No. Tony Blair was responsible for the HIU, the Historical Investigations Unit, which is what we seek to have disbanded and have a statute of limitations. I mean, every time there's contact or an operation, there is an internal investigation. As a soldier, frankly, if you're not found of criminal conduct by your commanding officers and the team, based on the reports that are submitted, how is it that you can get a civilian unit come and investigate you 40 years after the event, but there's no evidence? They have no idea what was going on. We either trust the MPs, the military police, and their investigative branches, or we don't. But what you can't do is have an open-ended ticket where you suffer double jeopardy, and that's what these soldiers are suffering. And frankly, it's intolerable. For politicians, all of a sudden, to take. Anyway, you know where I'm going with this, and with a bit of luck, we'll be able to make some announcements early in.
Tell me. Now, in the Queen's speech, originally, there was a commitment by Boris, which he withdrew into getting rid of this witch hunt into soldiers A to Z. What happened? Why did he withdraw that from the Queen's speech? And is he now genuinely more committed to basically honouring our vets and our armed forces?
Do you know what? I very much believe that to be the case.
Why did he withdraw that from the Queen's speech, do you think?
Well, there are a number of legal issues, because you've got prosecutions on hoof, etc. There's a new one to do with funny enough, I think I told you about this on one of your shows. It was an operation.
Please remind me.
Okay, it was a very dear friend of mine called David Martineau, who came straight out of Purbright, was shipped out to Northern Ireland, and they were told to sort of seize a house where they believed that there'd be a cache of weaponry, and the intelligence was completely wrong. And David, God bless him, burst into a bedroom, and there was I think the boy was about 8 or 9 years old, holding a toy gun, and David, filled with adrenaline.
Yeah, you did tell me this. Yeah, carry on.
He shot him, and it absolutely tragic.
A reflex movement.
It was a complete, and David never got over it. In fact, David died at the age of 52, never having recovered from that incident. He was chopped out and given a discharge, honourable discharge, but nonetheless, I mean, he was a very dear friend of mine. We shared a flat together, and as much as he tried to forget it, he couldn't. He was a decent man, and it's one of those operations that went wrong in an urban, theatre.
Sure.
Inexperience and bad intelligence. That's it. But how can a civilian?
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you genuinely do you want to trust that Boris is going to do something about this, or do you know that he will do something about this through your contact?
I could never say I know. I trust that Boris will do it. And actually, if you look at, you've spoken to Dan.
Yes.
McDevitt.
Yes.
The Veterans Association.
He's awesome. I love Dan McDevitt. What a geezer. He's a
Dan
lovely bloke.
he's brilliant. Funny enough, I spoke to him just this morning.
Did you?
We speak frequently. The Veterans Associations account for 4.5 million members. Now, if you're a politician, just looking at it very coldly, that is one hell of
a lot of votes. A lot of votes.
Before you put together family and friends who share many of the same views.
Sure.
So it's a foolish politician.
It's also a family. It's a very important community.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's a large part of our national fabric and our culture. Okay, yeah. I want to ask you also, just changing tack slightly, and I'd be very interested also to hear your views on this, Charles, because Charles, you're very good at wandering off and just ignoring us.
No, I'm listening.
Well, sir, my grandfather was a Royal Naval officer dodging torps and stuff, and I've got his picture on the wall here behind me.
Good
and
man.
He's the only hero I ever had. He is my hero, and one of the main reasons that I do what I do, I have to say, Charles William Smith, and I have been concerned about what I've seen or heard, rather, with regards to PESCO, excuse me, and the E3, which Simon Bean has been talking about a lot, which is Germany, France, and the UK strapped together as a military unit somehow, as a means towards this EDU, this European Defence Unit,
which is a complete nonsense.
Well, and it flies in the face of NATO. I mean, I personally, I have to say, I was insulted as somebody who has a maybe a relatively facile understanding, but nonetheless some understanding of our military history and of our post-World War II relationship within NATO and what it means, and the fact that it's kept us safe, it seems to me, over the course of 70 years. And I didn't understand for the life of me when the President of the United States, whoever the guy is, the character, never mind that, whatever you think of Mr. Trump or not, I mean, personally, I've got a lot of time for him, but that's irrelevant. The fact is that the President of the United States that has put more money into this thing than probably everybody else combined over the last 70 years, and we didn't honor the safety that we'd had, and embrace our friendship in helping to protect ourselves, our communities, our if you like, League of Nations. That's an awful phrase to use, isn't it? Because it sounds like the EU. Our NATO, and I was insulted. I found Boris extremely offhand towards the president when there was that spectacle in was it in Buckingham Palace when Trudeau was acting like a schoolboy at a very important
he is a
event.
Schoolboy. I mean, simple as that.
Yeah. A spoilt kid who is only doing what he's doing because of his father, and his father was not a particularly nice person, as I understand it. But we should have given them at least a fly past. Got the red arrows up, and a bunch of wonderful old planes and new planes and
Lancaster,
the whole lot, and modern stuff. And I just didn't understand why were we not celebrating it? Instead of which, it seemed to me that the emphasis, and from what I watched the press conference with Macron and Merkins, Macroni,
Martin
and Trump, and the emphasis seemed to be more towards, bugger NATO. I know what Trump said when he first came into office about, NATO is pretty much obsolescent or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. But basically, he wanted people to pull their weight financially. And why not? When they've got a $20 trillion debt in the United States, expect people to put in their 2%, or at least put in a bit more than 1% or 0.5% or something, if they want protection. I thought that Trump handled that all very well. And now the shoe's on the other foot, if you like. They're putting in a wee bit more. Still not the amount they should be putting in, the 2%, but a bit more. But now it's like the emphasis from the EU and the Macron and what have you is very much more towards this EDU as opposed to NATO. And Farage said, I'm going off on one here a bit, but there's so much ground to cover, and there is a question coming up from all of this. I want your opinion on all of this, really, both of you, please, gentlemen, because I think you both know a lot more about it than I do. But it's just these are what Farage said. There is a conflict of interest. There is no way, I think his words were, that NATO and the EDU can, or the military unification in Europe can coexist. And that makes sense, does it not? And why on earth would any of us, be it the UK or Germany or France, irrespective of the EU, not want NATO? And that is my question.
Charles,
well, we need NATO because the Americans, they'll supply most of the forces and all this lot. If the EU did its own army, sort of thing, as they're saying, sort of thing, they'll have a job against USSR, Russia still. They're not very good, Russia, and that, but they'll take the EU army on, sort of thing, easily.
Is it a peculiarity that Russia is involved, Charles, do you think? Is it a peculiarity that Russia, that so many are concerned about, rightly or wrongly, is a member of NATO?
Yeah, Macron's quite a few times said Russia's a threat. We have to stop them and all this lot, which relates to Ukraine, you see. Ukraine's a buffer at the moment. They're enduring the Russian forces in the two Donetsk and Lugansk areas and all this lot, but they stopped Russia taking more areas than that, you know what I mean?
Did that threaten NATO? Did that somehow compromise NATO by bringing Russia in?
No, Ollie, it compromised Russia, and that's why Putin got very cross with Ukraine.
There's a lot of history there with Crimea, of course.
Well, yeah, but when Ukraine was given its independence, it was on the basis that there would be an alliance, a long-lived alliance with Russia, and the Ukraine, as Charles says, is a buffer zone. It's a cordon sanitaire, as they call it. And when the Ukraine, for economic reasons and certain corrupt reasons, in my view, certainly, decided, well, actually, we want less of an association with Russia, and we want to align ourselves with the EU. NATO is an obvious port of call. You can't ignore defence. So Russia, quite rightly, again, in my view, said, "Hang on a sec, we've given you support, blah blah blah," and all of a sudden, what you're tying yourselves up with not the enemy, because I don't think that's how Russia views us, but old habits die hard, particularly if you've grown up in the KGB sort of training or in sort of mental instruction. That defense of the realm is absolutely crucial, and the Ukraine was trouncing on that.
How
And
much? Okay, how Charles, please? How much does the EDU threaten the UK, in your opinion, if at all?
Well, they really wouldn't be able to threaten us because we'll hammer them, if you understand.
But would we? Because do they not want
In
to
a
take?
war?
Is it
In
no,
a
no, no?
war, we'd
Well,
hammer them.
is it? Yes, we would now. But is it not the case that the EDU, the European Defence Union, as I understand, would take control of our military capacity and, as I understand it, now please correct me if I'm wrong, our nuclear capacity?
No, they can't take charge of our nuclear capacity.
Well, they would under Corbyn.
No, and I'll tell you why. Now, when I was in Royal Navy, you know that like our two new carriers,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I'll be in charge of their war rooms, right? I fight and show the picture to the commander and all this lot. That's my job, so I know all about weapons and all this lot. Now, when Simon McBean made his broadcast that time, he actually, some of it, what he's saying probably could be true in that, but what he was really wrong was on about our nuclear weapons. The EU can never get the nuclear weapons because we lease the nuclear weapons
From the United
off
States.
US states.
Right.
They're on lease and all
Right.
this lot. Same
So
as the
where did
firing
all
equipment.
so the money that we put into Trident is actually a lease. It's not a purchase.
The submarines are ours,
Right.
and the warheads are ours. We
Right.
make the warheads. But it's the rockets, the missiles, plus the firing gear, plus the GPS satellite system using that. We hire that off the Americans.
Do we?
And all
Right.
this lot.
Right.
Sure thing.
So that's
And the thing
impossible.
is-
So that actually is fake news, if you like, so far as the nuclear transferal is concerned.
Yeah.
What about the military?
Well, there again, you see, Ollie, what it is, besides we lease it, it comes on an end user's license, same as the F-35s we're buying, all the other aircraft we buy off them, the spy aircrafts and that. When we buy them off the Americans, we get them on end of user's license.
What does that mean?
They have to go back to America. If we suddenly say, oh, we're getting something better, we have to give them back to America.
So effectively,
That's how you buy them.
So effectively,
it's the way that the arms business works. You need an end user certificate, which is it clearly defines. And I'll tell you a funny story about Merkel. Take a simple example. If you take Heckler and Koch small arms, which are machine guns and pistols, etc., the G36 assault rifle system was licensed to particular provinces in Mexico, but not all the provinces, because Germany decided that some of the provinces supported drug dealers, they were too corrupt, etc. And the funniest thing is when Merkel arrived in Mexico, having prohibited the sale of, and these are assault rifles. This is not the kit that Charles deals with. Weapons of small destruction versus weapons of mass destruction. Merkel was greeted in one of these provinces, and she was on the front cover. I think it was either Newsweek or Time magazine, and the soldiers that were escorting her from her presidential, whatever it is, car, were carrying the weapons that were prescribed, and they weren't meant to have been sold to these provinces. And that was the best evidence. And the point being, Charles is absolutely right. The moment that you give up a weapon system under the end user certificate, which is determined by the source of origin, the weapons either go back or there is a dispensation, but it depends entirely on the end user certificate.
So is what Simon is saying somehow incorrect? Because frankly, what I've heard him say has scared me. And what I've heard, well, not scared me, but concerned me. And what I've heard about PESCO equally has concerned me. Am I misjudging this?
Well, I don't think that there are too many politicians who really understand the detailed nature of military treaties. You know, they're out there shaking hands with babies in hospitals, etc., etc. And you know, the notion of
Surely
handing
our
over,
civil service does.
Charles, what's your view on that? I'll defer to you.
Well, what I'm saying is basically the weapons.
I hope somebody
cannot.
does. I'm sorry, please,
The
Charles.
weapons would have to go back to America because Trump will say, I'm not having any of that. Put them back on a plane, sort of thing, back to us, or a ship and that, if you know what I mean. The soldiers, well, yeah.
So
say what our
so
politicians are.
when you have people like, well, I think Tusk and Juncker have stood up and given speeches, and Merkel has given a speech saying that there needs to be a unification of military whatnot somehow. That need not concern us. Is that what you're saying, Charles?
Well, yeah, in one way, but there again, will the politicians send the airplanes and, missiles back to America and say, we're joining you lot? But you see, then there's another complication. You probably won't know, but there's about 500 to 1,000 free-fall H-bombs in Europe, in bases. The German fighters and that all have to be made to carry these, to drop them, sort of thing, you know what I mean? So there's other things to it and that, you know what I mean?
But I think the other point is that if you look at the chain of command, who is going to take the chain of command for any infantry regiment, naval force, air force, has to be very direct. Who is going to take command? Is it going to be the Dutch, Luxembourg? If you look at a European defense force, is it going to be the French? Who's actually going to give the instruction and the command to aid the troops on the ground, which is the
thing that frightens me, or that concerns me, or has concerned me greatly, and you are beginning to put my mind at rest a little bit, is that this would be unelected or presidents of the EU that are brokered behind closed doors by oligarchs, essentially plutocracy, and that could be anybody. Never mind whether they're nice now. Down the road, they might not be. And these people, if they are in charge of our military capacity, and we, for some reason, are, for example, subjugated under the extension of what Boris Treaty would lead into, which is the ECJ jurisdiction, we would not be able to fight, if need be, our way out of it. We would have no military to protect ourselves to get out of a treaty that was so self-harming. Because ultimately, you at that stage, when you are trapped in a treaty, are dependent on gunboat diplomacy, are you not? So, who would the likes of Drunker?
Let me give you a pressure point to give you an example of why it's completely unworkable to have an EU army. Germany is very reliant on the pipeline from Russia for supplies of oil and gas.
Right. Yep.
Now, let's say that Russia decides to launch something in Lithuania, just as an example. And we sit down as an allied army, one force, and the interests of Germany would be greater harmed by a military action against the Russians who actually has seniority in the chain of command. You've got to be independent. Each country needs its own independence when it comes to launching military action. Because, if Germany had a greater vote than us, or they were able,
we don't have that in effect, though, do we?
No, well,
we need a UN resolution.
Olly, no, I'm sorry. It's a replica of the EU, and all of a sudden you would find that military decisions are taken at a group level. And let's not forget the old adage: big decisions are taken at small meetings. Small decisions are taken at big meetings. At what point would a military action be sanctioned? By who and on what basis? And it's always been my belief, and I think it's the view which is firmly held by the senior members of our armed forces, that we need to have whole independence of anyone else. So we make our decisions. If Germany says, well, we can't go and defend Lithuania because in actual fact it will upset the Russians and they'll turn off the gas supply, it's like, well, actually that's not our version of international diplomacy backed up. I mean, imagine the Falklands. Let's use another example, and I'm going to make it up on the spot. Can you imagine Spain being part of this EU defence force, sanctioning the sinking of the General Belgrano, or deploying the Gurkha Regiment or the Paras, at Goose Green? The answer is no, they wouldn't. It's like, well, why not? It's like, well, we're Spanish and we've got some trade agreements with Argentina. This what's the word I'm looking for? Oh God, it's early in the morning. Not confabulation. It's God, when you conjoin things.
Well, collaborate? No, a union.
No, it's not. It's not confabulate. It's something like that. Anyway, the point being is that you cannot have a country's independent defence linked in any shape, manner, or form to a political alliance that dictates its use. Because all of a sudden you're introducing economic and third-party agreements.
So
Germany.
Okay. So I want to move back to the election stuff in just a sec to round off, and got a question in from Safe Spaces, and thanks for popping in, Safe Spaces. God bless you, mate. But before I do, then I guess my final question is, why do Germany, France, the UK, and all the rest of EU nation state, or European, never mind the EU, the nation states of Europe, why do they not just stick with NATO? What's the problem? Are they just haggling? Is this just a hustle for paying as little money as possible? Is it as basic as that? Is it because they want to score political points against this anti-globalist Donald Trump that they don't like? Or do they or is it an ego thing where they feel that they need to swing a big dick, or what? Charles, what's
Charlie, after you,
please.
Well, basically, that's to stay in NATO and all this lot. Now, partly what some of Simon was saying, like I say, I can agree and I can see what he was saying. Part of the agreement, what he was on about, the PESCO thing is that the European Union countries build his own aircraft and that, if you know what I mean. Like the Eurofighter, it's a brilliant fighter, one of the best in the world. But also, like the Airbus make that brilliant transport aircraft now, taking over from the Hercules and that. That is some part of the PESCO thing, or whatever you want to call the deal and that, to develop missiles and that. We do have a lot of contracts with some of like the French and Italian things to make missiles and that, if you know what I mean, sort of thing. So there is that talk that, Europe's trying to say, instead of buying American.
That's different. I mean, we can all contribute our skills and our industry, but that why not contribute them to NATO? Why does that not?
Ollie,
From everything you gentlemen have said, that seems to me what would make sense. And never
No,
mind this EDU. It sounds like
Ollie,
an empirical silliness.
Ollie, you've got to understand the global economics of the defence industry. And if you look, for example, in France, you've got Thales, you have Dassault, the independence from America is part
So
of
it's actually about the profit margin.
Well, it goes beyond that. It comes back to Brexit, funny enough. If you look at it's an extension of the EU project. Get rid of America. We are a European federation.
Superstate,
exactly. You look at the German arms manufacturers, and they generally don't put their heads above the parapet very often. The French do. Do you know what? It used to be a privileged story, but you'll appreciate this, Charles. If you'll recall, in when Margaret Thatcher wrote her memoirs, and I'll try and keep it brief.
The Downing Street years.
Hang on, yeah. There was a particular chapter on the Falkland Islands that was cut out by the Foreign Office, who have the right of editing a premier's memoirs. And if you recall in the Falklands, the ships that were sunk by these Exocet missiles, and you know how an Exocet works, it sort of comes down, it goes up, then it comes down, it locks in on a radio frequency. And the basis, if my memory is correct, and I don't think I'm too far off, is if you know what the final locking frequency is, you can fire back a frequency and not disarm it, but you can put it off course if you got that precise frequency. Now these Exocets were sourced via to Argentina through Brazil, and if you remember HMS,
so they can be hacked. You're saying they can be hacked?
Well, in modern parlance, yeah. The defensive measures mean that you fire off. Anyway, the point being, back in 1980, what was it? 82 was the Falklands. Yeah. By all accounts, this is when an associate of mine was the undersecretary to Margaret Thatcher, and he was tasked with getting, asking the French Ministry of Defence if they were prepared to share the final locking frequencies of the Exocets with us. And instead of saying,
I'm sorry, they were asked what?
We asked the French whether they would provide the frequencies of the locking frequencies of these Exocet missiles.
Right. And the Argentinians had. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a technician. Charles has a much better understanding of how the missiles work. But basically, we had ships in undefended positions. So if you remember HMS Sheffield,
yes,
and I think it was Antelope, we believed that the French had given us the correct codes so we could send out a defensive signal, because there are other defensive measures you can take in the Royal Navy, and Charles will tell you all about them. So we believe these ships were basically defendable.
Invulnerable. Even.
Not invulnerable, but defensible.
Defensible. Yeah.
Yeah. And the reality is the French had given us incorrect codes, because you can send out a variety of these codes, and it turned out that the code book that had been handed to the Undersecretary of State, and you can look up who I'm not going to quote him, but who he was at the time. These were incorrect codes. As an advertisement for the bloody
really
French manufacturers.
I'm sorry, as an advertisement for how these Exocets could be effective.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And
God.
The irony of this is that the guidance mechanism was manufactured by Thorn EMI at the time, which also included the record company. Yeah. But I think it was Surrey or Sussex, which is where the factory was. So it was British electronics and engineering that actually were being supplied to the French. And if
Who
you
added
refresh
the
my
radio?
memory,
Who added the radio facility?
Yeah, Charles, if you refresh my memory, who was the manufacturer? I don't think it was Dassault, but of the Exocets.
I forget his name now.
But you know the one I mean.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I was actually on HMS Norfolk. We went to Toulon, France, and did the Exocet missile trials for the Royal Navy. We fired 10, hit all the targets, and then later we fired a live one, because they were with dummy warheads, fired a live one at HMS Undaunted and wrecked off the Atlantic Ocean off Gibraltar. But we knew the frequencies anyway, sort of thing. We had Exocet missiles. But it's another story. I could tell you how officers fucked up, basically.
Go on, Charles.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's a long story. We've all been up and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you what. I've really enjoyed this segment of tonight's show. I would love to hear that story, Charles. Maybe we could reconvene this. I don't know if you know, but Rodders here works to an extent in the armaments industry as well.
Yeah.
Probably responsible for all of our peril. Or our protection, depending on which way you want to look at it. And I'm sure it's all very complicated. But it is, to me, as a layman, very complex. But so, do you think? I mean, yes, okay. So what you're saying basically is that they're classic. It's about the profit margin
and power. And hang on.
Well,
let's be very
right. Okay, please. And Charles, I want your take on this as well. Yes, Rodders, please.
Ollie, beyond the profit in the defence industry, if you look at the construct from the ground up of the European Union, and the reason that we want Brexit is it's controlled by Germany, who control the ECB. You know, if you look at quantitative easing, etc., it's controlled by Germany. Germany wants to control the armed forces of Europe. And do you know what? If you owe Germany, Italy owes Germany, whatever the bill is, but it's very significant, and Greece, etc., Germany gets the final call on the use of armed, military activity in Europe, which gives it power beyond Europe. And this is what this has always been about. It's been about a power play. You know, I saw this very close up when I was held in Nuremberg prison, and Charlie, actually, it's a laughing matter now post event, but the reality is the way that the Germans behave is they make up the rules that suit them at the time that it suits them. You know, they've got privacy laws, yet they're not applied to other members of the EU. The day after my arrest, my credit card number was published on the inside cover of Spiegel magazine, which is their...
You're getting off the subject, sir.
No, well, okay. I'll swing back to it. The point is that do we want to be in a Europe which is dominated by Germany? And that is exactly what the position is right now.
We want to control, I think. I think it was proven today in the election, our own destiny. And respect other nations that feel similarly. I hope. Yes, I do. Mutual respect. Self-respect. You can't have respect other people if you don't respect yourself. But if other people want to team up, that's up to them. That's not a reason to disrespect them either, by the way. But okay, all right. We've come back to Brexit here. Charles, what's your take on that, please?
What, Brexit or the
no on
EU?
Would you agree with Rodri there, or would you?
Well, yeah, a lot of it. Like I say, Germany, France. If you look at them, and watch them last few years and that, they've been anti-Trump and going anti-American things on many things, if you know what I mean.
But
There's
this
the Boeing-
plan has predated Trump.
Yeah, no, yeah, but there's the Boeing Airbus thing disputes that have been going on about, you know, EU giving
tariff
Airbus something. It's been going on for a while and all this, like, you know, so there's internal things and that. But Germany and France have been picking on America and that sort of thing. And like Rodders was saying, they want to be an EU super state, providing it all, this and another, which basically be wrong for the European nations and that. Because honestly, we do need America on our side, if you know what I mean, not shoved aside. Because there's Americans saying, let fucking the EU fight Russia on her own. Why should we bother and guide?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That's actually
NATO.
You could argue
NATO is the answer.
Yes, I mean, to me, it just seems so obvious that NATO is an amazing thing, and that's why I come back to. I was thinking about my ridiculously elongated question about 20 minutes ago, but getting very romantic. But actually, you know, I mean, the fact is that we should. Those 70th anniversary, in London, we were privileged enough to host that in the UK. We should have honoured our joint commitment to NATO instead of which it turned out as a just a way to insult. It was used as a way to trash a personality who actually is irrelevant, and who is relevant is the personage of the President of the United States, the leader of America, of our a great ally for not just us, but for all of free Europe.
Hang on a sec, Ollie. Let's be very clear.
What went wrong? Why are we behaving like children?
Well, hang on. Let's look at some facts. We are the only country in Europe to have repaid its war loans.
Yes,
and
I know that.
We paid them off in March 2007.
That's right.
I remember that, and we were the only country.
I remember it too.
The reparation debt that the Germans owed.
But that's a different issue, really.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
Whoa. It's very much a political issue. You got European countries that didn't. They turn their. It's like when a bill is brought at an expensive
It's a
dinner.
financial issue, and you could argue that it's some kind of theft. But on the other hand, it is something that can be corrected somehow, and Trump has done that. France is now paying about 1.78% or something of their.
And it should be 2.
It should be 2. Macron reckons it's 1.95. I've heard it's more like under 1.8. But and Germany is way under, as I understand it, or a fair bit under, and other nations considerably less. But the point is that is improving at least. And the bottom line, though, is irrespective of that, which is, yes, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It will build a lot of hospitals, for example. But I mean, we are allies. We have a shared way of life, a Western way of life. Well, I mean, I actually, I'm not sure that we do. I think we could get into a different subject there. But the peoples of these nations, I think, want to coexist safely and with actually loving each other, but independently, very possibly. Why was that NATO anniversary treated? It was a mockery to our relations. It was a mockery to our sacrifice in the Second World War. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about people.
Yeah, Ollie, this is the arrogance. We've seen it this evening. This is the arrogance of an elite political class. That little child Justin Trudeau thinks he can take the piss out of Trump. You know, we've got Macron, you know, married to his grandmother, who wears the beard in front of his homosexuality.
Now, okay,
You know.
that's his decision.
Well,
The bottom line, but he is the president of. Never mind Emmanuel Macron. Okay, maybe I'm just.
No, you can't ignore
I am playing devil's advocate here. Well, you're basically saying it's about egos. It's about pathetic political egos, as opposed to the president of the United States or the prime minister of the United Kingdom or the president of whatever nation, or you know.
Yeah, it's a professional political elite, and we're
seeing it in France right now. No,
and we're seeing it in France. The people are saying enough. We've had enough.
Yeah.
We've seen it in Italy. We've seen it today, where the people have said, "We don't like your political class.
Yeah.
Don't tell us that you're better than us.
You're bought, political class.
You're bought. You think you're politically superior." Now, what's interesting is that Obama, ex-President Obama, has just shelled out $11.5 million for a beachside estate in Florida.
Yeah.
Now, big question: where did he get the fucking money?
Yeah,
he's never been.
I thought he was a socialist.
Well, no,
it's another Tony Blair. Sorry.
Well,
go on.
the point.
Yeah,
being,
they wrote some books. They wrote some books.
Where
somebody
did he
wrote
get
them for
the money? He's never run a company. He's only ever been a politician on a six-figure sum. How the fuck did he get 11?
Well, you could say the same about Nancy Pelosi, let alone the former president of the United States. You could say the same about Tony Blair's made tens of millions since Iraq, and he should be in a dungeon. Okay, all right, okay.
It answers the question on it. It's called sheer and pure corruption.
So, in other words, my worst fears are founded in that respect. But in terms of, so you're the bottom line here. Then you're telling me, gentlemen, not to worry too much about PESCO, about the Lisbon Treaty, which comes into effect, as I understand it, in terms of the EDU, the European Defence Union, on the 1st of January, and then will be implemented over the course of 5 years to some kind of military union. Is it correct, gentlemen, that you're telling me, no, don't worry about it?
After you, Charles.
I won't, but
why
one
not?
of the things I said to you earlier on, Ollie, now Germany's go and Italy have got to replace their tornado jets.
Yeah.
Now, with agreement with America and that, within NATO, them aircraft had to carry them free-fall nuclear bombs. So their replacements have got to carry them bombs, and that's a problem for them.
Well, and you've got the new Typhoon, which is the replacement, I think, for the Tornado. And you know what? I don't believe for a second our high command will allow the present government to enter into these arrangements. I mean, and don't forget, by the way, Ollie, we do not have an army. We have a standing force. The definition of an army or armed force is a complement of 100. Charles, stop me if I'm wrong. I believe it's 104,000 personnel.
Yeah, something like that.
We're down to 88,000. So in actual fact, we cannot boast that we have an army. We only have a standing force.
It seems to me, as an aside, that this country, the UK, would benefit greatly from the reintroduction of national service. And that, not necessarily just military. I do want your opinions on this. Not just necessarily militarily, indeed, in ways that would benefit the community and ways that would benefit the individuals, that they could have a quid pro quo to pay off their tuition fees, be they for intellectual studies of whatever remit or a trade or whatever. But
Ollie, you're spot on.
Would that not sort out military shortage in terms of bums on the parade, legs on the parade, and also sort out this ridiculous self-entitled youth.
Well, do you know what the starting point is? We've got a lot of social issues. This multicultural society that we're lucky enough to live in, which is what Emma Arbuthnot stated in her summation at my trial. We've got social issues. I think it would go a long way towards curing those if there was national service. Actually having a trained fighting force, Britain prides itself on having the most professional, highly regarded fighting force. You can't do that.
It's also about respect of society and giving people self-respect. Charles,
Olly,
what are your thoughts of that? Do I sound like an old? I don't know. I imagine that the kind of guy that is throwing a tantrum tonight off the back of this general election result would call me a fascist for saying that.
Fuck him.
Charles, what do you think?
Well, I'll be against that because we're considered the world's greatest fighting force and all this lot because we're volunteers. And I'll tell you now, I mean, was an instructor and that, and it was very hard getting volunteers to carry out the duties or training. Never mind somebody who don't want to be there in the first place. And that's where it all goes wrong. And before tonight's show and that, I was actually watching a Russian young blogger. He's just about to be called up into the Russian army and all this. And he was showing films about it, and thingy. They go for 1 year conscription and they all hate it, don't want to go, but it's compulsory.
Yeah.
The first 6 months, and he's showing it, they're getting beaten up by the 6 guys who've been in 6 months, if you know him. First 6 months, you get beaten up, clean the toilets, beaten up again, this and another. Then after 6 months, that other lot have gone, left. So you take that 6 months and you start beating the other ones up because that's how you got treated.
Charles, this is no different to British public school.
Well, it probably is.
You get filled in by the prefect. The year ahead of you got beaten up, so they beat you up. So and
that isn't right, though, is it?
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
It happens in the forces as well. Beastings, isn't it? It's called in the army.
And milling.
Milling, beasting in, yeah. It's all wrong, but Well, but it is hard.
I don't think it is wrong, to be frank, and that's why Britain.
It's a bit like training a dog, actually. But on the other hand, you could argue that you're knocking the stuffing, the individuality out of the. Okay, so I'm putting my shoe on the other foot now. You're knocking the stuffing out of the individual, and you're creating, effectively societal zombies.
No, I disagree. My experience of the armed forces is, in actual fact, you create very solid characters who have a humanistic side. Humanism is not normally associated with soldiers, but by the civilian community. But in actual fact, it's a key ingredient, an absolute core ingredient. Narcissism doesn't come into it, and if you look at Britain's military achievements, Britain controlled more of the world's surface than any other empire ever in history. The sun never set on the British Empire. Index. And what created that? The British character, military training.
Hold on a sec, though. But I mean that it did involve, and I'm not saying that I'm oh, blimey, this is a very complicated topic. But the bottom line there is that we subjugated nations in exactly the way that we now are fighting not to be subjugated by Brussels.
Olly, look, let me.
Not in exactly the same way, because at least Brussels, well, at least for now, is not opening fire on.
Olly, let me stop you right there. If you look at the conquistadores, conquest and colonialism. Okay. If you look at the Dutch, the French, if you look at the Spanish, all they did was to rape the countries that they invaded. We introduced government.
Yeah, and law and various
We
systems that
introduced
have
law,
used.
bureaucracy. I mean, you name it. And don't forget that
The French introduced bureaucracy.
Well,
It's a French word. Okay.
The bureau. Yeah,
all right.
But,
okay.
You know, and from family experience, my family benefited enormously from the slave trade and were also then instrumental in its abolition. If you Google Caesar Picton, the good Sir John Phillips made him one of the richest men in London, and you can Google him right now. And that was in the 18th century. This little lad from Senegal, age 6, who was brought over by a naval officer who was a friend of the good Sir John. The journals show, because they're in, I can't remember which museum it is, but handed over the 6-year-old Senegalese boy a parakeet and a foreign duck, and it's expressed in that way. He was the black kid was christened within the week and given the name Caesar Picton after the family estate. He was given sort of, not pocket money, I can't remember what they call it now, not a dowry, a legacy of £100 a year towards the end of the 18th century, and this black kid became the London's biggest coal trader. And in actual fact, there's a house that mansion he had built in Chiswick, which bears his name today with a blue plug. So, you know, the British temperament, the British character has always been one of tolerance, fairness, discipline, and endurance.
Okay.
And that's where we've lost our way. And with a bit of luck, we found a bit of it today. And I didn't mean to rhyme, but that's how I feel.
All right, that's okay. It's late. Look, we're very, very close now. I do want to just wrap up on what has happened today. But before I do, 2 things, please. And I hope are you guys enjoying this?
Yeah. I always do, Ollie. I wouldn't do it if I didn't.
I mean, I am. I'm always fascinated. You two are fascinating. Charles, you're very quiet and humble, sir, with enormous wisdom, which I wish to extract from you because I'm greedy like that. And very grateful. Please, I suspect you, before I take us into the very last segment tonight, this morning, blimey, breakfast. I'd like you, please, Charles, to respond to what Rodri said there and have the last word on your thoughts about that, because I suspect you don't entirely agree.
No, I mean, a lot of it is character building and all this lot. Now, my first year of training at this shore base, 3-of-3 rifle it was, in winter, you're standing at ease, so you got your hand actually on the rifle barrel. It's freezing.
Bloody cold.
Right? Yeah, it's right. But the thing is, somebody moves, that's another 10 minutes. You're grimacing, your hands are freezing on this freezing cold lump of rifle, this or another, and somebody else to move. That's another 10 minutes. And you're all there and you're gritting, this and another. Perhaps today with health and safety not allowed, I don't know, but it's character building, if you know what I mean, sort of thing. And it makes you character and that. Because what it is, it makes you work together, all as a team and all this teamwork sort of thing. You know, if I move or something, the instructor's going to make us, that freezing rifle another 10 minutes or not. But will today's youths do that? I doubt it. Sort of thing. But
okay, I want to just close the show on today's events, the night's events. But before I do, I really need a pee, and I can't do this last section justice without taking a pee. So would you mind if I just leave you, gentlemen? Just
Ollie, I haven't left my desk all evening.
Good God. What, have you got a colostomy bag? Do you have a... No, you haven't moved. You haven't moved at all, Charles, have you? Do you
Yes, he
two?
has.
Toilet a couple of times.
Yes, he has.
Oh, okay.
Couple of toilets.
So what's your deal, Rodri? Have you got a colostomy bag going on or something?
No, I've got a bucket under my chair.
You're not joking, are you? You're not joking.
No. That's why I'm not wearing trousers.
Aye. Okay, look, I'm going to just chuck on a bit of music, just for a sec, just for to break things up a wee bit, and to kind of maybe wake us up into this very last section, if I can find what I want, and I can. So if you're watching, God bless you, thank you. I
want the Dam Busters. One of the greatest pieces of 20th century music.
I'm concerned about copyright. I'm concerned about copyright. Look, I'm gonna play this, and I'll be back in 3 minutes' time. 3 minutes' time. You're watching the general election special with wakeupuk.net. And our governor, Jason Tyler, isn't here to sort out any of the tech or any of the rest of it. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he fell off his stool. Maybe I don't know. I have no idea what happened to him. So anyway, it's kind of turned into a little bit of daily chaos. But that's fine.
Well, yeah, we can't see you, Ollie.
Oh, well, maybe you will in a... Oh, no, that's right. Have you just got a white screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's there you go. Okay, that should correct itself now. So that was crap.
I tell you what's interesting.
Production chaos.
And it's very unusual. 647 of the 650 seats had been declared. And normally you don't expect this until sort of midday to sort of evening. And the result so far is
And that's with, they reckoned, a big turnout. But actually, I looked at some of those figures and they were 65, 67%. Not enormous.
It's not huge. But if you look, and I'll go from the bottom down. If you look at others, other parties, plus from 15 to plus 2 seats, DUP 8 seats, they're down 2. Liberal Democrats 11, they're down 1 seat. SNP 48, they're plus 13 seats. Labour 203 minus 59 seats. Conservatives 362 plus 47 seats. And there are only 3 other seats that have to be declared.
Okay. Well, this is what they've got on in the fake stream media. Let's have a quick look and see how they're spinning it. Just for fun, just see what they're doing. So we got the various papers. The Times election poll points to Johnson landslide. Tories set for biggest win since Thatcher in 87.
In 1987, absolutely.
Worst result for the Labour Party in more than 80 years.
Good old Corbyn. I love him.
Britain has rejected Marxism tonight.
He's going to get a Christmas. He's on my Christmas card list with a big cake.
They don't want that. They don't want that. We don't want that. We want Brexit. The Sun, the dogs, bollocks.
Yes.
I love it. That's great. That's great. After all the bollocks to Brexit, John Bollocks, Billy Bollocks, Burko, and all of the
slag Sally,
all of the references to bollocks in the last Parliament. That's a great headline. I like that. The Sun, quite brave too. God bless you. Well done. A fake stream, fake, but nonetheless, good headline. The Guardian. Actually, it's not fake here, though, is it? I mean, people did do this. The Guardian exit poll predicts huge majority for Johnson. I mean, they obviously, they're way out of date. We're way ahead of these papers. These are not the late editions. Whatever that is, something to do with the Independent. They can bugger off. Saudi owned anyway. Daily Star talking about.
Hang on. Lottie looks rather keen.
Yeah, no, she's not bad, actually.
You know what? Sorry, which part are we looking at?
No, I think you're right. I think you've got it right, because the other bit is Clown Prince. I mean, come on. I mean, I just for crying out loud. Daily Mail, Daily Fail, whatever. Rejoice! Boris set for thumping win.
Well, we know it's already happened. They're behind the times.
They are behind the times. You're right. I'll look at what's online in just a sec, as opposed to but just because I don't know. I mean, it's nice to see the papers on a election morning, I suppose. But yeah, you're right. They're way out of date. Daily Mail, Mirror, Nightmare Before Christmas. They wanted basically momentum in charge of the country. Apparently, what a bunch of idiots. Financial Times, exit poll again. Lagarde, she's a crook, isn't she? Christine Lagarde.
Complete, yeah.
Follows, and I've got no worries about getting sued when I call Christine Lagarde a crook, because she's been convicted. She's been convicted, yeah. She was pardoned. She's been convicted and since been made. What is she now? What is she in terms of the EU? Oh, ECB. Is she the new ECB?
So she's shifted from IMF to ECB.
She's unbelievable. She's not the only one. These new presidents in the EU, I think at least 3 of them are crooks. I mean, literally convicted. Incredible. Lagarde follows Draghi, Mario Draghi's ECB policy lead, but signals cautious optimism. Just a lot of old crap, basically. Metro landslide for Boris. Again, it's an exit poll. Biggest Tory win since 1987 as Labour collapses. A bit like Building 7, yeah? It collapsed into its own footprint.
Ollie, what's extraordinary is that you as a journalist will appreciate that we've been up all night counting in the votes, courtesy of Charles, who basically rambled on
God bless you,
for an hour and a
Charles.
bloody
You were
half
funny, mate.
as you were calling them in.
I thought I was holding the fort. Where have they all gone?
We were trying to get you to shut up because we couldn't have a conversation. Oh,
But,
Charles.
Ollie,
bless you.
you as a journalist, we've been putting in the bloody hard work, and look at these lazy cunts who've been writing the headlines. It's like they've gone to bed. It's like, well, they have to rewrite the headlines.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
For them.
It's pathetic. And also BBC, because I imagine the papers have got later editions out now, but BBC website, their web department, sack them, yeah? Get on the case. Get them. I mean, it was an election. You could at least give us the latest, front pages. Daily Express, victory for Boris and for Brexit. Okay, well, that is really my question, gentlemen. Bear that in mind. Just underline that thought, please. I'm going to come back to that. Independent, Saudi lot. Johnson set, and they don't admit who the actual Saudi owner is. That's how fraudulent that rag is. Johnson set for largest Tory majority since Thatcher. Exit poll predicts Conservatives make huge gains. Corbyn faces dropping below 2. Okay, we'll see the reality of that. So let's have a look at Breitbart.
Do you want to hear about the currency markets?
Yes, I do. What's going on with the currency markets? The pound must be going woo.
Well, do you know what the ITV had some sort of massive graph, which had a sort of vertical thing, which shows how dishonest the media are. The pound to the euro is now 1.16.
What was it?
It fell to a low of about 1.10, just over.
Really?
So,
blimey.
So it's now at 1.16, which is, it's not spectacular, but it's, it's an improvement.
Yeah, it's 6/10
but
or whatever.
It used to be 1.3 about 5 years ago. Swiss franc 127, which is always a nice indicator. To the dollar, it's
so they way prefer Boris to May, basically, the market.
Yeah, basically, absolutely. And dollar is 1.28 dollars to the pound. So you've seen a little bit of a swing. It demonstrates that the Americans are not desperately convinced yet. If you look at the spread between those three currencies, and those are my normal indicators in respect to financial markets and confidence. There it is.
I'm surprised at Breitbart's coverage because their journalists seem to have copped off early as well. Maybe they had a Christmas party or something. I don't know. But Telegraph does seem to be better updated. And of course, they want everybody to subscribe. But I can't, which I'm not going to do.
Which I don't do either.
Absolutely not. Not going to subscribe to any fake stream media. But nonetheless, on an occasion like this, they can't really make it up. And they're saying general election 2019 live, Tories win. Not exit poll, win. Landslide majority. Latest results and news. And they've got, oh dear, no, they're not headlines. They're just links. Boris Johnson has won a majority.
I love it. And at the bottom, subscribe for just £1 per week, 50% off. They've announced one of the greatest election results since 1987, and you get 50% off at £1 a week.
I wouldn't give them what I wipe off my bottom in exchange for their newsprint. But I will just say that this is quite key here. Boris Johnson has won a majority of 35, with more seats set to declare. Oh, okay. So he hasn't actually. Well, he will. He had then, but okay, it's old again.
With more seats. Do you know what? This journalist has gone to bed early.
Yeah, they are useless. Absolutely useless. I mean, do they not realise that there are political animals that want the minutest detail right now? Please. The Graniad, Guardian, Marxist Worker, whatever it's called, UK election exit poll. Oh, what a lot of old cock. UK votes in high stakes poll as result. Okay, yeah, useless, absolutely useless. I'm not going to bother with any others, gentlemen. What are your thoughts on what you've seen? Okay, this is the bottom line. Are we going to get Brexit?
Yes.
Yes.
And I
Are
think
we?
What form?
And I tell you what, now that Boris Johnson has the tools in his hand, because his hands were tied previously, when he had to go to the EU knew that he had basically no majority. He can go back and say, actually, chaps, you know what? That deal doesn't really suit, unlikely to get through Parliament, and he can rig it. And if I was him, I would go back to Europe and say, there are a couple of things we want to change in order to get it through, and I can get it through.
Such as
and
what?
Hang on.
Go on. Yep.
This notion that we've got to pay in for the next 2 years into the EU budget. Get rid of that, because that's 20 billion quid a year. We don't have to pay a kiss off a divorce settlement or a divorce fee.
Not as much as 20 billion a year.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Sorry.
What is that with the new account? Because they basically put that new President Bird, who's another dodgy character from Germany, on 35. Is it 35? I think 35,000 euros per month. Month.
And that doesn't include expenses.
Per month.
Yeah, but that doesn't include expenses.
No, sorry. That does. No, that figure does. That figure does.
No, it doesn't. And the other thing, let's be very clear, Ollie. They haven't produced accounts for almost 20 years.
They've not produced signed off accounts. In other words, nobody's taking responsibility for their financial lies.
Well, actually, audited accounts, if you did that
audited,
of a private limited company in the UK, it's a criminal
You go to
offense.
jail.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyway,
what details need to be checked? Because the thing is, this has been my concern. The Daily Brexit, Daily Chaos community has been very concerned with my attitude, telling them that Boris's Brexit deal is not Brexit. When he says he's getting Brexit done by January the 31st, it is a lie, at least if we are going to have this treaty passed in the Commons, which will happen, or could so easily happen now. If Boris wants to get that through the Commons, it's going to be so simple for him to get that through. But that places us under ECJ arbitration during this transition period, and an actual trade deal would require ECJ subjugation.
Hang on. Well, it doesn't.
So where's Brexit there? Because what that means in turn. Let me just get this out. What that means in turn is that we have to go with all the EU standards and all the rest of it, what they want in terms of, you got to do it that way, got to do it that way. Everything is basically up to them. And as soon as we want a trade deal with, for example, the United States or Australia, the Commonwealth, Japan, whatever, they will say, well, hold on a sec. The EU, it's up to the EU whether or not we can get that. And Trump said it. That deal, he said, Boris's deal is not conversant. It doesn't sit happily with a US-UK trade deal. Therefore, where is the Brexit there?
Well, you've asked the question. There's no simple answer, but don't forget that the deal that Boris came back with was significantly better than.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Hang on. That was the starting point for Boris. Now that we've had this evening, he has a loaded gun. He had one round in the chamber when he went to Europe. That was it.
Now he's got a submachine gun.
Now he's got an MP5. It's amazing how quickly these things escalate. And what I'm praying for, Ollie, and I believe will be the case, and I might be wrong, but I don't think so, is that now that he's got an MP5, and in actual fact, he's going to use it. And he's got a month plus Christmas to do it within. And that will be the mark of the man. And given that he's a classicist, who is also Churchillian, he wrote the book on Churchill, don't forget, and then he describes Churchill brilliantly. You know, he's not a David Cameron, some fat-faced bloody photocopier fag
who likes to put his cock in a pig's face. Sorry, bit rude, but true. Well, no, I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's not true. He denied it, but other people.
Well, I've done the same, but I actually had to pay.
Did you? Did you?
Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Aye. I love Viscount. Viscount St Davids is my favourite guest, really. I mean,
most litigious and
litigious about his todger. Right. So, what? Carry on if you can remember your thread.
I can. I can. I think that we are going to get Brexit. Boris, now that he's...
Are we going to get through this segment of the show? Sorry, carry on. Yes.
Now that he's fully loaded. And
were you? Sorry. Okay, we're not going back there. Yes, carry on.
No, we're not. No. Now that he's fully loaded, he can go back to Europe and say, look, actually, the deal, because I've now got... And it's interesting, and I point this out, that the Mogster has been remarkably quiet. And I'm just wondering whether that's a matter of, it's like, Moggy, keep your fucking mouth shut, and let's see what the result of the election is. Then you can start piping up, which gives me further ammunition in Europe to say, look, we really don't like this deal. And my wish for Christmas is that Boris actually has in mind a no-deal Brexit, and he can deliver it.
What are your thoughts, Charles?
Well, I put the picture back on. I knocked off. Well, basically, he's got no deal because can't he now take that West Leeds thingy, Illy Ben's law, squash it?
That's right. He can. He can reverse that surrender
bill. He can reverse
bill.
it. He's got the majority. He can chuck it out.
Yeah.
So just remind us, remind me, please, if you would, what that bill, how it affects us now. That Ben's bill.
Well, the Hillary Ben bill requires a vote in Parliament on the deal, which is why it could be blocked at every stage. That is the effective nature of... No, it's not a bill, it's an act. It was passed.
Well, act, bill, yeah.
That's right.
You know, a bill is a draft, an act has been executed. And Boris could turn that around within 48, 72 hours, basically to repeal the act.
Yes, he could. And he could.
He just get rid of it. He's got the majority. And
now, but hold on. But that bill, how does it hold us up? How potentially does it hold us up?
Act.
Sorry, the act. Yes.
What the act requires? I mean, the effect of the act is that any deal on Brexit has to be passed by Parliament.
Yes.
And that's what's helped, which means that it then becomes a political football, which is dribbled around the field ad infinitum.
But does it not also negate the possibility of a no deal?
No. Well, yes, it does. Because in actual fact, it gives Parliament the ability to vote. Your very good point on a no deal.
That's the main point, really.
Yeah. But the point is now that he's got the majority that he has, can you imagine any of his new MPs voting against him with his majority? The answer is no. So all he has to do is to repeal the Hillary Benn Act, and there's another piece of legislation. If you remember the Yvette Cooper bill
Amendment,
that became amendment,
Yeah.
he can repeal the whole fucking lot and just say, piss off, I'm going back to Europe with gloves off, knuckle dusters on. Good luck, sweetheart.
So, okay. So basically, we have been. It does seem to me, though, that the country tonight has voted for hope that he will deliver true Brexit. But nonetheless, it may be. I mean, is there not a possibility that he is in this club of globalist fascism that would rather actually that we controlled opposition during that referendum campaign and actually would prefer that we stay in and will kick this football down the road? Am I just being a ridiculous cynic and maybe a bit paranoid?
Ollie, I've got to say, I'm a bit, because I get this the whole time from some of my more liberal-minded friends, because they know that I'm an arch Brexiteer, clearly.
I don't think that I am liberal. I think that I'm an arch Brexiteer. I'm worried that actually he might not be when it comes to it.
Well, the point is, there comes a point at where you've got to draw down the hammer, and or the axe rather, and believe in someone, because you've got to believe in a leader. You know, continually undermining.
Why
is not helpful.
During that campaign did he not keep a WTO deal Brexit? And I use these words carefully. It is a deal. The WTO,
of course it is,
with ancillary deals already in place under the May civil service of her time, for crying out loud. They at least did that. It's about the only thing they did do that was useful. So there is a deal and a soft landing in place. The WTO option works, does it not? Why did he not? It seemed to me he was loath. He was loath to talk about it. He didn't talk about it during the campaign. It's not mentioned at all in his manifesto. I've read that manifesto. It's not in it. How can we trust him that he will give us true Brexit?
If you're fighting a political campaign, you're trying to keep as many people on side as you possibly can. And a big chunk of the population are terrified of a no-deal Brexit. So if all of a sudden you come out like Adolf Hitler, don't forget the way that Adolf Hitler manipulated his public in order to achieve what he wanted to achieve, he kept them all bloody happy. If you come out and you say, I'm going for no-deal Brexit, all of a sudden you might find that he would have lost 20% of his voters because they were too scared. By keeping it off the table, guess what? With his majority, he can now put it on the table. He's got that ability. He's got 5 years under the... And do you know what the funny thing is? Under the Fixed Term Parliament Act, which actually should be repealed...
This actually now benefits Brexit this time.
Now
potentially.
He knows he's got 5 years that he can't be moved on.
Charles, what are your thoughts on this? Am I being a bit too pessimistic? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate as well, but I am worried that he might not deliver, I have to say.
No, you're quite right to bring it up, raise it, because he might do it. You know what I mean? We don't know what he's going to do and all this lot, but he has the options to do this, and basically he should do it. Now, even if he really didn't want to use no deal, he goes to the EU. If you don't give me thingy, we're going WTO. Make your mind up. My deal, you know, with his new concessions, or WTO, I'll give you 5 minutes and all this lot.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. I'm just going to share a few beers with Junker and then I'll be back. And then they'll go, okay, well, we'll accept this new deal, whatever he brings about.
And don't forget that Dominic Cummings is a hardcore Brexiteer. Make no mistake about that.
Are you sure about that?
Well, put it this way, everything I've read into the man, and again, I'm not a genius, my gut tells me that actually Cummings will be advising Boris to go for the absolute hardest deal he possibly can. And now that he's got the majority that he has, Europe will be shitting themselves in about 1.5 hours. No, in fact, no, they're an hour ahead. About now, whilst they're having their croissant and, you know, milky latte cafe bollocks chino, their little sphincters will be wobbling because they'll now know that actually the end is nigh for the EU, because with our departure, which can now be guaranteed, it'll be followed by Italian exit, Grexit, etc., etc. And of course, you look at Merkel, who shakes like some sort of late-stage Parkinson's victim. Can't stand up.
Poor lady. She's not well.
No, well, do you know what?
She's also a foul demon. But anyway.
Yes, she is, and she's never been mentally well. Clearly,
no.
I don't
think she has.
I mean, there is no exit for her that could be more horrible than what I would have in mind for her. Figuratively speaking.
You know, something else actually that's happened overnight. I don't know whether it did happen. No, it would have been.
You're showing all your porn films.
Sorry, what?
You're showing all your porn films.
Not my porn films. There's music. Music, sir. I keep my porn films on a different disc.
I thought it was me. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Oh, look. Hold on a sec. I have got a girl in Oakland. Look, I'll play it to prove it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, balls. Hold on a sec. My sound card is just bugging out. Right, that's enough of that.
I was thinking I never downloaded that porn film.
That's A Girl in Oakland by Otis McDonald, who's a very talented producer who produces copyright-free music, and I'm very grateful to you, Otis. Thank you, mate. Your music's pretty awesome. But okay, so this you completely put me off now, Charles. This has been a remarkable night, an incredible night. What last thing then? I mean, I think the tally, they were talking about 35 or something. I think the actual tally is more like 43-ish. I mean, frankly, I need to check with, I don't know, some bloody crap. I'll have to search around. But I'm pretty sure that the final tally is a majority for Boris of about, I think I would say 44 seats. I'm not
80.
Eh? Majority?
About 80.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
80?
He's
gone past the 325. It's about 40 past 325. They're 40 the other way.
Hold on. We need to be sure on this, because otherwise the whole show's been completely crap.
Fact check.
If you got,
don't forget all the journalists have gone to bed.
Yeah, no, let's get this right.
Still up and about.
Let's
Labour's
see.
got 202.
Hold on.
SNP 44, so that's 46. Lib Dems 13, that's 50 summit. Greens 1 against Boris's 362 or 63.
Oh, sorry, they gained 47. They gained 47.
Yeah.
I apologise. They gained 47 seats.
No, I was thinking earlier on. Oh, he's only 40 seats ahead. It's not.
I really am very dim.
Yeah.
I didn't sleep last night. In fairness, I didn't sleep not just this night tonight, but last night as well, because I was so excited. But no, you're absolutely right. Labour got 203, Conservatives got 363, and so that is that's 160 seats. That's 160 seats ahead of Labour. SNP got 48, so they added 13 to their tally. Labour, by the way, went down by 59 seats. The Liberal Democrats got 11, which puts them down one. and that's Joe Swinson's seat. That is Joe Swinson's seat. And I showed my buttock live on this show because I prayed to God in a tweet or whatever. If she gets kicked out, I will show a buttock. But I so hoped it, and I believed it, and I actually predicted it.
You then reduced it. You only showed half a buttock.
I showed half a buttock. I showed half, and the less spotty buttock as well. DUP got 8, which means they're down 2, and they are big Brexit allies. But the others, all the rest, got 15, which is plus 2. And Brexit Party, as I understand it, they got none, 0. Is that?
But they helped. They did the job. They helped. We've got to give them praise. And that,
I think Farage, he needs to go to the House of Lords immediately.
I agree with both of you, but please elaborate on that, Charles. What do you mean?
Well, basically, they kept
was
the
their
pressure
role?
onto the other side. Well, onto the other side, some that perhaps made Boris book his ideas up and some of the others.
They
At the end
did.
of the day, then he withdrew from the seats. He could have dropped the Tories ones and make, some seats were close and could have lost and that, you know what I mean? So I voted Brexit Party because, like I say, mine's a staunch Labour seat. I just wanted, saw them as a bigger chance.
Charles, the only time I have not voted Conservative was for the European elections when I voted Brexit.
I just wanted to get rid of Millipede.
Oh, Millipede.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Is by the way, is Ed Miliband, has he lost his seat?
I don't know. I've missed that one. That's the only waiting up. Never saw it.
Grieve has gone.
Yeah, Grieve's gone. Gork's gone. Chuckaramuna's gone. Subri has gone. Actually,
Swinson's gone. Your favourite?
Gone. Swinson's gone. The leader of the Liberal Democrats, the person who said, "Let's have this election." If it wasn't for her agreeing to have this election, because she had the ambition to actually get up on a platform and say, "I will be, you are looking at the next Prime Minister."
You know what, Ollie, you've got to have Joe Swinson tattooed on that buttock cheek.
She lost by about 150 votes, give or take a few.
I know, but you've got to have 2019 Joe Swinson, thanks.
Oh, maybe I should. Maybe I should. It has been such a monumental night. Just remarkable. Yeah. Absolutely.
But the other one, who ain't an MP or anything, Miller.
Yeah, Gina Miller. Gina Miller. Alistair Campbell was seething.
Seething
on TV earlier. Tony Blair must be beside himself. I'm wondering if ultimately he might end up being hung. I don't know where might this go? Where might us taking back control go?
Tony Blair should be brought before the Hague in front of the War Crimes Tribunal, bluntly. But anyway, we know it's not going to happen. But there it is.
Incredible. I wonder if I pull this into the picture, can you see that? Is that going to come up on the screen? Oh no, hold on. It's hidden. It's hidden. Why is it hidden? Let me see if I can put that in there.
Joe Swinson.
There you go, darling. Joe Wallace and Gromit, Joe Swinson. And yeah, I have to say, I did predict, but I didn't say that she would definitely lose, but I did say there was a strong possibility that she would lose.
You did. Absolutely.
She was polling at a 1% margin just for the last couple of days. Let me just have a quick look. If I can find this. A couple of days ago now, the predictions of who would lose their seats. because I think they all have, and it's easier than looking up the candidates online, apparently, who have the MPs who have lost their seats. And let's see if we can find this.
Anyway.
Oh, bollocks. Okay, never mind that. But the bottom line is an amazing night. And
we sat up all night to do it, beyond the bloody journalists who got it all wrong on their front pages.
That's right.
Yeah.
What a bunch of tossers. Typical bloody lot of old crap.
They bottle out at the last minute.
Yeah, hold on.
You know, I mentioned this fighting at McDonald's one.
Yes.
When he was at that were somebody shouting, terrorist, you're a terrorist to him. Sort of thing, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
What they were saying that to who? They were saying that to Corbyn.
McDonald.
Oh, O'Donnell.
Yeah, well, whatever you could. McDonald,
yeah.
Somebody was shouting, "You're a terrorist! You're a terrorist!" You.
The thing is that after that performance, Labour. I mean, this is the other side of this story, isn't it? Labour needs not only to clearly get rid of Corbyn and to work out whether or not they want to represent the British people and support Brexit, or go down in the annals of history as the party that tried to deprive the British people of democracy. But also they need. Go on, yeah.
I was going to say, Labour, where Corbyn was kind of, he was on an amber light with that one, i.e., let's see how it goes. Swinson, her entire campaign was about, we're going to reverse Brexit.
Yeah. And
she's absolutely been fucked. Well, Corbyn's been fucked, but Labour was sitting on the fence.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But that's not the way to go, is it? To sit on the fence when your own grassroots want Brexit. And they found that out tonight.
And so did Swinson, who came on the side of the fence on behalf of Jean Miller and Richard Branson, etc. And she's been absolutely fucked in the arse.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, thank you very much for your wise words, sir. And yes, she clearly has.
Very Shakespearean.
Not only that, but Labour not only needs to distance itself from Corbyn, it needs to distance itself from O'Donnell, and it needs to distance itself, it seems to me, from momentum. Corbyn tonight, when he said, "I'm not going to fight another election," in other words, that's it, I'm quitting. He also said, he made a caveat that he is going to position Labour before he leaves. In other words, he wants his brand of Marxism to continue in Labour as opposed to it going back to the hands of the Blairites.
What a pile of old bollocks. But the beauty is...
Bollocks on either side. Blairites or Marxists in that party. I mean, one side is career politicians, 100%, and the Blairites. And on the other side is, the Starmers and the Bens. And on the other side, rabid Marxism. I mean, it's just a demented party.
Well, we want to keep it that way.
We want
Don't
also
give them any bloody advice.
It would be nice to have a healthy opposition, though, to keep the government in check.
Well, hang on. If you look at the way that Margaret Thatcher reformed Britain, and the opposition was Michael Foot, and it gave her free rein, in actual fact, to change people's lives, to change the nature of our country. Oh, you've gone white, you've gone blank. Oh, here we go.
We're back. Yeah.
Stop pressing buttons, Ollie.
No, I want to show you this, though, because we got a quote earlier from my old mate, Larry the Cat. God bless him. I'm very fond of. There you go.
If Joe Swinson wins, I'm leaving. Now, whatever happened to Wolf Cat?
I don't know. They've got Larry the Cat now, haven't they? Larry the Cat's been there for.
No, she's one of your big fans. If you remember,
Wolf Cat, bless her. Oh, she's lovely.
We had a bitty bonus. We couldn't shut her up.
That's right. She does talk.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. No, I'm sure she will be back. I'm sure she will be back. She probably just couldn't
When you
make
were
it.
talking earlier about
tonight.
monikers, people with funny handles, and I thought Wolfcat. Actually, that ring. Yeah, she's called Wolfcat.
Well, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. You know what? This has been a momentous evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. This wasn't the piece of music that I meant to play, but anyway, look, I want to say a big cheers to my guests tonight, and particularly to Rodders and Charles, who've been here throughout. God bless you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Can I just say, did
Charles.
Jason disappear when they did the exit poll?
Did who?
Did he disappear then, Jason? Is he a closet Labour supporter? You heard the exit poll. We found you out, Jason.
Jason Tyler, closet Marxist. There you go. Wake Up UK's governor. And he buggered off, didn't he? Buggered off, and the tech's all gone to pot. But, we struggle through. And I've got you two gents on the same fader as the music, which is really shite. Hold on, let me sort that out.
What do you mean?
Because I want to talk to you throughout the end bit, just because it's nice. And hold on. You know what? That's shit music. I'm sorry. I can't end the show on such crappy music. I'm sure there's something better than that.
Dam Busters.
Yes, exactly. Yes, damn it to hell. Let's get the Dam Busters on. Yes. That was it. I knew there was something.
Fabulous. I love the Dam Busters march.
Here we go. Theme tune. Yeah, right. Okay, that's more like it. Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I bet this is what Boris will play in the bath this morning with his rubber duck. I'm really sorry I couldn't get these guys on camera, but again, I blame that Marxist Jason bloody Tyler.
Yeah.
Useless. Copped off. Got us to do this show and he buggered off.
Charles, you've got to conduct.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Swanson's away.
Chocks away. Oh, damn it. Yes. Here's to Joe Swinson. God bless you. Go on, Joe.
Country
Olly, you've got to conduct as well.
We love you, Joe Swinson, as long as you're not at the Commons. Chuckaramuna.
Whatever you call him.
Anna fucking Subri. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah, down the bloody dole queue.
James Goddard and Bay Semi will be killing the centre lap.
Oh, good on James. Good on James Goddard, mate. I'll tell you what, you were wrong on one detail. She wasn't a Nazi. She is a fascist.
Olly, you want to listen to Dam Busters?
Hey? This is the Dam Busters.
Dam Busters.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Pardon?
nobody listening to it. Stop
Can-
cutting in. I'm
Oh.
conducting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
God,
I'm
get your arms up.
Do 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 do. What a surreal night. I have to say, this has been the maddest show I've ever done. It has been the maddest show. I'm not very good at conducting. Be British. Be British. This is Boris calling, saying you to be British and we will get Brexit. I'll tell you what, you better bloody get Brexit. God bless you. Thanks, everybody. Have a lovely evening, lovely weekend, or whatever the bloody day of the week it is. I haven't got a fucking clue. Nighty night.
Why are you looking like a hornet?
This is supposed to be a Boris Johnson impression.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, God.